Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2842. When Lu Tianjing was exiled, some people made a move, while others did not. Lu Qi could not see everything clearly. Before Wang Jian could answer, Ling Qing slashed at him from an unbelievable angle. Her powerful blade intent broke through Wang Jian's defense and left a wound on his body. Wang Jian did not dare to be distracted. Lu Qi, you rascal. Let go of me. Wang Miaomiao struggled. Lu Qi lowered his head and looked at Wang Miaomiao with a serious and cold expression. Did you have a part in the Lu family's exile? Wang Miaomiao stopped struggling and bit her lip. Under Lu Qi's gaze, she shook her head. The patriarch has always been in the upper realm and has never left. He has nothing to do with the Lu family's exile. I guarantee that with my life. Lu Qi looked at Wang Miaomiao, and she looked back at him fearlessly. After a while, Lu Qi suddenly laughed. I believe you. As he spoke, he released his grip and Wang Miaomiao fell to the ground. She gasped and looked at Lu Qi furiously. Lu Qi pressed his hand on Wang Miaomiao's head. You asked me to do so. Wang Miaomiao wanted to slap Lu Qi away, but he was already gone. Wang Jian pointed his finger and a black rope appeared from the void to bind Ling Qing. Ling Qing raised her blade and slashed it down. Forbidden secret techniques were decisive in a battle between juniors, but they could not influence a battle between progenitors. Progenitors could create secret techniques. Wang Jian used the forbidden secret technique to increase the distance between him and Ling Qing. Ling Qing had just broken through, but he was difficult to deal with. The sharpness of his blade reminded him of Xiaoxinji. He was no match for Ling Qing in such a short period of time. Ling Qing's blade seemed ordinary, but it was difficult for him to parry. Leave him to me, Senior Ling Qing. Lu Qi approached the battlefield and looked at Wang Jian. Wang Jian looked at Wang Miaomiao subconsciously and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Wang Miaomiao was fine. Although he scolded Wang Miaomiao and attacked her heavily, he was still very satisfied with this junior. Ling Qing liked to fight, and she could make his blade sharper. However, this was the Lu family's revenge, and they should take it themselves. Thank you. Lu Qi said and looked at Wang Jian. Patriarch Jian, we meet again. Wang Jian stared at Lu Qi. Not only did you not die, you even break through to the progenitor realm. Lu Qi laughed wildly. What do you think? That's it. The more you don't like me, the more arrogant I'll be. I'll be arrogant until you start doubting life. Wang Jian was furious. Although he did not participate in the banishment of the Lu clan, he absolutely supported the banishment of the Lu clan because of Lu Qi. He was born in a branch of the Wang clan and deeply experienced the helplessness and inferiority of a branch in front of a direct descendant. He himself had reached the ancestor realm and brought a status that was comparable to that of a direct descendant for his branch. Wang Miaomiao's appearance also gave his branch hope of continuing its status. However, everything was ruined after Wang Miaomiao met Lu Qi. This rascal actually dared to flirt with Miaomiao. Miaomiao was even more disappointing and actually fell in love with him. Actually, this wasn't a big deal. Even though Lu Qi was a rascal, he was the legitimate son of the Lu family. At the very most, they could just let Miaomiao marry him. However, this scoundrel actually didn't intend to marry Miaomiao. He'd personally gone to the Lu clan to ask for her hand in marriage, yet he'd failed, causing him to become the laughingstock of countless people. This was the reason why he continued to guard the outside world. He didn't have the face to face others. Even if the Lu family was exiled, he didn't want to return. It was all Lu Qi's fault. This was all because of this rascal. This rascal's wife was snatched, and Miaomiao was also flirted with by him. This rascal was too shameless. The more Wang Jian thought about it, the angrier he became. Then, he attacked and slashed with his sword. Lu Qi shrugged. The name Square Scale has made you arrogant. You actually dared to attack a member of the Lu clan of the same realm. That's called asking for a beating. On the other side, Lu Tianyi and Lu Yin left the Shenwu Sky and headed to the Cold Immortal sect. Although the people of the Shenwu Sky were not punished, the Shenwu Sky was also thrown into the middle realm. Only Lu Tianyi could exist in the top realm. The rest could not. The Cold Immortal sect was the same as the Shenwu Sky and the Wang clan. All the important people were taken away. However, Bai Qi did not leave. This was beyond Lu Yin's expectations. She was Bai Wang Yuan's daughter. Lu Tianyi also arrived at the Cold Immortal sect. The Cold Immortal sect used to be majestic and unreachable, but now, it seemed so small under the golden light of Lu Tianyi. When they arrived outside the Cold Immortal sect, Lu Tianyi frowned. Bai Wang Yuan used Sky Beyond to reflect the invincible brand, making everyone who succeeded in Sky Beyond unable to face him. With such a character, he should have known that he had thoughts of rebellion. The Lu family controls the fifth mainland, but it is not the master of the fifth mainland. The Lu family can't control what the Cold Immortal sect and other sects do, and they don't want to. However, from now on, the situation will change. The Lu family and the Above Heaven sect will be under your command. We're too tired. Lu Feng is dead, and your father Lu Qi is too impulsive. He's not suitable to lead the Lu family. Only you can. Lu Yin had said these words before, and now Lu Tianyi said it again. Lu Yin felt that they were on guard against something. Within the Cold Immortal sect, Bai Qi, Bai Ting, and a group of people walked out. In terms of numbers, the Cold Immortal sect definitely had the largest number of disciples in the four cardinal scales. The most unlucky ones were the new disciples who had joined the Cold Immortal sect. They were the ones who had left a palm strike outside the Cold Immortal sect's mountain gate. They had faced the same difficulties as the previous disciples, but they had never experienced the lofty status of the four cardinal scales. They had been beaten back to their original state by the Lu family so quickly. Bai Ting followed behind Bai Qi with a bitter expression. He wanted to escape, but he was forced to stay behind. This was the responsibility of the sect master. The problem was that he, the sect master, was just a decoration. On the contrary, Bai Su had escaped. The group of Cold Immortal sect members walked out, but before they could salute Lu Tianyi, the top world shook. The aftermath of a battle between progenitors could be heard from afar. Bai Qi's expression changed. That direction. Lu Tianyi raised his hand and pointed. It's time to deal with Bai Wang Yuan's dirty tricks. Just like the Wang family sphere of light, Sky Beyond Heaven was split into two. All the white clouds dissipated, and the peace that had always shrouded the Cold Immortal sect disappeared. However, Bai Qi was not in the mood to care about this. She looked at Lu Yin. Why is there a battle between progenitors? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Don't you know? Bai Qi's face paled. They had not escaped. How could this be? The Cold Immortal sect had met up with the Wang family and planned to head to the Six Paths Society, but they had been discovered by the Above Heaven sect. If they had known, they would have escaped from the sect. Bai Qi did not know that they could not leave even if they wanted to. Those people from the Six Paths Society were already under Lu Yin's control, or rather, Wang Wen's control. If the sect wanted to escape, they would have to tear through the void and head to an unknown parallel universe. However, if they met up with the Wang family, they would definitely be betrayed by Wei Rong. The four cardinal scales were destined to not be able to escape. Only Bai Wang Yuan and a few others were outside. Bai Qi closed her eyes. In the end, she could not escape. Bai Ting greets forefather Tianyi. Bai Ting bowed. The Cold Immortal sect disciples behind him also bowed. Lu Tianyi did not even look at them. His gaze landed on Bai Qi. When you were born, I held you in my arms. I never thought that there would be a day when I would personally destroy the cold immortal sect. Bai Qi's gaze dimmed. Forefather Tianyi, please let the disciples behind us go. They are innocent. Lu Tianyi's gaze was cold. Whether they are innocent or not, and whether they have harmed the Lu family's people, someone will investigate. For a long time, the cold immortal sect had been the leader of the four cardinal scales. Bai Xian'er had even used a red flower rain to end the Lu family. The Lu family had also been exiled on the day of Lu Shaoxian and Bai Xian'er's wedding. The cold immortal sect was different from the other three sections. However, Bai Wangyuan and Bai Xian'er were not around. The current cold immortal sect was just a shell. Lu Tianyi had pushed the cold immortal sect to the middle plane. This was the third sect. The fall of the cold immortal sect represented the end of the era of the four cardinal scales. Bai Qi and the others were thrown into the middle plane like the Wang family. Bai Wangyuan and the others would return one day. Even if they did not return, the Lu family would still settle this score. They were the main culprits. Far away, Wang Jian looked ahead in a daze. His sword was broken, and his ancestral world was also pierced. Opposite him, Lu Qi shook his arm. Old ancestor Jian, is your ancestral world going astray? What is this? Are you trying to scare me? Wang Jian was bitter. He had cultivated for so many years, and Lu Qi was only born after he became an ancestor. However, such a junior defeated him easily. This was the Lu family, the invincible Lu family. Then let's end this. Lu Qi raised his hand and pointed the Xidigarba needle at Wang Jian. Wang Miao Miao shouted, Lu Qi, stop. Lu Qi looked over. What? This old man beat you up so badly. Are you going to plead for mercy? Wang Miao Miao glared at him. This is my business. The old ancestor did not participate in the exiling of the Lu family. You can't kill him. Wang Jian waved his hand. You don't have to say any more. Miao Miao, live well. Lu Qi, I can die, but I hope you won't appoint a general. Lu Qi put down his hand and the Xidigarba needle disappeared. Are you kidding? Is there something wrong with my brain if I don't appoint a general? Wang Jian roared furiously. The reason why the Lu family is hated is because of the deification catalog and the general appointment platform. If you don't repent, there will be a new four-way scale to replace you one day. Lu Qi's eyes widened. Above his head, the golden light of the deification catalog swept across the top world, attracting everyone's attention. The Lu family's actions are not for you losers to judge. Wang Jian, I'll give you a choice. Choose between the deification catalog and the general appointment platform. Wang Jian trembled in anger. Old ancestor Wang Fan was also conferred the title of a god. Wang Jian had always treated her well. If not for him, she would have died 10,000 times for cursing Wang Fan. Wang Jian clenched his fists. Lu Qi rolled his eyes. Stop comforting yourself. I want to be conferred the title of a god. I'll need it to fight Wang Fan in the future. What do you think? Choose to die if you have the ability. If you die, I'll appoint a general. Wang Jian roared furiously, Lu Qi, you shameless lunatic. Lu Qi was disdainful. I don't like pretentious people like you. You're obviously afraid of death, but you're finding excuses for yourself. Hurry up, my time is limited. I still need to catch up with my precious son and get to know him better. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2843. No matter how helpless Wang Jian was, he could only choose to become a god in the end. Otherwise, there would be no difference. If he kept his life, he would at least be able to protect his bloodline. After Wang Jian became a god, Lu Qi laughed. Finally. Ha ha ha. Ever since progenitor Wen died, I haven't become a god. Old Wang Jian, you're the first, Wang Jian was bitter. This bastard. Wang Miao Miao glared at Lu Qi, but there was nothing she could do. This person was just like that. Lu Yin arrived. Father. Lu Qi's expression changed as he faced Lu Yin. He became steady and dignified, but of course, he tried his best to appear gentle. Little Xian, you're here. Where's forefather Tianyi? Lu Yin replied. He said that he's going to have a chat with the divine eagle and ask why it didn't help the Lu family. Lu Qi subconsciously looked at the sovereign realm. Only forefather Tianyi and forefather Lu Yuan would dare to do that. The divine eagle is not to be trifled with. He then pointed at the divine seal catalog above his head. Little Xian, I've sealed God King's sword. You're now a half-ancestor, so you should be able to become a godly ancestor as well. I'll think of a way for you to become a god as well. The divine seal catalog could not be repeated. Once someone from the Lu family became a god, they would not be able to become a god again unless that person died. Otherwise, the Lu family would truly be invincible. Lu Yin smiled. I've also become a progenitor. Lu Qi's eyes lit up. Really? That's great. I also became a god when I was a half-ancestor. You're definitely stronger than me. Lu Yin did not take out the divine seal catalog for fear of scaring Lu Qi. He had already become a god with 6 progenitors. Wang Jian watched the conversation between Lu Qi and Lu Yin and felt sullen. Lu Qi was like a madman in front of others, but he was like a sheep in front of his own son. It was disgusting. In the distance, the people from the 4 cardinal scales stood quietly, waiting for Lu Yin to deal with them. Among them, Xia Ziheng was the most terrified, but when he recalled Lu Yin's promise, he calmed down slightly. Lu Yin looked at them. They were all familiar faces, except for Wang Jian. However, Lu Yin was not interested in Wang Jian. Since his father had made him a god and not a general, that meant that he had nothing to do with the Lu family's banishment. Little Xian, what do you think we should do with these people? Lu Qi asked. In the past, other than Patriarch Lu Feng, Patriarch Tianyi, and a few others, the opinions of others had nothing to do with him. Even Lu Shaoxian, Lu Qi didn't have such an attitude. Now, Lu Yin had helped the Lu family shoulder too much, and the entire Lu family felt that they owed him. Lu Qi felt the same way, and even though he was Lu Yin's father, he still tried his best to coax him. Lu Yin wasn't used to Lu Qi's attitude, but there was nothing he could do about it. He wasn't good at emotional conversations, so he left it at that. Send it to the Central Calm Sea to guard the 100,000 waterways, Lu Yin said. Lu Qi's eyes lit up and he gave a thumbs up. Good idea. Lu Yin was speechless. Wasn't this a common punishment method used by the Lu family? Was it even worth praising? Amidst the crowd, Xia Ziheng heaved a sigh of relief. Guarding the 100,000 water paths was better than dying. The reason why the 4 directions balance was defeated was because the old ancestor had yet to return. When the old ancestor returned and joined forces with the 6 directions society, the Lu family might not be able to get away with it. Just as he was thinking, Xia Ziheng and Lu Yin suddenly looked at each other. Lu Yin smiled. Xia Ziheng, stay behind. Forefather Tianyi wants to chat with you. Xia Ziheng's eyes narrowed, and he felt weak all over. An indescribable fear enveloped him, and he knew that things were not good. The Lu family was going to settle the score. Most of the people from the 4 directions balance had not done anything to the Lu family, as they were just following orders. However, those who had a blood debt with the Lu family were different. He was one of them. Lu Qi looked at Xia Ziheng. You old thing, you're here too. If little Xian hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten about you. Lu Yin was curious. Father, you know him. Lu Qi sneered. Very well. That old thing has slandered my Lu family many times, but he's always done it in secret. I discovered him once and taught him a lesson. From then on, he didn't dare do it again. Little Xian, why are you keeping him here alone? Did he do something overboard? Lu Yin's gaze was cold. Father, do you still remember that old servant? Every time I was about to fall, he was the one who supported me, coaxed me, and kept me company. Lu Qi's expression changed. What about him? Right, I didn't see him when I came back this time. Did he also? Lu Yin told him about the old servant. Lu Qi's face was gloomy as he looked at Xia Ziheng with killing intent. Xia Ziheng's body turned cold. Lu Shaoxian, you promised not to do anything to me. We made a deal. Are you going back on your word? Lu Yin looked at him. I won't do anything to you, but even if I don't say anything, the family will find out what you did. Xia Ziheng, I've tolerated you for a long time. Xia Ziheng jumped up and tried to escape, but Lu Qi easily suppressed him and smashed him into the ground, shattering all the bones in his body. Lu Qi did not use too much strength, or Xia Ziheng would have died immediately. It's too easy for you to die immediately. Old thing, you have to pay the Lu family's debt slowly. Lu Yin left and headed to Dragon Mountain. In the Four Directions balance, Ancestor Long died, and Lu Tianyi lost interest. The entire White Dragon clan only had Ancestor Long, and it was Ancestor Long who pushed the Lu family out with the ancestral Mang, not the White Dragon clan. Since the Lu family was not implicated, he had no interest in going to Dragon Mountain. Lu Yin was different. Dragon Mountain had Long Shi and the Ancestor Long special pupil that he had sent over. As the Four Directions balance sank into the middle world, the atmosphere in Dragon Mountain was very heavy. Ni Huang led the White Dragon clan and stood quietly, waiting for the Lu family's arrival. No one from the White Dragon clan spoke. Long Tian and Long Shi stood behind Old Monster Long. At the front, Ni Huang's aura was faintly discernible, making Old Monster Long uncomfortable. That was Ancestor Long's aura. Ni Huang used the Ancestor Long special pupil to have the strength to fight against an Ancestor Corpse King. If not, the White Dragon clan would have suffered heavy casualties. Lu Tianjing arrived, covering the sky. The Lu family's disciples looked down at Dragon Mountain with murderous eyes. They crashed into the highest peak of Dragon Mountain, causing everyone's heart to tremble. So what if Ni Huang could fight against an ancestor? Lu Tianjing was not someone they could offend. The Lu family was not as humble as others in front of an ancestor. The White Dragon clan lowered their heads even more, and the golden light completely covered them. Only Long Tian, Long Shi, and a few others dared to look up. In Lu Tianjing, an old woman and Long Tian looked at each other, and her eyes widened. Impudent! 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 Long Tian's body swayed, and he almost coughed up blood. Although the Lu family only had 3 progenitors, there were many half-martial ancestors. Even without the God Investiture catalog and the General Appointment platform, the half-martial ancestors of the Lu family were not ordinary half-martial ancestors, let alone Long Tian. Old Monster Long pulled Long Tian over and looked at Lu Tianjing. He also looked at the old woman, and his face paled. He bowed slowly. Greetings, Senior. The old woman looked down at Old Monster Long, shameless traitor. If not for the young master's benevolence, we would have killed all of you. The White Dragon clan was terrified. Even with Ni Huang in front, they did not doubt the old woman's words. Lu Tianjing had the strength. Even without an ancestor, they still had the confidence to say such words. No one from the White Dragon clan refuted, not even Ni Huang. They were all suppressed by Lu Tianjing. Soon, Lu Yin arrived. He tore through the void and was less than 100 meters away from Ni Huang. Under the golden light, his shadow seemed to tear Dragon Mountain apart. Ni Huang immediately tried to retract her aura, but Lu Yin took a step forward and forcibly shattered her aura. Ni Huang was shocked. She still could not control the increase in her aura brought about by her other pupil. Even if she could control it, it was useless against Lu Yin. This person had the strength to suppress her. Quite orderly, Lu Yin said calmly. Ni Huang took a deep breath and bowed slowly. The White Dragon clan greets the Lu clan. Greetings to the Lu clan. Greetings to the Lu clan. Lu Yin placed his hands behind his back and swept his gaze across the faces of the White Dragon clan. He saw Long Tian's indignation, Xiao Qian's fear, Long Zhang, and the rest. All of the White Dragon clan members were waiting for their fates. The other three parties had already disappeared from the top world. Long Shan's fate was the same. Lu Yin's gaze was fixed on Great Elder Ni Huang. How are you doing with your other pupils? Ni Huang stepped forward and bowed deeply to Lu Yin. If not for the young master, the White Dragon clan might have been annihilated. The young master's kindness is greater than the heavens. Please accept my bow. As she spoke, Ni Huang bowed deeply to Lu Yin. Not only her, but the entire White Dragon clan also bowed deeply. Lu Yin's lips curled up. I don't care if the White Dragon clan is annihilated. Ni Huang was stunned. She maintained her bow and did not move. Long Tian got up and wanted to say something. However, a ray of golden light fell from Lu Tianjing and pressed him to the ground. No one dared to move. They all maintained their bow and faced Lu Yin. Lu Yin's tone was indifferent. By saving you, I'm sorry to those who sacrificed themselves for the Lu clan. Many people died to protect me. You should know how much the Lu clan hates you. Don't make me sound so noble. I don't intend to save you. I'm just saving Long Shi. Long Shi's body trembled. She did not say anything and maintained her bow. Lu Yin looked at Long Shi. In the entire White Dragon clan, only she feels sorry for the Lu clan. Only she is indebted to me and has feelings for me. Only she helped me without hesitation after knowing my identity. I gave her the other pupil, not the White Dragon clan. Be clear. The White Dragon clan and Long Shi are two different things. The White Dragon clan still maintained their bow and did not dare to move. Another ray of golden light fell. This time, it lifted Long Shi gently. Long Shi felt the Lu clan's light again. It was so familiar and so nostalgic. She raised her head and looked at Lu Yin. Young master, since you say so, can I plead for mercy on behalf of the White Dragon clan? Lu Yin looked at Long Shi. Yes. Young master, please allow the White Dragon clan to descend to the mortal world. From now on, the White Dragon clan will only obey the Lu clan. We will not dare to disobey the Lu clan's orders. Even if we die, it will be considered as us repaying our past sins. Ni Huang and the rest did not change their expressions. Long Shi had mentioned that she wanted to bring the White Dragon clan to the mortal world. However, at that time, the dragon ancestor had just died. The Cold Immortal sect and the other three clans had also said that they would not give up on the White Dragon clan. They wanted to maintain the balance of power. That was why they stayed. However, as time passed, the other three clans revealed their true colors. The White Dragon clan also saw through them. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2844. Previously, when the progenitor realm corpse king had attacked, the white dragon tribe had almost been wiped out, and Long Ku had also died. At that moment, Ni Huang had seen the path of the white dragon tribe clearly. They should go to the mortal realm. Even the middle realm was not a place where they should stay. Lu Yin agreed, as the 100 waterways were much safer than the mortal realm. At the very least, they wouldn't have to worry about being killed by the creatures in the mortal realm. However, the White Dragon tribe still had to investigate thoroughly to see if anyone among them had harmed the Lu family. Otherwise, they would end up like the other 3 parties. Rumble. Dragon Mountain was suppressed by Lu Tianjing and slowly sank. When Dragon Mountain completely disappeared from the top world, the starry sky tree ushered in the era of the Lu family again. The golden light illuminated the entire starry sky tree, illuminating the mother tree. Many people had been waiting for Lu Tianjing's arrival for a long time. In the middle plane realm, an elder put down his hoe and laughed loudly. Some children changed their appearances and leaped up to meet up with the Lu family. Crowds of people walked out from dark corners and saluted towards the sky, releasing fervent cheers. Those loyal to the Lu clan who had been hidden in the middle realm had all come out. Although Lu Yin had revealed his identity, the astral trees were still under the control of the 4-way scales, so these people had not dared to reveal themselves. The King of Adventure, Shuasi, and even the Misty Rain Pavilion Sunset Rain made their way to Lu Tianjing. They wanted to pay their respects to the main family. The starry sky tree was destined to experience a storm. It wasn't just the 4-way scales that had persecuted the Lu family. Those who were loyal to the 4-way scales had contributed as well. In fact, they were even more active than the 4-way scales. The Adventurer King and the others had noted down these people. None of them could escape. Lu Yin went to the farmer's village to pacify them before heading to Yi Xian Academy. Finally, he headed to Lu Tianjing. For the time being, he wasn't clear about the 6 Direction Society situation, so his identity as Xian Qi was useless. In the future, when he went to the 6 Direction Society, he could only use his identity as Lu Yin. Currently, the Above Heaven sect and the Lu family controlled the 5th mainland. Although there was no conflict between them because of Lu Yin, they still needed time to work together. During this period of time, Lu Yin had a good chat with Patriarch Lu Yuan. There were too many things that he wanted to know. 2 months later, Lu Yin sat in the back mountains of the Above Heaven sect, holding a fishing rod as he stared at the calm surface of the lake. Mu Xia walked out. "Junior brother, are you looking for me?" Lu Yin said, "Senior brother, you've kept me in the dark for a long time." Mu Xia did not understand. "Hide it from you." Lu Yin put down his fishing rod and looked at Mu Xia. "You've inherited the Mountain Sea Academy." Mu Xia laughed. "It's not a big deal." Lu Yin smiled bitterly. "Not a big deal. That's old ancestor Tiany's Mountain Sea. If old ancestor Tiany hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have known that you had inherited it." Mu Xia smiled and said, "You know very well how exaggerated master's standards are when it comes to accepting disciples. Be it me, you, Qing Ping, or brother Mu Feng, we all have talents that are completely different from ordinary people. The Mountain Sea realm is a very powerful force in the 5th mainland, and it can be considered the power of the primogenitor's inheritance. However, it is not that important to us. My ancient tracing, and your 9-yang cauldron transformation. Once you cultivate it to a certain level, you could transcend." Lu Yin was puzzled. "Transcend?" Mu Xia looked at Lu Yin. "Didn't Patriarch Lu Yuan tell you? Patriarch Lu Yuan should know about Master's origins, right?" "Actually, I don't know what transcendence means either, but Master mentioned it before. I thought you would be able to get the answer from Patriarch Lu Yuan." Lu Yin retracted his gaze. "Master, it's from outside the realm." Mu Xia looked at Lu Yin's back. "Did Patriarch Lu Yuan say that?" Lu Yin nodded. The Patriarch didn't go into too much detail. Perhaps he doesn't know. Mr. Mu once drank tea with the patriarch and gave pointers to the 3 realms' 6 paths. The patriarch said that this outside is different from what we understand. At this point, Lu Yin's expression sank. The patriarch also said that humans can have outside powerhouses to help them, and so can the Eternals. Mu Xie's expression turned serious. This sentence opened up a new line of thought for everyone who heard it. For a long time, everyone had thought that the Eternals were a unique race, and that they were only a race. Those who joined them were either corpse kings or traitors to the human race. However, they had never thought that they also had allies. What kind of people could become allies with the Eternals? The weaker ones were corpse kings, while the stronger ones, like Guizhi, were 7 sky gods. If they wanted to talk to the Eternals as equals, they had to be at least at the 3 realms' 6 paths, or even at the level of a Grand Empyrean. No matter how many such allies the Eternals had, even one was enough to give them a headache. Lu Yin thought of Curmudgeon Imo, who had acted when the Eternals attacked the Above Heaven sect. There was also Luo Shan. Once they joined the Eternals, they would definitely not be weak. They would be even stronger than the captains of the True God Guard, and this was only what Lu Yin knew. This was why he was sitting here fishing. He needed to calm his mind. Because the enemy was still unknown. As long as people of that level did not show themselves, who knew where they were or what kind of power they had? Bai Rong and the Thunder Lord were such people. If they did not show themselves, even if Lu Yin had defeated the 4 cardinal scales and not contacted the 6 Paths Society, he still wouldn't know about these powerhouses. Mr. Mu was from the outside, and if he could help the humans, then the Eternals' helpers might also be from the outside. This outside was different from what they had imagined. Where's Patriarch Lu Yuan? Mu Xia asked. Lu Yin replied, he went to the Lost Clan. Mu Xia did not understand the Lost Clan, so he did not ask further. Lu Yin, on the other hand, knew that the Lost Clan had a power that was different from this space-time. That ancient card had broken through the ancestral seal's restrictions, which reminded Lu Yin of Mr. Mu's words about transcendence. Did this transcendence correspond to that ancient card? Over the past 2 months, Lu Yin had frequently requested to meet Lu Yuan and speak with him. Lu Yuan knew a lot about Lu Yin, and Lu Yin learned a lot from him. Mr. Mu was just one of the things that Lu Yin had learned, and he had also asked about Immemorial City. Regarding Immemorial City, Patriarch Lu Yuan had only said 2 words, the sequence's string. Lu Yin wanted to ask more, but Patriarch Lu Yuan did not say anything. He said that Lu Yin would only be qualified to know more about Immemorial City after he understood what the sequence's string was. For Lu Yin, it was not good to know some things too early. Lu Yin took Patriarch Lu Yuan to see Zhao Ran, and he wanted the Patriarch to identify whether it was destiny, but Patriarch Lu Yuan could not. Lu Yin also asked Wu Tian about the Grim Reaper. Most of the things that Lu Yuan knew were from the era of the Daosaur sect, but he did not know much about the 9 mountains and 8 seas or the Lu family's past before they had been exiled. Lu Yin could only gather information from Lu Tianyi and Lu Qi. What he was most concerned about was the seal on his back. The seal was a barrier and protection that the Lu family had set up for Lu Yin. If he could not break the seal, then it would be very difficult for him to return to the Lu family. However, he would not die so easily under the seal, as it had been set up by the Lu family. Lu Yin knew that Bai Xian'er clearly understood the seal. When the Lu family had been exiled, Bai Xian'er had only been a junior. No matter how powerful she was, she could not have interfered with the Lu family's exile. However, not only had she interfered, but she was also related to the seal. Lu Yin could not understand this. Lu Tianyi did not give him an answer, and Lu Yin did not know either. He could only confirm one thing, Bai Xian'er definitely had nothing to do with the seal. This answer left Lu Yin uncertain. He was certain that it was because he had broken the seal that he had attracted by Sienner's killing intent back in the fifth mainland. She definitely had something to do with the seal. Aside from the matter of the seal, Luine had also learned quite a bit about the Daosor sex era from Lu Tianyi, including the war with the sixth mainland. Luine had specifically asked about progenitor Chen's status, but even Lu Tianyi did not know if progenitor Chen was still alive. Although Luine was publicly acknowledged as the strongest, that was only because he had the support of the Divine Seal Catalogue. Without the Divine Seal Catalogue, Lu Tianyi was not confident that he could suppress progenitor Qin, ancestor Ku, and the others. In Patriarch Lu Tianyi's words, some people could achieve things in a short amount of time that others could not achieve in an endless amount of time. Progenitor Qin and ancestor Ku clearly belonged to this category. Their innate gifts were too exaggerated, and it was difficult to determine the bottom line of their strength. Luine was even more so, as his achievements could be considered number one since ancient times. Of course, this did not mean that progenitor Qin and the others could surpass Lu Tianyi. It was just that they had never truly tested each other's strength, especially since Lu Tianyi was a senior, so he could not act against progenitor Qin and the others. As for the symbol progenitor, he was the type of person who appeared to be a fool. He might be like this today, but he might not be the same tomorrow. The person that Lu Tianyi cared about the most was progenitor Hui. Lu Tianyi had said that progenitor Hui could not have died, and even if everyone saw that he had died, Lu Tianyi would not believe it. However, Lu Tianyi did not know where progenitor Hui was or what he was doing. Bai Wangyuan belonged to the type of person that was relatively easy to see through during that era. Just like the fog progenitor, although he was also good at hiding his strength, his hidden strength was still easily seen through. The most sinister person was Wang Fan, and this evaluation happened to coincide with Xiaoshenji's. Wang Fan represented a deep and sinister person, and nobody could guess what he would do. In Lu Tianyi's words, Wang Fan was the type of person who would harm others without benefiting himself. He would not receive any benefits, and he would only want to eliminate someone he did not like. He would even take that person down with him. Wang Fan had encircled himself in a set of rules that he had set himself. He would strictly abide by his own rules, even if the heavens did not tolerate them. This was a person who seemed calm, but was actually extremely extreme. In fact, whether it was Lu Yuan or Lu Tianyi, Luine had asked them the same question: did they know that Madman Lu was Redback? Lu Yuan fell silent, and so did Lu Tianyi. They did not give a definite answer, but this answer was equivalent to admitting it. If the Lu family had done anything wrong to humanity, then it was to let Madman Lu live. This was what Lu Yuan had said. After that, he left for the Lost Clan. However, Lu Yi knew that the Lost Clan was just a side trip. His true destination was the reincarnation spacetime. He wanted to ask the Grand Empyrean for Madman Lu. No matter what, Madman Lu was a traitor of the Lu family, and he had to be brought back. Luine fished for 3 days in the above heaven sex back mountain, but he did not catch a single fish until Lu Yuan came. Lu Yuan was infuriated. That crazy woman is unreasonable. Luine put down his fishing rod and had Zhao Ran pour a cup of tea for Lu Yuan. Ancestor, the Grand Empyrean is unwilling to release him. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth. That woman said that Madman Lu is the great stone saint that she acknowledged. Bah, she's just trying to disgust me. Luine asked, Madman Lu, what's going on? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2845. He hadn't asked this question before, but now he had to. If the Grand Empyrean didn't let Luine go and didn't believe that Madman Lu was a redback, then things would get troublesome. They had to think of a solution, or else the Lu family would be the first to bear the brunt of the consequences. Lu Yuan's expression turned ugly. He had left in a hurry when Luine had mentioned Madman Lu, but he hadn't expected this brat to be so tactless as to ask. Ancestor, I know you don't want to talk about it, but as the fifth mainland's Tao master, I have the right to know so that I can deal with it, Lu Yin said bluntly. Lu Yuan's expression turned unnatural. Deal with it? Lu Yin looked at him. Kill. Lu Yuan moved his finger and slowly sat down. At that moment, Zhao Ran arrived with a cup of tea for Lu Yuan. It was a rather strange cup of tea that was bubbling and possibly even had worms swimming within it. Lu Yuan stared at the tea and then at Zhao Ran. Was this girl trying to poison him? Zhao Ran looked expectantly at Lu Yuan and blinked her large eyes. Lu Yin coughed. Ancestor, it's delicious. Zhao Ran's tea is a specialty of our above heaven sect. Lu Yuan raised his brows and took a sip. With his strength, what kind of poison could kill him? It tasted sweet as the worms exploded in his mouth, giving him a refreshing feeling. There was an indescribable fragrance in the aftertaste. Good tea. Zhao Ran was delighted. Thank you, Grandpa. Ha ha ha. Lu Yuan laughed heartily. Zhao Ran calling him Grandpa was very pleasing to him, and he subconsciously glanced at Lu Yin. This child is not bad. Little 7, learn from your father. Lu Yin realized that Lu Yuan, Lu Tianyi, and even his own father, Lu Qi, were all thinking about him. Ancestor, I already have yen, Lu Yuan sighed. That's why I want you to learn from your father. After saying that, he took another sip. Zhao Ran left happily. She was very satisfied as long as someone liked her tea every day. Lu Yuan put down the teacup and gestured for Lu Yin to take a seat. Lu Yin sat down across from Lu Yuan and waited quietly. Lu Yuan fell silent for a moment and then said in a low voice, I once had a son, Madman Lu. He's my grandson, my biological grandson. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He wasn't surprised, Lu's origins were ancient. They had known this long ago, but they hadn't known that it was this ancient. Even in the era of the above heaven sect, he was much older than Lu Tianyi. The direct descendants of the Lu clan all have some general talent, but they might not be able to awaken the God Seal catalog. You know this, right? Lu Yin nodded. But at the beginning, I didn't know. Lu Yuan's gaze was complicated, but he didn't feel much pain. After all, so many years had passed. I thought that my son would be able to awaken the God Sealing catalog. The reason why he didn't awaken it was because he didn't work hard enough. At that time, I was one of the 6 paths of the 3 realms, the strongest person in the above heaven sect. I wanted to be strong in front of others and wanted to compete with others. I won't lose to others. My son shouldn't lose either. Many people say that the God Seal catalog isn't the inherited talent of my Lu family, but I don't believe them. Without the God Seal catalog, how could my Lu family control the 5th mainland with just the general appointment platform? In my opinion, it's far from enough. You must inherit the God Seal catalog. That's why I forced him to cultivate, forced him to risk his life in order to stimulate his talent. My talent can be inherited. It must be inherited. At this point, Lu Yuan was still a little agitated, but he was also very numb. He ran away and escaped from the 5th mainland. When he returned, he brought Madman Lu and a woman with him. I didn't care about his wife or son. I just wanted him to awaken the God Seal catalog. I was too ruthless. In the end, my son died, and his wife committed suicide. Madman Lu was the only one left. He watched his parents die with his own eyes, and that blow completely changed him. However, he still managed to awaken the God Seal catalog. Lu Yuan smiled bitterly. I succeeded, and the God Seal catalog can be inherited. I broke the suspicions that everyone in that era had about me. I slapped Fate and Mavis in the face, but the price was that I lost my son, Madman Lu, and his parents. He looked at Lu Yin. Sometimes, people are just that pitiful. Only after losing something do you realize what you have. I wanted to reverse the river of time and prevent my son's death, but in that era, the laws were fixed, and the echelons were suppressed by the progenitor's sword. That was the will of the progenitor, and no one was allowed to secretly reverse time. For my son's sake, I tried, but I almost caused a disaster. In the end, I could only watch as my son died. Lu Yuan took another sip of tea. Little 7, the family won't force the younger generation to awaken the God Seal catalog. This is the reason why. It's useless to force them. If they can awaken it, then so be it. If they can't, then so be it. As for Madman Lu, I understand his hatred for the family, so I didn't restrict him too much. In the end, Guizhi took advantage of him. That bastard actually experimented on Madman Lu and tested his Master Realm battle force, forcing him to become a true madman. Guizhi, that bastard. If I have the chance, I'll definitely destroy him. Lu Yuan was furious. Lu Yin understood. No wonder the 5th and 3rd mainlands didn't get along. Lu Bujing had said that the 5th mainland had always been hostile to the 3rd mainland, and this was the source. Then, when did Madman Lu become a redback? Lu Yin asked. Lu Yuan and Lu Yin looked at each other. We really didn't know that he became a redback. We believe you, but we don't know the reason and process. This is also why I was anxious to find the Grand Emperor to bring Madman Lu back. He's been imprisoned in Lu Tianjing, so how did he become a redback? It's impossible. Lu Yin felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Just because of his words, Lu Yuan and Lu Tianyi believed him without hesitation. They didn't even try to refute his words. Even if it seemed impossible, they still believed in him. This was the family, and they were his elders. Lu Yin looked at the empty cup in front of Lu Yuan. Should I call Zhao Ran for another cup? Lu Yuan waved a hand. No need. Tea doesn't suit me. Grand Emperor, you insist on not letting him go? Lu Yin asked. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth. If it's just that crazy woman, then it's fine. At worst, we can just fight. Because of the Eternals, I've already tolerated the traitors of the 4 cardinal scales in the endless battlefield. However, I can't tolerate Madman Lu being safe and sound. After all, he's a member of the Lu family. But... He looked at Lu Yin helplessly. People from Immemorial City came to resolve this conflict. Lu Yin was shocked. People from Immemorial City. Who? Lu Yin did not know how many people there were in Immemorial City. He only knew that a group of people had entered Immemorial City in history, and now, Mr. Mu was there as well. Lu Yuan said, it's an old acquaintance. If I insist on fighting with that crazy woman, no one can stop me. However, I owe that person a favor, so I can only delay it for now. Lu Yin wanted to ask about Immemorial City, but Lu Yuan had not told him about it before, and he would not tell him now. The two fell silent for a moment, and then Lu Yuan suddenly said, don't underestimate Madman Lu. He's very strong. Lu Yin raised his brows. I've experienced it before. Madman Lu and the 4 cardinal scales worked together to set up a trap to kill me, but I used it against them and almost killed him with the trap. Lu Yuan shook his head and looked at Lu Yin seriously. What you saw was the 5th mainland's Madman Lu, and not the real Madman Lu. Lu Yin didn't understand. He didn't think that Madman Lu was hiding his true strength. When he'd been surrounded by the Lu family's treasury, Madman Lu had even used his corpse king transformation to protect himself. If he'd been discovered, the 4-side scale and the 6 directions association would have eliminated him. There was no way that Madman Lu would take such a risk just to hide his strength. Lu Yuan did not seem to know how to explain it. The title Tao Master is not just a title. It also represents the will of this continent. Little 7, do you know? Lu Yin shook his head. If it was only on a spiritual level, then it could be understood that the Tao Master's will was the will of the entire fifth mainland. However, Lu Yuan's words might not be what he was thinking. This was especially true when he had used the overturning sky palm to pass the half-progenitor origin tribulation. He had seen the people of the fifth mainland, and when he had used the primogenitor scripture to pass the tribulation, he had seen the names of countless people from the fifth mainland appear. This was not normal, and he felt that there was something more to it. Lu Yuan looked deeply at Lu Yin. The Tao Master is the will of the fifth mainland, the true Tao Master. No matter how far away he is, he can see the people of the fifth mainland and feel their prayers. He can feel their happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. This is not something given by those people, but by the fifth mainland. The Tao Master possesses the will of the fifth mainland. Once the Tao Master rejects someone, that person will find it difficult to move a single step in the fifth mainland. Lu Yin did not understand, and a blank expression appeared on his face. Lu Yuan thought for a moment. Let's put it this way. Ordinary people need to breathe oxygen to live, and oxygen comes from that region. If someone can control the oxygen in that region with their will, does that mean that they can control the life or death of the people in that region? Lu Yin nodded. Lu Yuan continued, the Tao Master's will is equivalent to the fifth mainland's oxygen. Once the Tao Master rejects someone, that person will have to endure much more than others in the fifth mainland. It is like an ordinary person having difficulty breathing oxygen. It is completely different from a normal person. Lu Yin understood. Are you saying that madman Lu has been rejected by the fifth mainland? Lu Yuan nodded and said in a low voice, his thoughts are too dangerous. Out of guilt, I did not kill him. However, I also could not allow him to harm the fifth mainland, so I rejected him. In the fifth mainland, he is like an ordinary person who has difficulty breathing oxygen. Against you all, it would be good if he could even use half of his strength. However, at this point, Lu Yuan's expression turned solemn. Once he leaves the fifth mainland, his strength will be completely different. Every parallel spacetime has its own laws and will. If someone can reach the level of controlling a will, they will become the spacetime master. For example, the Grand Empyrean you saw controlled the reincarnation spacetime will, which is why she was able to bestow the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages. The primogenitor controlled the primordial spacetime will, which is why in that era, no one could reverse the river of time. The 6 swords suppressed everyone. As long as Madman Lu is not rejected by a parallel spacetime's will, he will be an ordinary person. If he can gain the favor of that parallel spacetime's will, he will only become stronger. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2846. Lu Yuan clasped his hands behind his back. There is no such thing as absolute fairness in the universe. The dangerous universe seems to be the same for everyone, but some people can obtain opportunities and climb higher, while others live a difficult life. Lu Yin was surprised. What kind of strength does the spacetime will represent? Lu Yuan looked at him. 3 realms 6 Daos, or above. However, you're different. During Lu Xiaoshuan's era, you created the overturning sky palm, which catered to the fifth mainland's will. Although you created it unintentionally, it woke me up, which is why I have an impression of you. Lu Yin finally understood. No wonder the fifth mainland seemed to shake every time he used the overturning sky palm. Could I cater to the fifth mainland's will back then? Lu Yuan laughed heartily. That's what I don't understand as well. Even now, you shouldn't have been able to obtain the will of the fifth mainland, let alone the way you were back then. Even if everyone calls you the Tao Lord, that word is like a beacon that signifies that you should have been able to control the will of the fifth mainland. Lu Yin thought about it. I might have a clue. Lu Yuan didn't expect Lu Yin to grasp it. Unless he broke through to the progenitor realm, he shouldn't be able to touch the spacetime will. It was a mysterious power, and how could a half-ancestor touch it? The spacetime will was different from the sequence laws. The sequence laws were a power that could be used, while the spacetime will was a blessing. The heavens I can't see will. Will is a type of wish, an invisible connection. Lu Yin opened his hand, and the wordless heavenly tome appeared. Ancestor, there are many names here, and they all seem to be from the fifth mainland. Lu Yuan stared blankly at the wordless heavenly tome. This feeling. He stared at the wordless heavenly tome for a long time, and Lu Yin stood to the side without disturbing him. The ancestor could see it, and so could many people at the tea party. In any case, the Forgotten Ruins god and the Corpse god couldn't see it. After a while, Lu Yuan smiled bitterly. No wonder. No wonder I couldn't sense the fifth mainland's will after I returned. It's been transferred. Lu Yin looked at Lu Yuan in confusion. Lu Yuan and Lu Yin exchanged glances. Lu Tianyi sighed in admiration, but there was also a trace of worry in the depths of their eyes. How should he put it? It was a look of pity and pity. I've been in seclusion for so long, so it's not impossible for the fifth mainland's will to shift. I originally thought that it would shift to that brat Lu Tianyi, as only Lu Tianyi has been acknowledged by the fifth mainland's will. That's why I was able to rest at ease. However, I didn't expect that the Grand Empyrean would block your perception, causing the Lu family to be exiled and Lu Tianyi to be unable to obtain the recognition of the fifth mainland's will. Instead, you succeeded. Tao Master is just a title, and it can be used by anyone. However, the recognition of the fifth mainland's will is different. Little 7, you've experienced a lot, far more than we can imagine. You've also benefited many people. Otherwise, the fifth mainland would not have acknowledged you. The battles that Lu Yin had experienced over the past few years flashed through his mind. He could not even remember what he had experienced, but it seemed like there were more and more statues of him. Patriarch, does this mean that I've obtained the will of the fifth mainland? Lu Yuan nodded. That's right. That's why I couldn't sense the fifth mainland's will. I originally thought that it was because I had been away for too long, but I didn't expect this to be the reason. Lu Yin had previously said that he had 4 inner worlds, but Lu Yuan and Lu Tianyi had not looked at them. Everyone had their own secrets of cultivation, and even if Lu Yin was a junior of the Lu family, they would not look at his strength, even though they were very surprised by his 4 inner worlds. If Lu Yuan had looked at it at that time, he would have known that Lu Yin had grasped the fifth mainland's will. He was a true Tao master. Every name on this wordless heavenly book represents their recognition of you. Only by doing so can you obtain the fifth mainland's recognition. After all, these people are all from the fifth mainland, and you can now write down the names of those who have been rejected by the fifth mainland's will, Lu Yuan explained. Lu Yin's eyes burned with passion. The wordless heavenly book had helped him block the power of the fifth mainland's particle, which should have been the power of the fifth mainland. Now, he could still use it like this. He wanted to reject by Wang Yuan, Wang Fan, by Xiener, and all those who had gone against his will. His will was the fifth mainland's will. Once they are rejected, those people will be like Madman Lu when they reach the fifth mainland, and their strength will be limited, Lu Yuan reminded him. A thought flashed through Lu Yin's mind, and he blurted out, so the 7 sky gods are unable to display their true strength in the fifth mainland? Lu Yuan laughed. That's right. Otherwise, do you think I would be sleeping peacefully? With Tianyi's strength and the fifth mainland's many progenitors, they can completely stop the 7 sky gods, who are unable to display their full strength. Even if the sole true God comes, Tianyi can still hold them off for a while until I wake up. Lu Yin exhaled. He finally understood. No wonder. So that's how it was. He had been wondering why the 7 sky gods had been so powerful in the 6 directions, but they were like this in the 5th mainland. The undying god had almost been killed by him. He had originally thought that the ancestral Mang had suppressed the undying god's sequence laws, and that was definitely one of the reasons. However, the main reason was that the 5th mainlands did not tolerate them. They were like ordinary people who could not breathe. Lu Yuan said, "It's precisely because of this that that crazy woman, the Grand Empyrean, was able to stop the sole true God. Otherwise, a madman who wants to experience suffering, Lu Yin was immersed in the joy of obtaining the wordless heavenly tome and did not pay attention to Lu Yuan's words. Lu Yuan looked at Lu Yin and saw that his eyes were shining. Lu Yuan shook his head. Put away the wordless heavenly tome. From now on, unless it's a life or death situation, you are not to use it without my permission." Lu Yin was puzzled. Why is that? Lu Yuan's gaze turned gloomy. If you don't want to die. Lu Yin hurriedly put away the wordless heavenly tome and listened attentively to Lu Yuan's words. Lu Yuan's expression was solemn. A Tao master is a lamp. This is a saying that has been passed down in the 5th mainland since ancient times. Have you heard of it? Lu Yin thought about it. Bai Wang Yuan once said that when I wanted to become a Tao master, he told me a story. Lu Yuan listened quietly. This story is very accurate. He definitely did not know what the 2 words Tao master would bring to the 5th mainland. However, when one cultivates to the progenitor realm, that feeling of unease will grow deeper and deeper. Bai Wang Yuan is like that. Ancestor, what's wrong with being a Tao master? Lu Yuan said seriously, the 2 words Tao master are a lamp. If I tell you the reason, you will know the karma that comes with it. It's too dangerous. In short, unless you have no other choice, do not use the wordless heavenly tome. Do not expose the fact that you have been acknowledged by the 5th mainland's will. Lu Yin did not believe in karma in the past. However, ever since the Destiny Girl had transferred karma and Saruzin could see karma, he believed in it. There were countless mysterious forces in the universe. He could not possibly understand all of them. Some of these forces might even be prying into the will of space-time. Lu Yuan's reminder made Lu Yin uneasy. The universe he could see was still at a certain level. Once he reached the 3 realms 6 paths realm, he would be able to see different things. Before this, he had no idea what the will of the universe was. By the way, Ancestor, I broke through to Half-Ancestor and obtained the wordless heavenly tome. I used it to resist the Shaoyin deity's sequence law. Many people in the 6 Paths Society saw it. Although they might not be able to see the wordless heavenly tome, they know that I have the power to resist the sequence law. Lu Yin recalled. Lu Yuan said, in every space-time, only those who have been acknowledged by the will can see it. When I saw the wordless heavenly tome, I immediately recognized it as the will of the 5th mainland. However, others cannot see it. Using the wordless heavenly tome to resist the sequence law, I can only say that your inner world is very strong. However, they will not be able to link it to the 5th mainlands will so easily. There's nothing you can do if they do. In short, from now on, you must not use the wordless heavenly tome in battle to prevent more people from recognizing it. Lu Yin nodded. After warning Lu Yin, Lu Yuan's expression relaxed. Although it is dangerous for you to grasp the 5th mainland's will in advance, it is also a magnificent feat that has never been done before. Being acknowledged by the will of spacetime as a half-ancestor, you have the right to write the Book of Exile. Perhaps, other than the primogenitors, no one can surpass you. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. When were the 3 realms and 6 Daos acknowledged by the will of spacetime? Lu Yuan thought about it. Everyone is different, and they do things differently. For example, the primogenitor gave me the fifth mainland and appointed me as the Tao Lord. I benefited the fifth mainland and spread its cultivation methods. Gradually, I was acknowledged by the fifth mainland. Similar to me were Mavis and Wu Tian. Especially Wu Tian. He passed down the cultivation methods of weapons and received the respect of many. Lu Yin was puzzled. Which spacetime did Wu Tian obtain the recognition of the will of spacetime? During the above heaven era, every continent could be considered its own spacetime. The continent was the foundation, and the Grim Reaper, Wu Tian, and Fate were not the masters of any particular continent. Lu Yuan did not tell Lu Yin. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but if I do, it might cause you to take a detour. Everyone's path is different. With your current strength, you might be able to understand some of the paths, but if you do, it will affect your future cultivation. It's best to let nature take its course. Lu Yin nodded and did not force the issue. He was only a half-progenitor and was still a long way from reaching the progenitor realm. Once he reached that realm, he might be able to pry into the mysteries of the entire universe, such as the sequence particles, the string sequence, and the will of spacetime. There was no single path to cultivation, and his path had never been walked before. Right, let's talk about something else. How did you obtain Chimiko's power? Lu Yuan suddenly asked. Lu Yin was stunned. Chimiko. The Grim Reaper that you guys talk about. Lu Yuan naturally revealed this explosive piece of gossip. The Grim Reaper was called Chimiko. Lu Yin was stunned. This name, this aura. Was it the same person? Lu Yuan laughed. I knew you'd look like that. Ha 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 ha, that's how the primogenitor named things. You'll get used to it. Do you know Wu Tian's real name? Wu De, ha ha ha. Lu Yin was stunned. Wu De. Wu Tian changed his name later on. He used his influence to erase the name Wu De. Chimiko did the same, but he didn't change his name and allowed others to call him the Grim Reaper. Anyone who dares to mention Chimiko in front of him would be hunted down. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2847. Forefather, what's destiny called? Guess. How can I guess? The fourth mainland's desolate god is called Big Yellow. Forefather, I'm still curious about destiny. Guess it yourself. Guess in the direction of weirdness. You have to know that human civilization did not appear at that time. As for names, you know. Cheap names are easy to raise. Lu Yin recalled that the desolate god was called Big Yellow and exclaimed, Forefather, you're so simple. So destiny is called. Let's not talk about it. That woman has a trick up her sleeve. She will definitely appear in the future. When the time comes, I'll let her tell you herself. Ha 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 ha. It will definitely be hilarious. I'm looking forward to that name. Ha 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 ha. Forefather, have you changed your name? Forefather, why are you leaving? Let's chat. Forefather Lu Yuan still left. After he left, Lu Yin took out the wordless heavenly book and took a deep breath. In the name of the fifth mainland's Tao Lord, I now write down the banished person. From now on, the banished person will never be accepted by the fifth mainland. Billions of beings on the fifth mainland bear witness to this. My name is Lu Yin. After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and pressed it on the wordless heavenly book. He wrote down the first name, Bai Wang Yuan. After Bai Wang Yuan's name was written, in a corner of the endless battlefield, Bai Wang Yuan's heart suddenly palpitated. His entire body turned cold. He felt like he had lost something, but he did not know what it was. What was going on? He was bewildered. He thought that there was an enemy, but there was no enemy. Bai Wang Yuan sat cross-legged and constantly checked his body. There was no problem, and there were no hidden injuries. What was going on? The faintly discernible sense of loss grew stronger, and his entire body felt like it was being torn apart. Could something have happened to the starry sky tree? Bai Wang Yuan's face was gloomy. They had been tricked by Lu Yin and thrown into the endless battlefield by the Grand Heavenly Venerate. Just after they arrived, a war broke out at the tea party. The eternal race's 7 godheads had invaded the reincarnation spacetime. They only found out about it not long after. As for him, Wang Fan, and Xia Xinji, they had all made the same decision, which was not to support the tea party. Since the Grand Heavenly Venerate had thrown them into the endless battlefield, then they would fight there. There was war here as well. Not only did the number of progenitor realm corpse kings not decrease, but there were even more of them than before. Reports from Limitless kept coming in. He was not having an easy time in the endless battlefield, but compared to clashing head-on with the 7 sky gods at the tea party, this place was still much better. While he fought in the endless battlefield, he also paid attention to the news of Limitless. If Grand Empyrean and the others really couldn't hold on, he had to make preparations. But in the end, the war ended, and the Eternals retreated. They did not cause any losses at the tea party, because the Lu family had returned. When Bai Wang Yuan heard about the return of the Lu clan, he felt as if he had been struck by a hammer. He was completely dumbfounded. The Lu clan had actually returned. Lu Shaoxian had broken through to the half-martial ancestor realm and brought the Lu clan back, ending the invasion of the everlasting race. He knew the situation wasn't good. The return of the Lu clan would definitely mean that old ancestor Lu Yuan had awakened. With old ancestor Lu Yuan's strength in addition to Lu Tianyi's, and the entire Lu clan's terrifying strength, not to mention the 4 directions balance, even the 6 directions faction would feel apprehensive. Not to mention, Lu Shaoxian had been in the 6 directions faction for a long time and had gained the support of a large group of people. Lu Xiaoxuan's Heaven sect also had many ancestor realm experts. If they worked together, they would be a considerable force. He knew that from now on, the 4 directions balance was no more, and they would be stranded in the 6 directions faction. It would be best if the 6 directions faction could protect them, but if not, Bai Wang Yuan was also thinking about his next step. First, he had to meet up with Wang Fan. The 4 directions balance had to work together. As for Xia Xinji, his gaze was cold. The real Xia Xinji was definitely gone. This Xia Xinji was helping Lu Shaoxian, and perhaps it was just a clone. There was no need for the Xia clan. Only the Bai clan and the Wang clan could work together. It would be difficult for him to return to the starry sky of trees immediately. After all, he couldn't find the coordinates of the starry sky of trees. With his understanding of the Lu clan, they probably wouldn't destroy the cold immortal sect and the Wang clan. He could only wait for an opportunity to bring back the younger generation of the Lu clan. In fact, the sect would definitely know about the Lu clan's return, and they would probably escape. Bai Wang Yuan had been staying in the intelligence-gathering place these days, paying attention to the news from Wuli. How the 6 directions faction and the origin space would interact was related to their survival. Similarly, in the endless battlefield, Wang Fan had the same feeling as Bai Wang Yuan. He felt that he had lost something, but he didn't know what it was. In the reincarnation spacetime, Bai Xianer suddenly opened her eyes and looked at the starry sky. My name. Brother Shaoxian, you're really heartless. In the back mountain of the above heaven sect, Lu Yin looked at the 3 names written on the wordless heaven book, Bai Wang Yuan, Wang Fan, and Bai Xianer. These were the first 3 names that he had written down after understanding the Daylord's will. There would definitely be more names in the future, but he hoped that there wouldn't be any. Putting away the wordless heaven book, Lu Yin took a step forward, tore through the void, and headed to the hyperspace. During the Grand Empyrean Tea Party, without the help of the Void Master, Elder Gu, and the others, he wouldn't have been able to force by Wang Yuan and the others to frame him. It was the Void Master and the others who had cooperated. This favor had to be repaid. Patriarch Lu Yuan had already gone to the Lost Clan, so the only ones left were the Void Master and Dimensional Master. The Void Master didn't have anything to say. He had helped him several times, and the two were already very familiar with each other. Lu Yin didn't need to specifically thank him as it would seem distant. As for Dimensional Master, Lu Yin felt that it was strange. He didn't have much interaction with him, and if there was any, it was him who had schemed against Dimensional Master. He was the one who had captured He Ran, and he was the one who had planted Zi Jing. He wanted to obtain the sequence particles to research cultivation techniques, but Dimensional Master had helped him so much. He wanted to talk to Dimensional Master. It had been a long time since he came to the hyperspace. Lu Yin looked around and decided to go to the Yu family first. Speaking of which, he was still the Hyperspace Heavenly Mirror Prefecture's Prefecture Master. Standing outside the Zio realm, Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and his aura surged wildly, sweeping through the entire Zio realm. In an instant, the Zio realm's alarm went off. Yufang suddenly walked out and looked in Lu Yin's direction. With a wave of his hand, a screen appeared, and Lu Yin's gaze met Yufang's. This gaze caused Yufang's scalp to go numb. It was him. What had happened at the Grand Empyrean Tea Party had already spread throughout the Six Direction Society, so Yufang naturally knew that Xianqi was Lu Yin. In the past, he knew that Xianqi was helping the primordial space, scheming against the hyperspace and the three monarch spacetimes. At that time, he had praised Lu Yin's boldness, but now he knew that he had underestimated that person. So Xianqi was Lu Yin. As the master of a sect in the primordial space, Xianqi was actually willing to roam the Six Direction Society alone. One had to know that once he was exposed, everything that had happened in the past would disappear. Xianqi was already standing at the peak of the primordial space, but he had risked going to another peak, a peak that could kill him at any moment. This answer filled Yufang with both admiration and fear. If Xianqi was only helping the primordial space, then their cooperation would be fine. But if Xianqi was Lu Yin, then it would be troublesome. Based on Lu Yin's style of doing things, his schemes would definitely exceed Yufang's imagination. When they had cooperated with Divine Sovereign Shaoyin, the Yu family had needed Celestial Victor's keepsake to save their lives. Now that they were facing someone even more ruthless, would the Yu family cooperate? Would they still work together as equals? Celestial Victor was very strong, but no matter how strong he was, he couldn't compare to a Grand Empyrean, and the Grand Empyrean couldn't do anything about this person. The Lu family had returned, and the Lu family's ancestor had called the Grand Empyrean a crazy woman in public. What would the Yu family do against such a powerful family? Yufang's mind spun rapidly. He hoped to cooperate with someone strong or someone smart, but he definitely didn't want to work with someone both strong and smart. Lu Yin was such a person. Xianqi's identity could scheme against everyone, but Lu Yin's identity could suppress everyone. How could he cooperate with such a person? Yufang regretted it. He shouldn't have mentioned cooperation when he had last met Xianqi. No matter what Yufang thought, Lu Yin had already arrived outside the Zio realm, and he was doing so openly. He wasn't afraid of anyone seeing him, including Wei Wei. This caused the Yu family to fall into a passive position. Lu Yin stood outside the Zio realm with a smile on his face. He knew exactly what Yufang was thinking. Back then, this person had used Xiao Qingfeng's death and Lu Yin's status in the primordial space to threaten Lu Yin to cooperate, but Lu Yin didn't care at all. This time, Lu Yin had come to understand Wei Wei. The more open he was, the less Wei Wei would fear him. Lu Yin wanted to let Wei Wei know that he would first look for the Yu family before looking for him. He wanted to see what Wei Wei was planning. Soon, Yufang arrived outside the Zio realm and personally welcomed Lu Yin. Eulele followed behind him. Greetings, Master Lu. Greetings, Master Lu. The two bowed. Master Lu was a title that referred to Lu Yin. The primordial space was already one of the 6 direction associations, and Lu Yin was the undisputed master of the primordial space. No matter what his cultivation base was, outsiders would still refer to him as Master. Lu Yin smiled at Yufang and Eulele. Long time no see, both of you. Yufang respectfully said, Master Lu has arrived. The Yu family has failed to welcome you. Please. Eulele looked at Lu Yin curiously. Even she admired him. She might have looked crazy and sloppy in the past, but that was all an act. Ever since she had failed to rebel against Wei Wei, Eulele had returned to normal. She was wise and noble, a true princess of the Yu family. People like her would have higher standards, and they would pretend to be crazy in front of people they didn't like. As for Lu Yin, he was someone she truly admired. This person had actually dared to barge into the 6 direction associations on his own. The primordial space back then was different from the current primordial space. At that time, the 6 direction associations loathed the primordial space and even viewed it as an enemy. Once his identity was discovered, he would be finished. Even so, this person had still managed to barge into the 6 direction associations and make a name for himself. More importantly, this person had used Xian Qi's identity to fool so many people, stirring up a storm on his own. In the end, he had even broken through to Half-Ancestor during the tea party and decided the direction of the 6 direction associations. This person was a true legend. He was a legend in the primordial space, and he was also a legend in the 6 direction associations. Lu Yin followed the Yu family's father and daughter into the primordial space. After he entered the Zio realm, news of Lu Yin's whereabouts spread through the transcendent space. No matter where he went, it would be a big deal. Not just in the transcendent space, but also in the entire 6 direction associations. Bai Qian was the first to receive the news and guessed what was going on. She was also confused at the moment. Wei Wei had helped Lu Yin multiple times during the tea party, which was very strange. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2848. With the Yu father and daughter leading the way, Lu Yin arrived at a place in the Zio realm that he had never been to before. It was a place that seemed to be used for mechanical research. Lord Lu, our Yu clan originated from the art of feeding. The Yu clan's ancestor who created the art of feeding was born here. After many years, he created the art of feeding. Only the most distinguished guests will be brought here as guests of the Yu family, Yu Fang introduced with a sincere expression. Lu Yin looked around. This place was very ordinary, but it was filled with the traces of time. The Yu family's ancestors' talent was admirable, and the bestow technique was the foundation that had allowed Lu Yin to reach his current height. Eulele stared at Lu Yin's back before meeting Yufang's gaze. Yufang tried his best to treat this meeting as Lu Yin's first visit to the Yu family. As for cooperating with him, he didn't even think about it. Lu Yin looked around and quickly finished looking around. Family head Yu. Yufang quickly replied, yes. Lu Yin looked at him in amusement. The last time we met, you said we should cooperate. What kind of cooperation? Yufang's heart skipped a beat. He forced a smile and said, Master Lu, you must be joking. How can the Yu family cooperate with you? In the entire hyperspace, the only one who can cooperate with you is Master Wei. Lu Yin stared at Yufang. What are you worried about? Yufang's expression didn't change as he bowed deeply. In the past, my Yu family was insensible and offended Master Lu. I ask for Master Lu's forgiveness. From now on, my Yu family will not disturb Master Lu in the slightest. Master Lu, please forget everything that happened in the past. Lu Yin laughed. How could I forget? I remember you saying that the rebellion failed, and the Yu family completely declined. However, there are some things that the Yu family couldn't do in the past, but the current Yu family can. I don't really understand. Tell me more about it. As he spoke, he casually sat down on a shabby chair. Yu Fong looked at Eulele helplessly. Eulele respectfully said, Master Lu, please spare the Yu clan. Yu Fong said in a low voice, Master Lu, please let the Yu clan off. Lu Yin shook his head. The Yu family is a space-time family, and I'm from the primordial space. How can I let them go? Besides, the Yu family has never offended me. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Yu Fong. Moreover, the Yu clan has Celestial Victor's keepsake. It should be enough to protect itself. Yu Fong no longer spoke. Eulele pursed his lips. Master Lu came to my Yu clan this time and spoke so openly, yet you're talking about cooperation. Don't you find it ridiculous? Yu Fong shouted, Lele, don't talk nonsense. Eulele looked at Lu Yin with a stubborn gaze. Everyone knows that my Yu family rebelled against Master Wei and was defeated. The Yu family will not hide anything from others, and Master Wei knows as well. Under such circumstances, how can Master Lu still want to cooperate? Perhaps our conversation has already been seen by Master Wei. Is Master Lu not worried that it will cause a conflict between the 6 parties? Enough, Lele. Yu Fong pulled Eulele back and hurriedly bowed to Lu Yin. My daughter was rude, please forgive her, Master Lu. Lu Yin rubbed his head. The more openly I appear, the less suspicious Master Wei will be. Lord Vader is unable to monitor me. You can rest assured about that. Yu Fong's face was pale. My daughter's words offended Master Lu, but they are also the thoughts of my Yu family. Ever since the rebellion failed, my Yu family will not have any other intentions. If Master Lu wants to cooperate, you can find someone else. Forgive my Yu family for not being able to help. Lu Yin was only trying to scare them so that their conversation would be simpler. Now, it was about time. Alright, since you don't want to cooperate with me, then forget it. Yu Fong and Eulele heaved a sigh of relief. It was not that they did not want to cooperate. They did not dare to. However, Lu Yin looked up. I want to know about Master Wei. Yu Fong was surprised. About Master Wei. Lu Yin leaned forward and stared at Yu Fong. You can't even fulfill this request, right? Yu Fong did not understand. What does Master Lu want to know about? Everything. Although Yu Fong was doubtful, he still said, regarding Master Wei, I can only tell Master Lu what the Yu family knows. If there is nothing that Master Lu wants, please do not make things difficult for me. Master Lu is clear about the relationship between the Yu family and Master Wei. There are some things that the Yu family cannot know. Lu Yin gestured for Yu Fong to continue. Yu Fong muttered to himself for a moment and then began to narrate. The Yu family had a deep understanding of Master Wei. Whatever had happened to him and any guesses that he had made could be obtained from Yu Fong. Lu Yin listened quietly. He had never listened to Master Wei so seriously before. In the past, he had treated Master Wei as an imaginary enemy, but that was just an imaginary enemy that divinity Shaoyin had plotted against. Master Wei was on the same level as the 3 sovereigns. Master Wei was an expert, but not an absolute expert. However, during the tea party, Master Wei had helped him multiple times and even saved him. This was different. It was better to investigate whether Master Wei was friend or foe. Perhaps Master Wei had concealed himself deeply and was plotting something bigger. Some people were willing to give up their principles for what they needed. After a long period of time, Lu Yin left the Zio realm. He now had a much better understanding of Master Wei. Perhaps Yu Fong's narration had some subjective reasons, but Master Wei was not a good person. Master Wei was like a normal cultivator who would do anything to achieve his goals. He was very scheming and ambitious, and his methods were ruthless. It was hard to imagine that such a person would help him during the tea party. After Lu Yin left the Zio realm, Yu Fang and Yu Lei finally relaxed. "Father, this Xian Qi, no, it's Lu Yin. He's too unscrupulous. He actually came to cooperate with us openly. He's not worried about Master Wei at all," Yu Lei said with lingering fear. Yu Fang said bitterly, "This is also why I didn't want to cooperate with him. Both sides are not equal in strength. Putting aside the benefits, we can't control what he does during the cooperation. His vision, strength, and goals are all different. When he disguised himself as Xian Qi, he tricked the Six Direction Society and plotted against Ultra Space and the Three Sovereign Spacetime. Now, I even suspect that he's plotting against the entire Six Direction Society." Yu Lei agreed, "If we cooperate with such a person, we'll be annihilated if we're not careful." However, she changed the topic. "Once we succeed, our Yu family will no longer be limited to ultra space." This sentence made Yu Fang's heart skip a beat. He quickly suppressed his impulse and said sternly, "People should know their limits. There are some benefits that we can't touch. Even if we succeed with him, the Yu family will only have a new master in the future. What we want is to become the master of ultra space, not the servants of the above heaven." Yu Lei stuck out her tongue, understood. On the other side, Lu Yin didn't know how to find Master Wei. He could only look for Bai Qian first. It was still the same staircase. Now that Lu Yin was here, the situation had completely changed. In the past, he stood at the bottom of the staircase. Now, Bai Qian stood beside him and waited for Master Wei's reply. Zhuo Gong stood respectfully to the side. At this moment, he knew how powerful this Xian Qi was. No wonder he could raise Bai Qian to the top. No wonder he was so capable. The current him was enough. He could dominate the entire Six Direction Society. "I heard that Master Lu went to the Yu family," Bai Qian asked, looking at Lu Yin curiously. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. "I've dealt with them a few times. Since I came to ultra space, I naturally had to take a look. Just to take a look. Master Lu, do you know that the Yu family is rather special in ultra space? Are you referring to their betrayal of Master Wei?" Bai Qian didn't answer, which could be considered a tacit admission. Lu Yin laughed. "I remember that I was also involved in this matter. I was the one who accused Ran of being a spy, which gave the Yu family the chance to cause trouble for him and drew out Master Wei. Miss Bai, are you blaming me?" Bai Qian smiled faintly. "I wouldn't dare. It's just strange that Master Lu used Xian Qi's identity to accuse Ran of being a spy and was forced by the Yu family. Now that we know that Xian Qi is Master Lu, how could the Yu family force you with your strength?" Zhuo Gong looked up. He knew that the two people in front of him had an unusual relationship. Asking this question now was equivalent to asking on behalf of Master Wei. If Master Wei had asked this question, Master Lu's answer might not have been satisfactory. Lu Yin calmly replied, "Xian Qi's identity cannot be exposed. The Yu family doesn't know that Xian Qi is me, but they know that I killed Xiao Qingfeng. If they tell Divinity Shaoyin, my identity as Xian Qi will be in trouble." Now that Divinity Shaoyin had betrayed the Six Paths Association, he was a true spy. Everyone in the Taiyin realm had been imprisoned, and even if Xiao Qingfeng was still alive, his fate would not be good. Bai Qian was shocked. Master Lu killed Xiao Qingfeng. Lu Yin smiled. "Miss Bai, are you trying to avenge Xiao Qingfeng? I heard that he likes you." Bai Qian retracted her gaze. "Master Lu, you're overthinking it." The two stopped talking and simply waited. After a while, Bai Qian's expression changed, and she looked at Lu Yin again. "My apologies, Master Wei is currently in seclusion and is unable to meet with guests." Lu Yin frowned. he just went into seclusion. I'm not sure, Bai Qian replied. Lu Yin nodded. In that case, I'll take my leave. Farewell, Master Lu. Bai Qian bowed. Zhuo Gong bowed at the same time. In terms of status, they were all lower than Lu Yin, and there were only a few people in the entire Six Paths Association who could speak to Lu Yin as an equal. Although Lu Yin's strength had yet to reach the progenitor realm, he had fought with divinity Shaoyin for a long time during the tea party, which could be considered to have made up for his lack of strength. Moreover, he had an ancestor who dared to scold a Grand Empyrean and Lu Tianyi, whose name had once spread throughout the Six Paths Association. Lu Yin represented a very powerful force. Lu Yin left Bai Qian's place and looked into the distance. What was Master Wei trying to do? If he had gone into seclusion earlier, then Bai Qian would not have waited for his answer. She had clearly waited to tell Lu Yin that Master Wei could meet him, but he had still chosen to go into seclusion. What was Master Wei thinking? Was Master Wei friend or foe? Lu Yin's eyes flickered, and he suddenly recalled that it had been a long time since he had used his Dai's enhance. With his current strength, it was very likely that he would be able to fuse with a progenitor's body if he used enhance. Primal Space Progenitor Realm, Six Paths Association Progenitor Realm, and other than those who could control the sequence particle, almost all of the other progenitors had the ability to fuse with their bodies. If he could really fuse with all of them. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. He would have an overwhelming advantage over these progenitors. If he fought against a progenitor who had been fused with before, if he got close enough and fused with them, that progenitor would immediately be controlled. How could he fight against that? This was equivalent to saying that any progenitor he had fused with would be defeated by him. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2849. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He had thought of this before, but he had forgotten about it. Now that he recalled it, his strength was just enough to break through to the half-ancestor realm. Yes, roll the die and merge with the progenitor realm. There were only a few progenitors in the entire hexagon order. Apart from those who had grasped sequence particles, he could completely fuse with the remaining progenitors. Lu Yin's eyes burned with passion. If he succeeded, he would be able to indirectly control more than half of the Six Directional Association's wills. But now, the problem was money. What Lu Yin lacked was money. Not only did he lack star essence, but he also needed Void God's power, with spacetime energy, and so on. Even a parallel spacetime was a type of power, but the most troublesome was a hyperspacetime. There was no such cultivation power in this world, so Lu Yin couldn't assimilate it. But it doesn't matter, hyperspace can be put down, the most important thing is reincarnation spacetime. 3 venerables and 9 sages. He estimated that he would be able to assimilate at least half of them. Money, he was short of money. He was short of money now. Lu Yin did not even dare to imagine how much money it would cost to fuse with the progenitor's sword. Although it would not be as exaggerated as repairing the progenitor's sword, it would still cost quite a bit. After thinking for a while, he decided to go to the wood dimension to meet senior apprentice brother Woodcarving. At the tea party, he had met senior brother Woodcut, but they had not spoken much. Now that he had time, it was a good time to meet him. This was the second time Lu Yin had come to the wood spacetime zone, and this time, he had come through third Master Mu. The trees spread throughout the entire wood spacetime, and Lu Yin saw them again. The person Mu Shikong wanted to meet the most was senior brother Mu Carving, and the person he feared the most was Mr. Dahang. Mr. Dahang was definitely an expert who had grasped the sequence rules. He was on the same level as Su Wuwei. Because of Chenlo, this was the first time he had heard of Mr. Dahang and the repose hole. Although Mr. Dahang's attention had already been diverted to Luo Shan's side, with Chenlo joining the above heaven sept, he might still suspect something. Senior Muezzin, sorry to trouble you, Lu Yin said. Third Master Mu's expression changed. He was terrified. Master Lu, you are too kind. This way please. Lu Yin nodded. Once his identity was exposed, Xian Qi's network would change as well. For example, Third Master Mu, the people from the Heaven's Mirror Manor, and Su Xiangyin. This was inevitable. Once a person reached a certain position, their influence would be magnified by that position. As the master of the primordial space, backed by the Lu clan, he had no less than 10 extremely powerful experts at his disposal. Even the ordinary progenitor realm experts of the Six Paths Association would be wary of such a person. There was no need to even mention the half-martial ancestors and those who had not even reached the half-martial ancestor realm. With Third Master Mu leading the way, the two of them headed in the direction of the wooden carving. Back when he was on his way to the realm of wood spirits, he had been escorted by the wooden carving. Now that he thought about it, perhaps that strike had been a greeting to him. After some time, he felt a faint pressure in the distance. It was a very familiar pressure that had blocked his path during the tea party. It was Senior Woodcut. Master Lu, Senior Mu carving is just up ahead. I'll take my leave now, Third Master Mu said respectfully. Lu Yin nodded. You've worked hard. Third Master Mu hurriedly said a few polite words and left. After Third Master Mu left, Lu Yin walked towards Mu carving. Very quickly, he was not far from him. Senior brother. Mu Feng raised his head. Has the primordial space stabilized? Lu Yin grunted. Mu Feng sat on the tree trunk, his eyes covered by a black cloth. He looked into the distance. Many years ago, Master came to me and said that he had taken in a disciple. I asked Master how satisfied he was with this disciple. Master said that he didn't know. Lu Yin was puzzled. Mu Feng continued, Master's rule when taking in a disciple is that the disciple must display strength that he appreciates. It's best if the disciple can surprise him. I did it, but it only satisfied Master 50%. Mu Xia did it, but only 40%. Qin Ping did it, but Master didn't know about you. At that time, I was curious about your existence. Master's answer was that your path was constantly changing. He didn't know how it would change, and he couldn't control it. He couldn't see through it, so he didn't know how satisfied you would be. Now, it seems that Master was right. Junior brother, no one can see through you. Lu Yin shrugged. Senior brother, you make it sound like I'm very sinister. Mu Feng was very serious. Although his eyes couldn't be seen, Lu Yin could feel it. Only by walking a different path can one break the shackles of a fixed situation. The primordial space was prosperous because of your primogenitor, the 3 realms, and the 6 Daos. Each of them walked a different path. The Eternals are very powerful, and they walk the path of a true God. If this path is used well, it will be incomparably powerful. If it is used well, it will be used well. The reincarnation spacetime's 3 sovereigns and 9 sages walked this path. The Grand Empyrean believed that her path was correct, but the Eternals have never been surpassed. In my opinion, this is proof that the main space will never reach the heights of the primordial space. Lu Yin was curious. Master, what heights? Mu Feng was silent for a moment. I don't know. Maybe it's the same as the Grand Empyrean, or maybe it's beyond that. I've never seen Master truly fight. Perhaps the only place where Master truly fights is Immemorial City. Senior brother, what kind of place is Immemorial City? Lu Yin asked. Patriarch Lu Yuan had given him 4 words, the sequence of strings. He couldn't figure it out for the time being, but he was curious. Perhaps senior brother Mu Feng could give him an answer. Mu Feng looked at Lu Yin. If I tell you that you will die if you take a blow from me, will you obediently stand there and take it? Lu Yin was speechless. Of course not. But if you don't die, you will break through. Who can guarantee that I won't die? Who can guarantee that you won't overturn your current thoughts after you learn something? Mu Feng asked. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. He understood. Just like Patriarch Lu Yuan and Patriarch Lu Tianyi, there were some things that couldn't be told. However, once he was told, his current thoughts would be shaken. Who could guarantee whether it was good or bad? Lu Yin was walking on an unprecedented path. Even Mr. Mu couldn't see through this path, but what they knew was a path that already existed. If Lu Yin cultivated normally, they could tell him and give him a direction. However, he wasn't cultivating normally. Once he learned about the path that already existed, it would affect his cultivation direction. Alright, I won't ask anymore. Lu Yin sighed. Although he didn't know what the immemorial city was, he was sure that it was related to the current universe and everyone's cultivation system. It was related to the sequence rules. Oh right, senior brother, have you been to the origin space? No. Then do you know senior brother Mu Xia and senior brother Qing Ping? Master said so. In the Lost Clan, the one who left me 81 blows was you, right? Mu Feng placed his hand on the long sword. I want to see what's so special about you that even Master can't give me an answer. Lu Yin was helpless. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I can't take those 81 blows. Mu Feng looked at Lu Yin and could clearly sense his strange expression. It would be strange if you could. Lu Yin blinked. Then why did senior brother slash me 81 times? If you can take it, it means that you are already very strong. At least your will is firm. Not everyone can wake up after being slashed 81 times, Mu Feng said naturally. Lu Yin's face twitched. What if I can't take it and collapse? Then it means that Master lied to me. He was wrong about you. Lu Yin looked at Mu Feng deeply. He felt that senior brother Mu Xia and senior brother Qing Ping were much better than this senior brother Mu Feng. Senior brother Qing Ping had his own judgment rules. Anyone who violated them would be judged by him, including himself. This was his belief. Senior brother Mu Xia sacrificed himself to capture the spy and would not be swayed by the will of the four-way scales. Even if the Lu family interfered, he would still persevere. They all had their own determination. To be accepted as a disciple by Mr. Mu, it was not as simple as having good talent. Compared to them, senior brother Mu Feng was purer and more straightforward. Or rather, he had a one-track mind. Because of Mr. Mu's evaluation, he directly slashed Lu Yin 81 times. Such a person would be very strong in his field of expertise, but as a person, he was very difficult to get along with. You took my 81 blows. Those 81 blows are my greeting gift to you, Mu Feng said. Lu Yin said bitterly, senior brother's greeting gift is really special. Mu Feng was puzzled. Is it? Lu Yin could see that Mu Feng was really puzzled. In his mind, he could definitely take the 81 blows. After all, he had been evaluated by his master. As long as Mu Feng did not doubt Mr. Mu, he would not doubt that he could not take the 81 blows. Since he could take it, this was a greeting gift. It was very normal. He did not know what would happen if he could not take it. In short, no matter what, he had to take it easy when talking to this senior brother Mu Feng. Mu Feng stared at Lu Yin. 81 blows. Who? Cheng Kong, Lu Yin replied. Mu Feng's tone became deeper. He is not dead. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. Ever since I slashed him 81 times in the endless battlefield, he disappeared without a trace. I haven't heard any news about him in the Tea Party battle, above heaven, the endless battlefield, or even the Six Directions Association's battlefield. Mu Feng said, I fought with him. 81 blows were not enough to kill him. Lu Yin's heart sank. This was troublesome. Qin Kong had not appeared, and Lu Yin had thought that this person was dead. Before this, Lu Yin could not determine Qin Kong's strength. After all, he could not determine the strength of the 81 blows. Now, it was different. Lu Yin knew that senior brother Mu Feng definitely had the strength to fight against the 7 sky gods. Regardless of the outcome, he was qualified to fight against the 7 sky gods. He was a sequence lower realm powerhouse, and his 81 blows were not enough to kill Qin Kong. Qin Kong was definitely at this level. The strength of the Eternals was becoming clearer. The only true god, the 7 sky gods, Qin Kong, the captain of the true god guard, the mutants, and other ordinary progenitors. These were the strength that the Eternals had displayed so far, and they were already very strong. If they still had hidden strength, the 6-direction association would indeed be difficult to deal with. With your current strength, if you meet Qin Kong again, you can deal with him. However, if you want to escape, you will have to pay a high price, Mu Feng said. Lu Yin looked at him. Senior brother, what do you mean? I will give you another 81 blows. Mu Feng was very serious. Lu Yin was also very serious. Can you skip the 81 blows and just give me the knife? I can't skip it. This, you don't want it. Then forget it. No, I want it. Alright, I will have to trouble senior brother. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2850. After the Lu family's return, Lu Yuan and Lu Tianyi had both said that they would give Lu Yin life-saving treasures. He had been waiting, but there was no such thing as too many life-saving treasures. Woodcut was definitely powerful, and his 81 slashes were his trump cards. Even against Sovereign Shaoyin and Curmudgeon Mo, they were still extremely powerful. It was better than nothing. I'm going to slash, Woodcut said. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched, and he felt like he was just waiting for death. Right, you can block it. Woodcut's figure disappeared, leaving behind only the flash of a blade that whizzed towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he used his infinite inner world. Lines continuously fused into his body, and a blackish-purple substance spread out. In his heart, above the starry sky, the withered tree swayed, imprisoning its power. The first flash was about to descend. When he had first endured the 81 slashes in the Lost Clan, he had been unable to resist at all. His body had been unable to move, and he had been unable to do anything. He had only been able to watch the 81 slashes finish. Now, Lu Yin wanted to try resisting. The flash of the blade continued to approach. Lu Yin imprisoned 100 strands of his power, and at the same time, he used his infinite inner world to increase his strength. He released it in an instant and used all his strength to dodge. Move it. There was a thump as the tree trunk broke, and Lu Yin's body swayed as he narrowly avoided the first slash. But then, the flashes of the blade continued to descend. Lu Yin panted heavily. He could use the same method to dodge the second, third, and even the 81st slash. But was there any point? The 81 slashes were not Woodcut's killing technique, he had only given Lu Yin 81 slashes. Even so, Lu Yin had to use all his strength to dodge them, so what was the point of dodging all of them? If he really wanted to fight Woodcut, his blade would contain sequence particles, and Lu Yin would have to retrieve the wordless heaven book. He would have to rely on flowing light to reverse time, and he would have to use everything he could. Even then, he would only be able to protect himself for a short period of time. It would be impossible for him to win, and it would be difficult for him to escape. This was Woodcut's strength. Back at the tea party, Lu Yin had to use everything he had to contend with Sovereign Shaoyin, and Sovereign Shaoyin's strength was not as fierce as Woodcut's. The current Lu Yin still did not have the confidence to defeat such a powerhouse. However, he was only a half-martial ancestor. It was already not easy for a half-martial ancestor to fight a martial ancestor. Senior brother Qing Ping was one such example. Furthermore, sequence law realm experts were not on the same level as ordinary martial ancestors. When he broke through to the ancestral god realm one day, he would have 4 ancestral worlds in 4 ancestral worlds. Adding the starry sky in his heart, he didn't dare to imagine how powerful he would be then. Saber lights fell one after another. They slashed horizontally, vertically, diagonally, and so on. There were a total of 80 saber lights, and all of them landed on his body. After 80 slashes, a small knife appeared where he had been standing. Lu Yin coughed as beads of sweat dripped down his face. He panted heavily as he grabbed the dagger and hung it around his neck. He had died 80 times for this dagger. Wood carving walked out, and even though he couldn't see his gaze, Lu Yin could sense his surprise. You might be able to avoid all 81 blades. The wooden carving spoke with a sigh of admiration. Lu Yin felt bitter and wiped away his sweat. There's no point. The wooden carving held the long blade. Half-martial ancestor. You're just a half-martial ancestor. Master's evaluation of you was not exaggerated in the slightest. Junior martial brother, you will be the only one who has hope of surpassing Master. Lu Yin was puzzled. Senior martial brother has no confidence in surpassing Master? You don't even know Master's strength. Maybe he's not much stronger than you. The wooden carving sat down again and placed the long blade on his lap. Master's cultivation is as vast as the abyss. You'll understand when you reach the ancestral realm. When you look at the starry sky is also looking at you. The starry sky can see through you, but you can't see through the starry sky. The wooden carving fell silent for a moment. Junior martial brother, your strength as a half-martial ancestor is unparalleled since ancient times. However, you must remember not to be careless. This starry sky is too deep. Lu Yin nodded. I understand. Senior martial brother, don't worry. He stayed in the wood spacetime for a few days before leaving. He went to the void god spacetime and chatted with Su Wuwei, Su Leng, Su Heng, and the others. He then went to the red domain and found Su Wuji. Su Wuji sighed with emotion as Lu Yin went to the Lost Clan and personally thanked them for their help. The Lost Clan had helped him too much. When he went to Jyotian City for the first time, it was Grand Elder Shan Gu who helped him lure Reverend Shaoyin away. Later, during the tea party, Grand Elder Shan Gu helped him several times. The Lost Clan even sent 2 ancestral realms to assist the Above Heaven sect. If not for the Eternals invading too fiercely, the 2 ancestral realms would have been enough to help the Above Heaven sect. Originally, Lu Yin did not need to go to the Lost Clan since ancestor Lu Yuan had already been there. However, after thinking about it, it was better to go. When Lu Yin arrived at the Lost Clan, Dan Pu personally came out to welcome him. Welcome to the Lost Clan again, Dao Master Lu. Dan Pu laughed. Lu Yin smiled. Sorry to disturb you. Senior Dan Pu, you look so happy. Did something good happen? Since Dao Master Lu can tease me, it seems that you're in a good mood. Have you dealt with the troublesome matters? There are too many troublesome matters. I'll deal with them one by one. Haha, that's true. Please, the Great Elder is waiting for you. Please. Lu Yin did not ask how many single-generation ancestral realms there were in the Lost Clan. He only knew 5, including the newly promoted Dan Fangyi. He did not expect Dan Fangyi to break through to the ancestral realm. Grand Elder Shan Gu welcomed Lu Yin's arrival. Regardless of the reason, the Lost Clan and the Lu clan had a very good relationship. Lu Yin faced Grand Elder Dan Gu and bowed deeply. This time, I, as a junior, would like to thank Grand Elder Dan Gu for your help. Many thanks to the Lost Clan for your help. Junior Lu Yin is eternally grateful. Grand Elder Shan Gu smiled and helped Lu Yin up. There's no need for this. We have already agreed that the Lost Clan will help you. In the future, when you have the ability, you will also help the Lost Clan. Lu Yin nodded. The ancient card. When Junior breaks through to the ancestral realm, I will definitely help the Lost Clan to try to receive you. Grand Elder Shan Gu smiled. There's no hurry. We have waited for so many years. Some time ago, your Lu clan's ancestor, Lu Yuan, came to my Lost Clan and had a good chat. Regarding your Lu clan being exiled, my Lost Clan did not help at all. Lu Yin quickly explained, that was Reverend Xiaoyin's conspiracy. Grand Empyrean acted arbitrarily and had nothing to do with the Lost Clan or the Six Paths Guild. Grand Elder Shan Gu sighed. The Six Paths Guild owes Tao Master Lu an explanation for the matter of Reverend Xiaoyin being a spy. If it wasn't for you, no one would have been able to expose Reverend Xiaoyin. Now that I think about it, Reverend Xiaoyin had instigated the Six Paths Guild's relationship several times. The war between my Lost Clan and the reincarnation spacetime, the friction between the Void God spacetime and the reincarnation spacetime, they were all caused by him. How despicable. Lu Yin chatted with Grand Elder Shan Gu for a long time. He bowed as a junior and spoke as an equal as a Tao master. He was already very familiar with the change of identity. What does your Lu clan plan to do about Madman Lu? Grand Elder Shan Gu suddenly asked. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. We will think of a way to deal with the traitor of the Lu clan. That crazy woman, Grand Empyrean, wants to protect Madman Lu because of her own selfishness. Impossible. Grand Elder Shan Gu's expression turned solemn. Don't underestimate Grand Empyrean. Lu Yin nodded. Of course not. After all, she is from the same generation as the progenitor. Even ancestor Lu Yuan is younger than her. Grand Elder Shan Gu retracted his gaze and sighed. If possible, I hope that you can coexist peacefully with Grand Empyrean. Although she has a selfish side, she also has a selfless side. You also participated in the Tea Party. Grand Empyrean is extremely respectful to the heroes who died fighting for humanity. Those who can participate in the Tea Party are not necessarily extremely strong. There are also those who have made contributions. Lu Yin pondered. Grand Empyrean's attitude during the Tea Party had not been an act. She really cared about those who had sacrificed themselves and was fighting for humanity against the everlasting race. She had a side that was respected by everyone. If not for this, the six parties would not have been able to unite. Moreover, after the Lu family had been exiled, Grand Empyrean had strictly forbidden anyone from the six parties to enter the primordial space. Although she hated the primordial space, she had not done anything to it. If not for Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin's instigation, many things would not have happened. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. What was that crazy woman thinking? Grand Elder Shan Gu looked at Lu Yin's troubled expression and laughed. Tao Master Lu, you don't need to think about it. Just leave the matter of Grand Empyrean to ancestor Lu Yuan. Lu Yin smiled. That was right. How to deal with Grand Empyrean was not something he could consider. Only ancestor Lu Yuan could. Although he was the master of the primordial space, the Grand Empyrean and the others did not acknowledge him. Instead, they acknowledged ancestor Lu Yuan. Lu Yin would leave Grand Empyrean to ancestor Lu Yuan, and he would have to think of a way to deal with Madman Lu. After leaving the Lost Clan, Lu Yin directly returned to the Above Heaven sect. Wei Rong was waiting for him in the main hall. Greetings, Tao Master. Wei Rong bowed deeply when he saw Lu Yin. As one of Lu Yin's strategists, Wei Rong's attitude was much better than Wang Wen's. Lu Yin nodded and had Wei Rong take a seat. You've worked hard on the four-way scales. I haven't had the time to explain everything to you. Wei Rong smiled. It was nothing. The four-way scales can't compare to my above heaven sect, and they can't compare to Tao Master at all. I merely hastened their downfall. Lu Yin looked at him. Back then, you said that you wanted to give me a surprise. What kind of surprise? Wei Rong smiled bitterly. The Wang family's yellow spring water was the surprise that I wanted to give to Tao Master. However, before I could carry it out, Tao Master led the Lu family back, and everything that belonged to the Wang family became my above heaven sects. There was no need for me to act. How did you know about the Wang family's yellow spring water? Lu Yin was curious. He had only found out about it after infiltrating the frigid immortal sect, which was a huge risk. Wei Rong explained, and Lu Yin understood. He then looked at Wei Rong with a strange gaze. This was a honey trap. The woman from the Wang family's branch was called Wang Man, and she had taken a liking to Wei Rong, who had just gone to the starry sky of the trees. After Wei Rong found out about her identity, the two hit it off. The woman had gotten drunk and unintentionally revealed some of the Wang family's secrets, especially the yellow spring water. Wang Man didn't know that it was called the yellow spring water. She only said that it was a liquid that was produced in the Wang family's mainland and that it was a top secret of the Wang family. I only found out about the yellow spring water after I married into the Wang family's branch, Wei Rong explained. Lu Yin nodded. So you wanted to give me the yellow spring water as a surprise? Wei Rong smiled. With Tao Master's abilities, how could you not know about the yellow spring water? I wanted to bring all of the yellow spring water produced by the Wang family as a surprise for Tao Master. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2851. If someone else had said that, Lu Yin definitely wouldn't have believed it. The Wang family was one of the four direction scales and had more than one ancestor realm. How could they take away the yellow springs water? However, since it was Wei Rong who said it, Lu Yin could somewhat believe it. Sometimes, a smart brain was more reliable than strength. Lu Yin stood up. No matter what, you revealed the location of Wang Jian and the others, which was a surprise for me. Otherwise, they would have escaped. You did well. Wei Rong hurriedly stood up and bowed. This is all thanks to Wang Wen. If he didn't control the coordinates to the Six Direction Guild, even if he revealed the location, they would still be able to escape. I don't dare to take credit for it. It's all the same. You and he both contributed, Lu Yin praised. Recruiting Wang Wen and Wei Rong had been the best decision that Lu Yin had ever made. Of these two, one was adept at planning and planning as a whole, while the other was adept at scheming and crafty, and could deal a fatal blow to his enemies. Their addition to the team had saved Lu Yin a lot of worry. How are the chess pieces? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Wei Rong straightened up. They were released. Lu Yin nodded, and his eyes flashed. Then, let's wait for the end. In the following period of time, the Six Direction Guild became calm. The endless battlefield was the same as before, and the eternal race didn't increase or decrease their attacks. The captain of the True God Guard was also gradually known by the primordial space. Old Ancestor Lu Yuan had been trying to save Ancestor Ku while Lu Tianyi guarded the starry sky tree to prevent the eternal race from suddenly attacking the other side of the battlefield. The Lu family returned to the starry sky tree. Zhong Shou was in the sky above the fifth mainland, and everything seemed peaceful. However, Lu Yin knew that a storm was about to come. After countless years, the one who had fought the eternal race the most was old Ancestor Lu Tianyi. He had warned Lu Yin that the eternal race had always maintained a certain balance. This balance might have been a balance of strength or a balance that they recognized. Now, the Lu family's sudden return had broken this balance, and the eternal race would definitely make a move. They would definitely think of a way to maintain this balance. If they couldn't deal with the Lu family, they would attack from other places. Lu Tianyi told Lu Yin to be careful and also told Lu Yin to warn the Six Direction Guild. Void Master and the others agreed with old ancestor Lu Tianyi's words. They had also fought the eternal race for a long time. Everyone was waiting for the eternal race's move. After Lu Yin warned Void Master and the others, he had a strange feeling that the Eternals might have made a move, but the Six Direction Society might not have done so either. As the Master of the Origin Space, if the Hexagon Society made any moves, they would definitely inform him. However, he had not received any notification, which made him uneasy. Whether it was the Everlasting Race or the Hexagon Society, their actions would inevitably affect the Origin Space. For this reason, he went to ask Void Master, Grand Elder Dan Gu, and the others. His questions were clear, and he received a clear answer. The Six Direction Association was indeed going to make a move, but it was only limited to those who had reached the sequence laws. Those who had not reached that level would not be able to participate. Lu Yin understood that Lu Yuan and Lu Tianyi must have known, but they had not told him. Although he was the master of the primordial space, in the eyes of these sovereigns, the true master of the primordial space was still ancestor Lu Yuan. This was normal, as Lu Yin really couldn't participate in a battle at that level right now. The reason why Patriarch Lu Yuan and the others didn't tell him was because they didn't want him to recklessly interfere. It was too dangerous. Lu Yin finally understood what it felt like to be protected. Even if the sky collapsed, Lu Yuan and the others would be there to hold it up. No matter what happened in the outside world, no matter how serious it was, Lu Yin didn't need to know because it wasn't something that he needed to bear. After Lu Yin returned to the Above the Sky sect, he thought about it and decided to go to Lu Tianjing to see Lu Tianyi. He wanted to make sure that the Hexagon Society's actions wouldn't affect his plans. The Everlasting Race planned an attack on the Grand Empyrean's Tea Party and my Above the Sky sect. We naturally have to return the favor, Lu Tianyi said. Lu Yin was shocked. Attack the Everlasting Race. Lu Tianyi's gaze deepened. How deep are the Everlasting Race's waters? Even after so many years, we still haven't figured it out. Recklessly attacking the Everlasting Race might bring us great misfortune. However, even if we don't attack the Everlasting Race, we can still remove their claws. He looked at Lu Yin. As the master of the Origin Space, you should be informed of this matter. However, the Patriarch said that since you are the master of the Origin Space, you are also a child of the Lu family. You are still young, so you don't need to bear this burden. Do what you want to do. In the Patriarch's words, even if you don't like the Grand Empyrean and call her a crazy woman, the Patriarch will take care of it. Shao Xian, enjoy your life. Before we die, the Lu family doesn't need you to take care of it. Do what you want to do. Even if the sky collapses, we will hold it up. After so many years, you must be tired. Lu Yin stared blankly at Lu Tianyi. He knew that the Lu family wanted to make it up to him, but after so many years, he had taken one step at a time to reach his current position. His nerves were too tense, and it was difficult for him to relax. Even in his dreams, he hoped that someone would shoulder everything for him so that he could become the carefree Lu Shaoxian who only loved delicious food. However, when that day really came, he wasn't used to it. How many people had schemed against him? How many people had humiliated him? He had relied on his own strength to get to where he was now. In the early days, the strength of the Day-Night clan had been unforgettable. Now, Elder Mo, Reverend Shaoyin, the 7 Sky Gods, and other powerhouses were constantly threatening him. However, it seemed like he didn't need to shoulder all of this. For a moment, he was actually a little confused and didn't know what he should do. Should he do what he wanted to do? Lu Yin sat at the back mountain of the above the sky sect and looked into the distance. What did he want to do now? Cultivate quietly and reach the progenitor realm? Or travel around the world and teach anyone who had a grudge against him a lesson? This idea seemed very tempting, but who did he dislike? The Yuan sage had been killed by him, and Reverend Shaoyin's identity had been exposed. Who else could it be? That's right, the Pearl of Destiny. Lu Yin suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to ask if the Pearl of Destiny was in the Lu family. In any case, there was one in the 6th mainland, so he should bring it back. He might not be able to do it on his own, and there were many progenitors in the above the sky sect. If he brought a few with him, he was afraid that he would be surrounded by the Eternals and start a war. In that case, he would look for Lu Tianyi. Lu Yin contacted Lu Tianyi and found out that Lu Tianyi and Lu Yuan had tried to revive Ancestor Ku and had just entered. Lu Yin could only wait. A month passed, and a youth arrived outside the above sky sect. He looked nervous as he knelt down and asked to be Lu Yin's disciple. This was a very common scene. Every day, countless people would ask to be Lu Yin's disciple, saying how talented they were or who Lu Yin was an old friend. However, these people could not even enter the above the sky sect. Indeed, many talented cultivators appeared outside the above the sky sect. Most of them thought of ways to join the above the sky sect, taking one step at a time. There were some who wanted to be Lu Yin's disciple directly, but Lu Yin did not know of their existence. It was impossible for them to reach the top in a single step. The above the sky sect was never a place that lacked material, especially for people like Wu De. He liked to interview people around the above the sky sect and obtain valuable news through their narratives. Wu Da's cultivation had not improved much since he had graduated from the Astral Combat Academy. However, the scale of the media he had established was huge. Because he and Lu Yin were both students of the Astral Combat Academy, few people on the 5th mainland would refuse to interview him. He had even interviewed Chen Lo. Why do you think that you can be accepted as a disciple by Master Lu? Wu De asked as an excited child waved his arms. Because I have an innate gift. My innate gift is very powerful. Oh. What kind of innate gift? The innate gift of making people listen to me. Wu Da's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked the people around him to take a close-up shot of the child. You're saying that you have an innate gift of making people listen to you. I've never heard of it before. Is it really that powerful? Can you demonstrate it for me? The child raised his head high. It's simple. He took out a pile of star essence from his cosmic ring and tossed it to a passerby. Here, raise it up high. The passerby was stunned. Wu De was stunned. Everyone who saw this was stunned. The child glared at the passerby. Raise it up high. The passerby looked at the star essence, and greed flashed through his eyes. He obediently picked up the child and raised him up high. The child laughed proudly. See how obedient he is. How is my innate gift? Will Master Lu accept me as a disciple? Wu Da's face twitched. After interviewing so many people, he had been nailed to the pillar of shame today. Many people stifled their laughter. This was just a child, a rich child at that. Not long after, Wu De interviewed someone else. Why do you think that you will be accepted as a disciple by Master Lu? I graduated from the Astral Combat Academy. Wu Da's eyes lit up. Continue. I entered the top 10 of the Astral Combat Academy tournament, and I'm already a member of the Youth Council. I'm a candidate for the strongest person in the younger generation. Not bad, Wu De praised. You have a good chance. Thank you. Why do you think that you will be accepted as a disciple by Master Lu? I'm cute. Wu De was speechless. Why do you think that you will be accepted as a disciple by Master Lu? My name is Tuolin, and I'm from the reincarnation space-time. Wuda was stunned, and then his eyes burned with passion. Reincarnation spacetime. Many people looked over. The Genesis Space and the Hexagon Society had already interacted. Some of the Hexagon Society's businessmen had tried their best to come to the Genesis Space, and the Genesis Space had also actively interacted with the Hexagon Society. There were already people who could travel between the two sides. However, there were still very few of them. A reincarnation spacetime had suddenly appeared, and everyone was naturally surprised. This person actually wanted to become a disciple of a sect above. Wuda's sharp senses told him that this was big news, and all the cameras focused on the youth. "To all in, right? Hey, you don't seem to have any cultivation." Everyone could see that this youth did not seem to have cultivated. No, he did not cultivate. The youth's face flushed red. With so many people looking at him, he silently lowered his head. "Yes, I don't cultivate." Everyone lost interest. Why would a youth who did not cultivate want to become a disciple of Master Lu? Not to mention Master Lu, any sect in the Fifth Mainland would not accept him. However, Wu Da's thoughts were different. This youth did not cultivate, so how did he come here? Why did he come to the Above Sky sect? This was the Above Sky sect, even though the youth was currently in a spacecraft. Why do you think that you will be accepted as a disciple by Master Lu? Wuda asked again. Tu All-In raised his head and looked at the enormous Above Sky sect with determination. "I must become a disciple of Master Lu." "Why?" Wuda asked again. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2852. Tu All-In thought for a moment. Willpower. Wuda laughed. "Do you know how many people have tried to move Master Lu with their willpower, but they have never succeeded? Some people have been kneeling outside the celestial sect for years. Perhaps Master Lu doesn't even know about it. It's too common." Tu All-In was silent. He did not know how to become a disciple, and he had only come because of his hot-bloodedness. Wuda shook his head. "I hope you succeed." Tu All-In's voice was low. "Thank you." Wuda was right. Lu Yin did not know about the people kneeling outside. Until now, because of his identity as an array master, Ku Wei was considered his disciple. Aside from Ku Wei, he had no other disciples. With his strength, he could naturally accept a disciple, but he had never thought of doing so. After all, he was still young and had a lot of troublesome matters to deal with. Even if he did accept a disciple, he should be like Mr. Mu and accept a disciple who could amaze him. Did such a person exist in the universe? Tu All-In had come to the Genesis space from the reincarnation spacetime, and similarly, there were people from the Genesis space who had gone to the reincarnation spacetime. Xian Jiu was one of them. In order to avoid Lu Yin, he had tried his best to leave. Finally, after swindling and spending all his savings, he had found someone who could take him to the reincarnation spacetime, and he had been taken there. Looking at the endless grassland, Xian Jiu shouted excitedly, "I've finally left and escaped that misfortune." A group of people looked at him strangely. Some of them recognized Xian Jiu. After all, if he had the money to go to the reincarnation spacetime from the Genesis space, his status was not simple. Seeing Xian Jiu so excited, someone joked, "Old faker, you still want to escape. You're doing the opposite. Old faker, you can't stay in the Genesis space anymore. Everyone, be careful. This old faker's fortune-telling is the opposite. Don't be tricked by him in the reincarnation spacetime." Ha ha ha. Xian Jiu was furious. "What do you know? Grandpa Jiu has never failed in his fortune-telling. It's just that the time is not right." Bah. The others were disdainful. Xianzhou gritted his teeth and retrieved the wooden pole from his cosmic ring. When he saw the words, Starsabil's Grandpa Zhou, he felt that something was off. Starsabil was very famous in the fifth mainland, but that might not be the case in this reincarnation space-time. After thinking about it, he coughed and stayed away from that group of people. He found a city to enter and tried his best to inquire about it. He heard that there were many famous goddesses in the reincarnation space-time. The most famous one was a woman named Yalan. It was said that she was one of the 3 venerables and 9 saints. She was the eldest disciple of the 9th grade Lotus Venerable. Xianzhou originally wanted to change Starsabil's Grandpa Zhou to Yaolan's Grandpa Zhou, but after some thought, he decided against it. It was said that Lotus Reverend's disciples were all over the Six Direction Society, and Yaolan was not someone to be trifled with. Xianzhou continued to ask around, and finally, after a long time, he managed to obtain some information. On the surface, the master of the hyperspace dimension was called Bai Qian. This woman was in the hyperspace dimension, but her name had spread throughout the Six Direction Society, and many people knew of her. That was more appropriate. Bai Qian was not here, but he had a reputation, which made him the most suitable candidate. Furthermore, Lu Yin seemed to have seen this Bai Qian before. His name was so familiar, and he even seemed to be related to Starsabil. Let's not think about it anymore. Xianzhou made a prompt decision and changed Starsabil's Grandpa Zhou from the wooden pole to Bai Qian's Grandpa Zhou. He openly slung the pole over his shoulder and began his journey through the reincarnation space-time. Time continued to pass, and soon, more than a month had passed. On this day, the progenitor's origin tribulation appeared on the fifth mainland. Lu Yin and the others walked out one by one and looked into the distance. Big Sis is finally breaking through. Previously, the invasion of the Eternals had interrupted Big Sis' breakthrough, and the return of the Lu family had also caused Big Sis' desire to sweep through the 4 direction scales to fail. This breakthrough was the icing on the cake, and it would increase the number of powerhouses in the above heaven sect. The Netherworld progenitor was an extremely powerful progenitor from the second mainland during the era of the above heaven sect. Even the master of the third mainland, Guizhi, had been excited by the Netherworld progenitor's assistance. One could only imagine how powerful the Netherworld progenitor had been during that era. As long as Big Sis completely recovered the Netherworld progenitor's strength, the above heaven sect would soar once again and approach that glorious era. Figures appeared one after another, and they all looked into the distance. The range of the progenitor's origin tribulation continued to expand. Lu Bujing and the others had all arrived, as well as Ling Qing, Lu Yun, and the others. Is the Netherworld progenitor returning to the progenitor realm, or has she recovered her previous strength? Lu Bujing could not understand. This was also what Lu Yin was thinking, but he could not understand either. Logically speaking, Big Sis should have recovered her progenitor realm strength, but she was about to undergo the origin tribulation, and from the looks of it, this tribulation was not simple. Within the range of the origin tribulation, Big Sis's expression was solemn, and her eyelids twitched as a strong sense of unease enveloped her. Since the era of the above heaven sect until now, why had she become like this? She had never had an answer to this question. If she had been sealed, her strength should still be there, and if she had been beaten down, she should have been seriously injured. However, she had nothing, and she had even left behind the Yo secret symbol, a shortcut to recovering her strength. The only problem was the evil scripture. The evil scripture controlled others to search for something, but did this search have anything to do with her? As the origin tribulation was about to appear, Big Sis's mind was filled with these thoughts. She had an uncontrollable feeling that something bad was about to happen. Everyone was waiting for the progenitor's origin tribulation to descend. Finally, they saw a river flowing down from the origin tribulation. The others were at a loss, unable to understand this river, but Lu Yin's expression changed drastically. The river of time. He had never dreamed that Big Sis's origin tribulation would cause the river of time to appear first. Big Sis had the power to control time. Her inner world was related to time. Lu Yin's exclamation shocked everyone, and they stared blankly. Was that the river of time? Since ancient times, it had been said that time was formless, but it could also be tangible. It could be a gust of wind or a river. Now, they saw that time was actually a river. Big Sis was also stunned, and then countless memories flashed through her mind. Her pupils shrank as she cried out, "I remember now. It's over." Lu Yin's expression turned ugly. In the starry sky of trees, Patriarch Lu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the fifth continent. Not good. Tianyi, stay here. He stepped out of the fifth continent and arrived in the blink of an eye. The river of time. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly when he saw Lu Yuan arrive. Patriarch. Lu Yuan stared into the distance. She didn't lose her cultivation, but it was robbed by time. What do you mean? Lu Yin was uneasy. Lu Yuan said solemnly, I told you before that in the above heaven era, the progenitor did not allow anyone to reverse time. He used the progenitor's sword to suppress the entire Genesis space. Time can flow, but it cannot be reversed. Otherwise, there will be a price to pay. If she lost her cultivation or started cultivating again, she wouldn't have caused the river of time. She must have violated a taboo in that era, but she did not have the power to protect herself. Lu Yin stared blankly at Lu Yuan. You mean, Big Sis reversed time? Lu Yuan nodded. I don't know why she did that, but without the power of the three realms' 6 Daos, reversing time is suicide. It's a miracle that she was able to survive in this era, but her cultivation was robbed by time. If she wants to return to her peak, she must enter the river of time. Whether she can survive or not is one thing, but she can't stay in this era. She will be cut off from this era. Lu Yin looked at Big Sis. Big Sis wants to cut off from this era. Not appear again. No, she's Big Sis, his family. She's the one who brought him through life. She's one of the closest people to him. Patriarch, is there any way to help her? Even if she has no cultivation, it's fine. Lu Yin was anxious. Lu Yuan sighed. Every spacetime has its own rules. Time is the most basic rule. If anyone can reverse time, that spacetime would have collapsed long ago. The Patriarch saw it clearly. No matter what happens, time will not be reversed. He's afraid that he can't bear the price. No one is an exception. The river of time has appeared. Even if she gives up her cultivation, she will be swept away by it. Maybe in an instant, or billions of years, she will be completely erased by time. She can also appear in the distant future. No one can say for sure. That's the price. Lu Yin clenched his fists. Within the range of the origin tribulation, the river of time swept over, and Big Sis had no way of stopping it. The moment she was swept into the river of time, she looked at Lu Yin and forced a smile. I'm sorry, little seven. I thought that I could help you, but fortunately, the Lu family has returned. Seeing Big Sis being swept into the river of time, Lu Yin's pupils shrank. You can't leave. He took a step forward and raised his hand. Light flew out and pointed at the river of time. Lu Yuan was shocked. Little seven, stop. Lu Yin shouted, Patriarch, help me. Lu Yuan's hand that was about to grab Lu Yin stopped. This was the first time Lu Yin had asked him for help. For the Lu family, Lu Yin had endured too much. From Lu Shaoxian to Lu Yin, from a carefree young man to the ruthless path master of the above heaven sect. He had changed his entire life for the Lu family. The Lu family's debt to him made it difficult for Lu Yuan to act. Lu Yin chased after the river of time with light. This was his second inner world, where he chased after time with space. Big Sis was engulfed by the river of time and disappeared in an instant. No one could see her except for Lu Yin, who had used the moment when the river of time had completely disappeared to enter the void. Lu Yuan's gaze turned ferocious. "Master, you've stopped me once, but don't even think about stopping me this time." He raised a hand and slammed down with his palm, causing the general appointment platform to crash down. It forcefully suppressed the final splashes of the river of time and fixed the river of time, which should have disappeared in the void. At that moment, Lu Yin entered the river of time. Light flickered as he stepped on time. His surroundings were filled with various scenes that he couldn't see clearly. Big Sis. Big Sis turned around in shock. "Little Seven, go back." Lu Yin gritted his teeth. "Hold on to me, Big Sis." Big Sis's eyes reddened. There was no time to hesitate. A huge black shadow stood up behind her. It was Big Sis, who had been enlarged countless times. She was dressed in black and had the fragrance of an orchid in an empty valley. She was like a poisonous spider lily blooming. Powerful progenitor power swept out, causing the river of time to ripple. This was the true netherworld progenitor. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2853. The moment she entered the river of time, she recovered her cultivation. Her cultivation was erased in time and found again in time. But so what if she found it? In the past, the netherworld progenitor did not have the ability to reverse time and her power was erased by the river of time. Now, she also did not have the ability to walk out. But now, she was not alone. She had a relative, a younger brother. She chased into the river of time without a care for her life. For this relative, she would fight even if she had to die. Behind Big Sis, the huge woman in black raised both her hands, and black flowers spread out around her. They bloomed on the river of time, and in an instant, the river stopped. This was a step that the netherworld ancestor had achieved with his lifetime of cultivation. When a cultivator reached the extreme, they could touch time and space. Even if the netherworld progenitor did not cultivate these two powers, she could still do it. She was an extremely strong person in the second mainland and was treated as an important guest by Guiji. Lu Yin clenched his hands tightly and flickered in the opposite direction. He threw himself and Big Sis out of the river of time. Lu Yuan's eyes widened. He waved his hand and pushed away the platform. The river of time disappeared. The entire process seemed short. To Lu Yin and Big Sis, it was only an instant. But in the outside world, half a year had passed. Time did not target people or any species. Instead, it targeted the entire universe. If time had a consciousness, the humans he knew were nothing more than a flash in the pan. Some people believed that everything in the universe was relative. Without human knowledge, the stars, meteorites, astronomical phenomena, and so on did not exist, including time. If no one counted, how could time be determined? At this moment, Lu Yin and Big Sis were the ones who were confused about time. They had only been in the river of time for an instant, but half a year had passed in the outside world. During this half a year, Lu Yuan used the platform to suppress the river of time and prevent it from disappearing. That was why Lu Yin was able to rush out with Big Sis. Otherwise, how could his light travel through the river of time? Space could chase after time, but with his current strength, he could not surpass the river of time. In the half a year that Lu Yin chased into the river of time, the above heaven sect, the Lu family, and all the progenitors gathered. They were worried that he would not be able to come out. Even if he did, it would be a long time later. This included Chenlo, who did not care about the above heaven sect. Without Lu Yin, it would be difficult for him to stay in the starter space. Fortunately, half a year later, Lu Yin returned with Big Sis. Lu Yin's arms trembled as he panted heavily. Escaping from the river of time had not been easy. The flowing light was an inner world that he had formed from space, which meant that he had unleashed the power of space beyond his limits. If he had not broken through to the half-ancestor realm, he would not have been able to do so. Big Sis suddenly grabbed Lu Yin's collar and glared at him. "Who asked you to save me? Do I need you to save me?" Lu Yin looked at Big Sis, and she looked back at him. "Sis, image." Big Sister coughed and let go of her hand. "Why didn't you say so earlier? If it affects me and I can't get married, I'll skin you alive." Lu Yin was speechless. It would be strange if someone like you could get married. In the distance, old ancestor Lu Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't the era of the above heaven. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to stop the river of time. This brat was too impulsive. However, he was loyal and affectionate. He was a member of the Lu clan. Lu Qi hurried over. He was so nervous that his face was pale. "Shao Qi, are you okay?" Lu Yin looked at Lu Qi's worried expression and felt somewhat apologetic. Haizij Lian and the others had arrived a long time ago. When they saw the two of them, they hurried over, feeling as if they had just survived a disaster. Big Sis joked around with them, acting as if the river of time couldn't do anything to her. This caused Haizij Lian to constantly pat her on the shoulder. Lu Yin laughed. Big Sis had already recovered the Netherworld ancestors' memories and cultivation, but her personality had not changed. Her interactions with Leon's armada had not changed either. Perhaps she had been like this during the era of the above heaven. Lu Yin did not have many relatives, but Big Sis and the others were definitely one of them. He would do his best to protect them. "Shao Qi, don't do such things in the future. It's too dangerous," old ancestor Lu Yuan said. Lu Qi agreed. "That's right, Shao Qi. There are some things in the universe that even progenitors cannot touch. It's too dangerous." Lu Yin nodded and looked at old ancestor Lu Yuan gratefully. "Thank you for your help, old ancestor. She's my sister, and I can't just watch her disappear." Lu Yuan stared into the distance and smiled. "The Netherworld ancestor is your elder sister? Interesting. Back then in the era of the above heaven sect, she didn't find my Lu clan pleasing to the eye. My Lu clan didn't have any interactions with her. I didn't expect that after so many years, she would become one of the people closest to you." Big Sis arrived and bowed. "Ancestor Yuan, it's been a long time." Lu Yuan looked at her. "It has indeed been a long time. I can't even remember when we last met." Big Sis smiled mischievously. "When I spoke ill of your Lu family in front of old ancestor Mavis." Lu Yin blinked. Old ancestor Lu Yuan was stunned. "You spoke ill of us back then?" Big Sis nodded. Many people back then didn't like the Lu family, including that despicable Su Wangtian. "I remember that someone in your Lu family once said something." She paused and looked at old ancestor Lu Yuan. "I like it when you don't like me, but you can't kill me." Lu Yin looked at old ancestor Lu Yuan. These words really deserved a beating. Why did he feel like he had thought of something similar before? "Isn't that what I said? Do we know each other?" Lu Qi was confused. Lu Yin was speechless. Old ancestor Lu Yuan laughed. "That's my famous saying. So that's why you don't like my Lu family." Big Sis shrugged. "It's not just me. Many people don't like the Lu family because of that, but it's different now. Those people are either dead or missing, but the Lu family is still alive and well." Old Ancestor Yuan, your famous saying has been passed down since the era of the above heaven. Ha ha ha, whoever doesn't like my Lu family can just die. What does it have to do with me? Old Ancestor Lu Yuan laughed. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. No wonder the Lu family was hated. If the old ancestor was like this, then the rest of the Lu family was probably the same. His own father, Lu Qi, had said the same thing. Sometimes, the four cardinal scales rebelled because they were angered by the Lu family. It didn't take long for everyone to disperse. Old ancestor Lu Yuan left to find a way to save the desolate ancestor. Lu Qi left to guard the 100,000 waterways. Lu Tianyi didn't come as he stayed in the astral tree. Only Lu Yin and the nether ancestor were left. Leon's armada and the others were far away. Big Sis stretched in distress. I owe you a big favor this time. I don't know how to repay it. Lu Yin smiled. Just work for me. Big Sis glared at him. Did I say it was you? It's your family's old ancestor Yuan. Big Sis rolled her eyes when she saw Lu Yin's puzzled expression. Do you think it's easy to stop the river of time? He paid a price that's even greater than fighting someone of the same level. Lu Yin naturally knew that old ancestor Yuan couldn't even save his own son in the era of the above heaven. Although the era was different, the river of time was definitely not easy to deal with, not to mention stopping it for half a year. With old ancestor Yuan's strength, he didn't need to use his innate gift unless he was facing a powerhouse of the three realms' 6 Daos. However, in order to stop the river of time, he used the general pointing platform, which could be considered a part of his trump card. The price he paid was naturally not small. Big Sis, you don't need to repay this favor. I'm the one who asked old ancestor for help, Lu Yin said. Big Sis sneered at Lu Yin. Good, now you've learned how to talk back to your Big Sis. Am I the kind of person who owes money and doesn't pay back favors? Do I need you to pay for me? Are you looking down on me? I didn't help you sweep the 4 cardinal scales. You don't care who I am anymore, do you? Lu Yin smiled. Of course not, but, no buts. I'll pay back what I owe. As your beloved Big Sis, what do you owe? I'll help you pay it back. Big Sis patted her chest proudly. Her cultivation had returned, and there weren't many in the universe who could fight the nether ancestor. Lu Yin thought about it seriously. Big Sis didn't rush him. After a while, Lu Yin looked at Big Sis. I want to save Yen, Big Sis was stunned. You didn't ask old ancestor Yuan for help? Lu Yin repeated old ancestor Lu Yuan's words. Big Sis heard it and felt awkward. Actually, I haven't fully recovered my strength. You know the river of time. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. I understand. After all, you haven't reached the level of the 3 realms' 6 Daos. Big Sis blushed and patted Lu Yin's shoulder solemnly. Little 7, don't worry. I'll do my best. Once I'm confident, I'll save Yen, or even if I have to eat. Oh, Lu Yin nodded. Oh right, what happened back then? How did you become like this? Big Sis was furious at the mention of this. The undying god is right. I was tricked by that bastard Su Wangtian. Lu Yin was curious. What's the details? Big Sister gritted her teeth in anger. Back then, when the war in the 3rd continent was getting intense, a huge tree appeared. That tree could bring people to the primeval city. Many people wanted to go there. So Wangtian, and some other experts of that era all tried to capture that tree. That bastard, Su Wangtian, tricked me and kicked me off the tree. Preposterous, that bastard. That bastard. Big Sis was furious. I can choose not to go. Even if I die in the 3rd mainland, it's my choice. But I can't fall into that bastard's trap. That bastard kicked me. She paused and coughed. That bastard wants to go to Immemorial City. No way. I wanted to reverse the river of time and go back to the previous second to avoid the fate of being kicked down by Su Wangtian. At this point, she sighed deeply. As you know, in that era, reversing the river of time was quite difficult and not allowed. Just like that, I fell into the river of time and couldn't come out. I lost my cultivation and memories in the river of time. In the end, I could only maintain my instincts and fall into this era. The river of time is a macroscopic concept. The power lost in the river of time may appear in the past or the future. The evil scripture appeared a long time ago. You know what happened after that. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2854. Lu Yin understood. No wonder Big Sis was so angry at the mention of Su Wangtian. Not to mention her fiery temper, even if he was kicked down from a tree by Su Wangtian, his temper would not be any better. Moreover, where did Su Wangtian kick her? He glanced at her. Big Sis gritted her teeth, still immersed in her anger at Su Wangtian. That bastard, she must chase him to Immemorial City and tear his tendons apart. Then, what about Yo? What happened? That's a backup plan I left behind before the war in the Third Mainland to prevent dying on the battlefield. Smart. Of course. Big Sis, is Su Wangtian very powerful? Lu Yin asked. Big Sis clenched her fists. Although I don't want to admit it, that bastard is extremely shameless and sinister. The strength he displayed was definitely not his true strength, otherwise, he would not have kicked me down. At that time, everyone was on guard against each other, and I could not have trusted him, but he was still able to kick me down. Lu Yin understood. This was yet another treacherous fellow. Why did you have to go to Immemorial City? Lu Yin was curious. Big Sis frowned and thought for a moment. The primogenitor said that Immemorial City has a power that leads to the progenitor realm. Lu Yin's eyes widened, a power above the progenitor realm. Big Sis looked at Lu Yin. Everyone is sure that the progenitor realm is the end of human cultivation, but you should know that there are strong and weak progenitors. The weakest progenitor cannot defeat you, and the strongest progenitor cannot even fight back. Since there are strong and weak progenitors, why are they all called progenitors? Because the progenitor realm is not the absolute limit. The primogenitor is not a progenitor. Although he is known as a progenitor and is called a primogenitor, everyone in our era agreed that a primogenitor is definitely not a progenitor. The 3 realms and 6 Daos are already the limit of the progenitor realm, and a primogenitor's strength is not something that the 3 realms and 6 Daos can imagine. He is beyond the progenitor realm. Lu Yin understood. The Lost Tribe has an ancient card that surpasses the progenitor realm. Big Sister had a serious expression on her face. The war between the humans and the Eternals has lasted for many years. Back in our time, the Eternals weren't taken seriously at all. It wasn't until the destruction of the first continent and the disappearance of the progenitors and the 3 realms and 6 Daos that the Eternals revealed their fangs. Lu Yin asked anxiously, why is this happening? What happened back then? Big Sister shook her head. Everything happened too quickly. By the time we reacted, the first continent had already been destroyed, followed by the 4th continent. We participated fully in the Battle of the Jiu River in the 3rd continent. At that time, we had the assistance of the extraterrestrial experts. It was during the Battle of the Jiu River that I was kicked off the tree by Su Wangtian, reversing time and ending up like this. Oh right, did old ancestor Yuan say anything? Lu Yin shook his head. Of course, he had asked Patriarch Lu Yuan about this, but the Patriarch had been unwilling to tell him too much. Patriarch Lu Yuan had said that this matter involved the limits of humanity's current understanding of the power system, and that a power that surpassed the progenitor realm had descended. This power had caused the first mainland to shatter. The patriarch was afraid that if he told him, it would cause him to change his power system and ultimately change his path. Where's the primogenitor? Is he dead? Since you've asked old ancestor Yuan, don't ask me. How could I know more than old ancestor Yuan? Lu Yin thought about it and agreed. Patriarch Lu Yuan was certain that the primogenitor was still alive, but where was he? Immemorial City. What kind of place was Primeval City to the Eternals? If there were many human powerhouses in the Immemorial City, why didn't they counterattack the Eternal City? Heng Clan. With Lu Yin's cultivation as a half-ancestor, this was all he could know. Any more would have to wait until he broke through to the progenitor realm. Patriarch Lu Yuan had said that Lu Yin's path would only be stable after he broke through to the progenitor realm. At that time, Patriarch Lu Yuan would tell Lu Yin everything he knew. Not long after, Lu Yin separated from Big Sis. Above the heavens, the netherworld ancestor had gained another powerful fighting force. Now, the above the heavens and the Lu family had a total of 12 progenitors. Excluding Lu Yin, Hellworm had also slipped away and was hiding somewhere. In terms of numbers, the heavens had surpassed the reincarnation spacetime, which had lost Yuan Sage, sanctification, and Shaoyin divinity. The reincarnation spacetime was undoubtedly the strongest in the Six Direction Society. The reincarnation spacetime had Battlemaster Celestial and Venerate Lotus. On Lu Yin's side, he had Patriarch Lu Tianyi, Netherworld Ancestor, Senior Brother Mu Xia, and Crazy Dean Xiaochen, who had taken a different path of cultivation. Elder Chan could also use the power of the three Yang ancestral qi and borrow Patriarch Lu Tianyi's strength. If the primordial space and the reincarnation spacetime really fought a decisive battle, Patriarch Lu Yuan would hold back the Grand Empyrean, and the reincarnation spacetime would definitely lose. Lu Yin also had outside help from the Six Direction Society. No matter how he looked at it, his side was the strongest among all the known parallel universes. Once Lu Bujing and the others broke through to the progenitor realm, Lu Yin could really look forward to the glorious era of the above the heavens. Everything had its pros and cons. The primordial space's strength would naturally attract the attention of the Eternals. In the upcoming battle with the Eternals, the primordial space would no longer be able to allow the Six Direction Society to stand at the front. That direction. On the sixth mainland, Fate Maiden pointed in a direction. Lu Yin and Lu Tianyi were beside her. Lu Yin had invited Lu Tianyi to accompany him to the sixth mainland to search for Stargazing Tower. Destiny had always been a thorn in his heart. Both Patriarch Lu Yuan and Patriarch Lu Tianyi wanted to find out where it was. They already knew how to revive the desolate god, and both the above the heavens and the Lu family were searching for human-shaped source boxes. Now that they were searching for Destiny's bead, the powerhouses of the above the heavens era might appear one by one. Lu Tianyi led Lu Yin in the direction that Fate Maiden had pointed. The sixth mainland was the territory of the Eternals, but with Lu Tianyi leading the way, Lu Yin and Fate Maiden were not afraid at all. Compared to the Eternals, Fate Maiden was more concerned about Lu Tianyi. During the above the heavens era, Lu Tianyi had been a Daozi, just like Chu Yuan, He Luo Mavis, and the others. Now, he was an ancestor of the Lu family who was second only to Patriarch Lu Yuan, and Fate Maiden could sense his strength. As a cultivator of destiny, Fate Maiden had a unique way of sensing each person's strength, and Lu Tianyi was one of the few powerful individuals she could sense. This unfathomable aura reminded her of her master, Destiny. It was laughable that Lu Tianyi had actually given her an aura that was similar to her master's. This was impossible, as Lu Tianyi could never reach her master's level. However, this feeling was constantly pressuring her. With Lu Tianyi leading the way, the three quickly arrived at the location that Fate Maiden had pointed out. They saw it, the Dowsource sect. During the above the heavens era, 4 mainlands had been destroyed, and only the 5th and 6th mainlands had survived until the very end. The 5th mainland had relied on the Lu family to survive, and it had given birth to progenitor Qin, progenitor Ku, and other outstanding individuals. As for how the 6th mainland had survived until the very end, Lu Yin did not know. However, the 6th mainland should not have been weak, or else it would not have been able to fight against the 5th mainland, even with the help of the Eternals. The 6th mainland's powerful cultivators and their descendants had all been transferred to the 5th mainland's outerverse, and the Dowsource sect had also been moved away. Back then, Kuei Luo had barged into the 6th mainland's Dowsource sect. They had arrived at the primogenitor statue, and now, they were looking at the ruins of the 6th mainland's Dowsource sect. Lu Tianyi looked at the Dowsource sect's ruins with a complicated expression. Only those who had experienced the above the heavens era would understand the sorrow of a decline after a period of prosperity. The Dowsource sect had been the symbol of the primordial space's humans, but now, it had been reduced to a place where the Eternals nurtured corpse kings. Are you sure it's here? Lu Tianyi asked in a low voice. Fate Maiden nodded. I'm sure. Lu Tianyi raised a hand and tapped out. The void distorted, and then the entire space seemed to be squeezed by an invisible force that swept out and split the Dowsource sect's ruins in two. Our former glory has come to an end. A giant figure rushed out. It was a giant progenitor corpse king from the Eternals. The corpse king charged at Lu Tianyi without any fear of death. They did not fear death either, and they raised their fists and punched out. Black gravel swirled around their fists, which was clearly an innate gift. Lu Tianyi's gaze did not even land on the corpse king. Instead, he looked into the distance and took a step forward. He brought Lu Yin and Fate Maiden along as he brushed past the corpse king. The corpse king was instantly pulverized. The progenitor corpse king had been unable to retaliate. Fate Maiden's pupils shrank, as she could not understand what had just happened. Lu Yin understood what had just happened. Lu Tianyi had not attacked, and the sequence particle that he had controlled had not disappeared at all. That corpse king had been courting death by charging over and touching the sequence particle. The sequence particle was Lu Tianyi's law, and it was a kind of law that was extremely destructive. As long as Lu Tianyi wanted to touch it, the other party would be pulverized, and there was no way to heal or recover. It was extremely tyrannical. This was Lu Tianyi's law. The gap between progenitors was much greater than one could imagine. Ripples spread out, and all of the corpse kings were destroyed. They willingly became corpse kings, so their deaths are not to be regretted. If they were forced to become corpse kings, then they would be freed. Little Xian, you cannot be soft-hearted when dealing with the Eternals, Lu Tianyi said. Lu Yin answered, this junior understands. The ruins of the Dowsource sect were extremely dilapidated, and the walls collapsed with a single touch. The area that had once represented the 6th mainland's peak glory had been reduced to such a state. Ancestor, is the 6th mainland's Dowlord dead or alive? Lu Yin asked. The 6th mainland's Sapphire family did not have much of a presence. They were known as the 3 realms and the 6 Daos, but there was no need to mention the 3 realms. Of the 6 Daos, only the 1st mainland's Dowlord was the 1st mainland's Dowlord. The 2nd mainland's Mavis family, the 3rd mainland's Guizhi, the 4th mainland's Desolate God, and the 5th mainland's ancestor Lu Yuan were all frequently mentioned. Only the 6th mainland's Sapphire family was rarely mentioned. Lu Tianyi found Stargazing Tower and brought Lu Yin over. The Sapphire family is a single bloodline inheritance. This kind of inheritance ensures that every descendant of the Sapphire family will be very powerful, and there will be no weaklings. However, the weakness is also very obvious, and the bloodline is easily severed. The Sapphire family's bloodline was severed because of Sky Sapphire's disappearance. Sky Sapphire's father died in battle, and the ancestor went missing. Ever since then, the Sapphire family has never appeared again. Over time, everyone believed that the Sapphire family had perished. Lu Yin asked, "The Sapphire's ancestor went missing?" Lu Tianyi looked ahead. Found him. Lu Yin looked over and saw that Stargazing Tower was right in front of him. There were no longer any eternal corpse kings in the ruins of the Daosource sect. Lu Yin walked up to Stargazing Tower and finally found it. The Lu family's pearl had been given away long ago, and its whereabouts were unknown. Since Lu Yin had found this pearl, there was only the Lu family's pearl left, and he could search for it through all of the pearls he had collected. With Lu Tianyi by his side, Lu Yin was not in a hurry to retrieve the pearl. He wanted to ascend Stargazing Tower. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2855. The scene of him ascending Stargazing Deck was still vivid in his mind, and it had been influenced by the Destiny Pearl's power. What had left the deepest impression on him was when he had ascended Stargazing Deck with the Book of Destiny. He had seen something that had shocked him, but he had forgotten about it. He did not remember what that scene had been, but he knew that it had been extremely shocking. Ascending Stargazing Deck with the Book of Destiny was completely different from ascending Stargazing Deck without it. Although the Book of Destiny had been destroyed, he still had the pearl, which was related to destiny. When he thought of this, Lu Yin took a step forward and stepped onto Stargazing Deck. In his heart, the fates incontinent trembled as all sorts of powers gathered in the sky and condensed into stars. At this moment, it also paused as he saw the silhouette of time. At the same time, Destiny's daughter spat out blood. The fifth mainland, Butian, Shaoshi, and even Bai Siener from the reincarnation spacetime spat out blood. They were all familiar with this scene, as Lu Yin had triggered destiny. At that moment, Lu Yin saw the cliff. It was black and boundless. What was at the top of the cliff? An indescribable force pushed him back, and he took several steps back. He looked up and stared at Stargazing Deck. He had forgotten what he had seen. He opened his heaven's eye, and strange sequence particles swirled around Stargazing Deck before disappearing. This was the power of destiny. Lu Tianyi suddenly grabbed one of the sequence particles, and with a whoosh, the Daosource sect collapsed while Stargazing Deck continuously cracked apart. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. Forefather Tianyi had collided with destiny's power across space, and this was a clash between sequence laws. No matter how powerful destiny had been, it was no longer here. Lu Tianyi released his hand, and the sequence particle disappeared. He had defeated destiny's power, but only by a tiny bit. This is destiny's power. When the universe was formed, there were endless laws. Destiny cultivated destiny itself, Lu Tianyi muttered to himself. Lu Yin did not understand. He just wanted to ascend Stargazing Deck again and see if he could remember what he had seen. Unfortunately, Stargazing Deck continued to crack until it finally collapsed and turned to dust. Only a single pearl remained. It's that weak. Lu Tianyi was stunned. Lu Yin was helpless. Destiny is not here after all. He squatted down and put the pearl away. Now, there was only one pearl left. After gathering all the pearls, Lu Yin did not know if destiny would appear. With forefather Lu Yuan's support, he was not as worried. Just as Shang Xian was about to leave, Lu Tianyi's expression suddenly changed. He slowly turned his head around and said, "An old rival is here." Following that, Lu Yin felt the air grow heavier, and the starry sky grew deeper. The stars trembled, and a stifling pressure grew closer and closer. To be able to make him feel such pressure, it must be one of the 7 sky gods, but he did not know which one it was. Soon enough, a figure appeared and looked down at Lu Tianyi, Lu Yin, and the others. "Hey Wuxin." Lu Yin's expression was solemn. Of the 7 sky gods, Bai Wuxian was the most mysterious, and he had fought with the god of oblivion and the god of sorcerer the most. Lu Yin had a good understanding of them, and He Wuxian gave Lu Yin a deep, boundless feeling. The first person he came into contact with was He Wuxian. Ever since he received the help of progenitor Chen's power, the first time he was trapped was also because of He Wuxian. He would never forget the time when He Wuxian's doppelganger was killed by Mr. Mu in the Million City. Although the words he said before he died did not have much substance, it revealed that He Wuxian knew Mr. Mu. None of the 7 sky gods were simple. He Wuxian's eyes were bright and lively, but they were also dark and deep, forming 3 pitch-black lines. They overlapped to form a star-shaped pattern as he stared at the 3. Lu Tianyi, long time no see. Lu Tianyi looked at He Wuxian. Not too long. I thought you wouldn't appear again. The ancestor can bring us back once he awakens, so why won't he appear? You guys are lucky. Since you have appeared, then die with this era. After He Wuxian finished speaking, the 3 pitch-black lines in his eyes suddenly rotated. Lu Tianyi pushed Lu Yin away. Be careful. Against He Wuxian, even Lu Tianyi could not be careless. Lu Yin had heard that Lu Tianyi had once fought against the 7 sky gods by himself, directly facing the only true god. At that time, he did not understand. If Lu Tianyi had such strength, then he would be at least at the level of the 3 realms 6 Daos. After all, the 7 sky gods had one of the ancient gods of the 3 realms 6 Daos. Later, he learned from Lu Yuan that the Eternals were rejected when they entered the Genesis space. This was a power that only a Dao Lord could possess, and the Eternals could not display their full strength. Even so, Lu Yin estimated that Lu Tianyi had ascended to the 9 mountains and 8 seas. In addition to his own combat strength, Lu Yin estimated that he had at least the strength of a parallel spacetime master. One He Wuxian could not stop him. However, Lu Yin looked in another direction. If another one came, it would be troublesome. In the distance, another figure appeared. Even though it was far away, Lu Yin could still hear heavy breathing. This breathing was very familiar, and it immediately pulled him back to the ambush he had encountered in the 6th mainland. This figure was the corpse king that had ambushed him. It was called the Middle Plate, the captain of the true god guards. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn when he saw the Middle Plate. The first time they had met, Lu Yin had been unable to fight back. His strength had been crushed, and his bones had been broken. This time, it was different. Up above, He Wuxian and Lu Tianyi had engaged in a battle that the Lady of Fate could not understand. The power that could overturn the starry sky could not be seen clearly, and the Middle Plate appeared in front of him. Be careful, Lu Yin also said as he looked at the Middle Plate. I've long wanted to meet you again. The Middle Plate's physical body was extremely tough. In Lu Yin's opinion, it was at the level of a monster. The scarlet vertical eye stared at Lu Yin, and the Middle Plate suddenly raised its hand and struck at Lu Yin from afar. A dark purple substance spread over Lu Yin's body. Behind him, the immovable Heavenly King Elephant roared and also raised its hand to strike. There was a bang, and the void distorted and exploded. Back then, the Middle Plate's palm strike had made it difficult for Lu Yin to breathe. He could only rely on the slippers and the God's Sealing Catalog to divert the power and escape with Jiang Qingyue. Now, there was no need for that. Breaking through to the half-ancestor realm had not only transformed his 4 inner worlds, but Lu Yin's own strength had also undergone an earth-shattering change. He was confident that his strength was not below the Middle Plate. The Middle Plate leaped up and landed in front of the Lady of Fate. It was a simple punch without any fancy moves, and there was no trace of any battle technique. Lu Yin stepped forward and also threw a punch. The fist collided with the fist, and the aftershock spread out and pushed the Lady of Fate away. The Lady of Fate did not dare to be too far away, as she was afraid that Lu Tianyi and Lu Yin would not take her away. However, she also did not dare to be too close. Needless to say, Lu Tianyi's battlefield would kill anyone who touched it, but Lu Yin's battlefield was not easy either. The ripples formed by the collision of their powers caused her to vomit blood. She gritted her teeth, and the threads of fate in front of her continuously moved apart in an attempt to divert the power. However, the power of the collision between Lu Yin and the middle plate continued to increase. As the middle plate used the gray eyes transformation, Lu Yin also used his limitless inner world. The terrifying collision of power directly sent the Lady of Fate flying. The Lady of Fate had never imagined that there would be a day when she would not even be able to get close to Lu Yin's battlefield. The gray eyes transformation had increased the middle plate's strength by 10 times, and Lu Yin's limitless inner world had continuously fused with the threads of power. Although it seemed limitless, it was actually limited. However, for now, it was enough. Bang! 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 Fist after fist collided. The two of them did not even move from their positions, and their strength suppressed the surroundings, burying the Daosaur's sex ruins and overturning the heavens. In the distance, Lu Tianyi and He Wuxian looked over at the same time. The Lu family's descendant is amazing. Lu Tianyi, he's much more of a threat than you are. He Wuxian was expressionless. In front of him, 3 threads continuously shuttled back and forth, trying to form a strange prison to restrain Lu Tianyi. However, Lu Tianyi had exchanged blows with He Wuxian more than once or twice, so how could he not know about He Wuxian's methods? You can't touch him. With my Lu family around, even the sole true God can't touch him. Human emotions are too complicated, and this complexity allowed you to have the extremely glorious heavenly sect. However, the heavenly sect is already a thing of the past, and it will never appear again. The heavenly sect has already appeared. Aren't all of you 7 God Kings corpse kings? Why are you willing to serve the sole true God? If you want to persuade us to rebel, then that means that you humans have such intentions. Does that mean that there has been an example of us Eternals rebelling because of you? Is that example still in the Eternals? Lu Tianyi's expression did not change, but he became even more vigilant. His casual words had caused He Wuxian to think of these things. His enemy was both powerful and intelligent. He Wuxian, do you really think that you can stop us? Let's try. In the primordial space, the 7 God Kings could not stop me even if they worked together. But you can't take Lu Shaoxian away. You underestimate the 9 mountains and 8 seas too much, Lu Tianyi growled. The divine seal catalogue appeared above his head, and one figure after another walked out. Golden light illuminated the heavens. Lu Yin punched the mid-plate and looked over. He saw the figures walking out of the divine seal catalogue. They were Ku Zhu, Bai Wang Yuan, and Wang Fan. A total of 3 figures walked out, representing the 3 people who had once belonged to the 9 mountains and 8 seas. As long as they were not dead, the power of those who had been sealed could be borrowed. If they walked out, it meant that they had not died. Ku Zhu was not dead. This was something that Lu Tianyi had confirmed, which was why Lu Yuan had continuously tried to revive Ku Zhu. Ku Zhu was still alive. However, Xia Xinji could not have appeared by himself. The divine seal catalogue had appeared, and the real Xia Xinji was already dead. Lu Yin had only sealed his clone. Lu Yin was excited, and the mid-plate's pupils changed again. They turned green, and then red. The increased power caused the air to solidify, preventing Lu Yin from moving. Near his heart, the withered tree that was transforming into a star swayed. He pulled back his arm and punched out. Confinement, 100 punches. The mid-plate's pupils had not completely turned red, and when Lu Yin punched out, he could only subconsciously counter with his own fist. Bang! There was a loud bang as the mid-plate was forcefully sent flying. His arm was twisted in an irregular manner, and his entire body streaked across the heavens, leaving a long black scar in space. At the same time, Lu Tianyi arrived. The Divine Seal catalog had disappeared, and he grabbed Lu Yin. Fate's daughter had a strong desire to live, and she took the opportunity to rush over and be pulled away by Lu Tianyi. Let's go. If they wanted to leave, He Wuxian alone could not stop them. He did not plan to stop them, and he simply watched as Lu Tianyi took Lu Yin away. Not long after, Lu Yin tore through the void, and the three disappeared. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2856. After they left, Zhong Pan stood up and the red pupil transformation slowly disappeared. Black Wuxian looked at him and said, "You will have plenty of chances to fight him. Next time, use the red pupil transformation directly. Otherwise, you will be dead." There was no reply in the mid-game. His breathing became heavier and heavier. When Lu Yin returned to the above-the-sky sect, Lu Tianyi returned to the cosmic tree, but before he left, he warned Lu Yin not to underestimate the 7 sky gods. Lu Yin asked him if he was confident in saving Ku Zu, but Lu Tianyi did not know either. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity that he hadn't been able to see the desolate ancestor attack Blacklist God in the middle game. With the desolate ancestor's power that had completely suppressed the undying god, he didn't know what the outcome would have been if he had faced Blacklist God. After retrieving the beads, Lu Yin asked the Fate Maidens to divine the location of the last bead. The few of them worked together to perform a divination and finally determined that the last bead was in a parallel universe. He thought of Bai Xianer, but aside from her, he couldn't think of anyone else who was most likely to be with her. Thinking of this, he took Life Maiden to the reincarnation spacetime and asked her to divine whether he was in this spacetime. The answer surprised him. The last bead was not in this spacetime. Lu Yin thought that she wasn't in this spacetime, so he tried to contact her. "Brother Xiao Xian, I didn't expect you to contact me." Bai Xianer's voice came from the cloud stone. Bai Xianer was in this spacetime, but the bead wasn't. This meant that the last bead wasn't with Bai Xianer. On the other side, Bai Xianer was stunned. She was already surprised that Lu Yin had contacted her. She had thought that it was about the 4-way scales, but aside from the White Dragon clan and the Xia family, everyone else had been sent to the 100,000 water path. She knew about this, but she couldn't do anything about it. What was the meaning of not saying anything after contacting him? Could it be that fate wanted to see if he was dead or not because he had triggered it? No matter how intelligent Bai Xianer was, she couldn't figure it out. After confirming that the bead was in a parallel universe, Lu Yin did not have a target. It was impossible for him to search through parallel universes one by one, and the Hexagon Society's known parallel universes were far from all of them. How was he supposed to find it? He could only give up for the time being. Perhaps Xiao Ran would be able to give him an answer in the future, even though he didn't know what her identity was. In the following period of time, the 6 directions would be very quiet. The origin space was also very quiet. Rank 9 Lotus Venerate had come once. If he brought Grand Empyreans with him, he would have the primordial space take out at least half of the Ancestor Realm experts to help defend the 6 Direction Society. However, Lu Yin had refused and said that if he did not hand Madman Lu over to the Lu family, the primordial space would ignore the Grand Empyrean. Lu Yin's attitude infuriated the 9th grade Lotus Sovereign, but there was nothing she could do. The number of Ancestor Realm experts in the primordial space exceeded that of Samsara spacetime. Grand Empyreans could not fight Lu Yuan, so this matter could only be dropped. Before leaving, Lu Yin also asked Reincarnation Spacetime to hand over by Wang Yuan and Wang Fan. Lotus Reverend T scolded him for being too arrogant, but Lu Yin only laughed. He didn't care about Grand Empyreans at all. 2 months passed, and during this time, various types of power continuously spread out from his heart towards the starry sky within his body. The 380,000 stars of the Sirius art adorned his body, and he looked forward to the moment when all of his power was converted into stars. When that happened, how much power would his heart be able to unleash? During these 2 months, one person had attracted Lu Yin's attention. It was the youth called Tuolin. As a person from the reincarnation spacetime, he had no cultivation, but he wanted to be his disciple. This was already considered strange, but what really caught Lu Yin's attention was the youth he had seen at the Grand Empyrean Tea Party. Aside from ancestor realm powerhouses, only those who had made great contributions could participate in the Grand Empyrean Tea Party, and it was an extraordinary contribution. That youth looked very young and did not have any cultivation. He was definitely not someone who had made great contributions, but he could participate in the tea party. At that time, he had attracted Lu Yin's attention, but because too many things had happened, he had forgotten. Some time ago, on a whim, he had scanned the above heaven sect with his domain. He called Wu De over and asked him to pay attention to that youth. Wu De was excited. How many people in this starry sky could talk to Lu Yin? Lu Yin was not the Lu Yin of the past, and he was lucky. He treated Lu Yin's words as heavenly might and stared at Tuolin all day long. From time to time, he would ask a few questions, wanting to know everything about this youth. He had a premonition that this youth was about to soar. On this day, Madame Nayland returned and asked to see Lu Yin. Lu Yin met her at the back of the mountain and asked Zhao Ran to make tea. Is Yi Xing's training over? Madame Nayland shook her head. Not so fast. I'm here for a mission. Oh. Lu Yin looked at Madame Nayland. An eye appeared on Madame Nayland's forehead. It was Yi Xing's symbol, which Lu Yin called the strengthened void wanderer. This thing could prevent ordinary progenitors from harming its owner. Every member of Yi Xing's group had one to ensure their safety. Path Master, this eye is Yi Xing's symbol. It's called the spatial rotting god. Lu Yin raised a brow. Rotting god. This name was not unfamiliar. Back in the Starfall Sea, the mutants had relied on this thing to escape. However, their rotting gods were very disgusting and were all tentacles. There's a strange parallel universe in the endless battlefield called the Rotting God universe. There are no humans or astral beasts there. There is only one species, and that is the rotting god. There are all kinds of rotting gods. The most common is the tentacle rotting god. There are also stone rotting gods, blade rotting gods, and so on. The spatial rotting god is one of the most powerful rotting gods there. Yi Xing obtained a large number of spatial rotting gods from there and distributed them to each member of Yi Xing's group to ensure their safety in the Six Paths Association. This time, I'm here to ask for help on behalf of Yi Xing. Lu Yin understood. It seemed that the mutant's rotting god was the tentacle rotting god, while Yi Xing's was the spatial rotting god. There was actually such a parallel universe. What do you want help for? Madame Nayland was solemn. Something has happened in the rotting god universe. The Shaoyin deity is forcefully seizing the rotting god universe and is leading the Eternals to completely occupy it. Yi Xing sent me here to ask for help. It can be considered a trade. Yi Xing is offering 10 trillion star essence. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The Shaoyin deity universe is in the rotting god universe? Madame Nayland nodded. Bailon wants me to tell you that the Shaoyin deity universe's Tao of Decay was actually cultivated in the rotting god universe. His power has been stripped away by the Grand Empyrean, so he wants to cultivate it again in the rotting god universe. In the past, he belonged to the reincarnation universe and had a good relationship with me. There were no conflicts, but now, everyone knows that he's a spy and represents the Eternals. He went to the rotting god universe to attack Yi Xing and chase him out of the rotting god universe. Yi Xing cannot lose the rotting god universe. Lu Yin stood up and looked into the distance with his hands behind his back. Was the Shaoyin deity universe? Zhao Ran arrived and brewed tea for the two of them. Madame Nayland drank it naturally, as she was no stranger to Zhao Ran. Zhao Ran looked at Lu Yin expectantly. This was her newly brewed tea, and the taste was different. Lu Yin sat down again. What's the most Yi Xing can offer? He was very short on money and was thinking about how to make some money. Yi Xing was the most suitable person to fuse with the progenitors of the Six Paths Society. Lu Yin had thought about snatching those bags of money before, but after some thought, he decided against it. With his status, he could not do such a thing, so there was a better way. Before Lu Yin could make a move, Yi Xing delivered the money to his mouth. Lu Yin wanted to kill the Shaoyin deity, but he also needed Yi Xing's money. The only problem was the endless battlefield. The endless battlefield was not easy to traverse, but with Lu Tianyi, Elder Chan, and the other progenitors, it should not be too difficult. He did not believe that the Eternals could gather the 7 sky gods and lay an ambush in the rotting god universe. Yi Xing could not possibly join forces with the Eternals. Madame Nayland directly said, 30 trillion star essence from the reincarnation universe. Lu Yin was astonished. Jumping from 10 trillion to 30 trillion. Madame Nayland smiled. There was no need for her to act coquettishly, as her temperament was enough to mesmerize anyone. I'm your woman. Lu Yin laughed. Yi Xing understands me very well, so he used money to bribe me. However, 30 trillion is still not enough. Madame Nayland nodded. Then I'll go talk to them. Lu Yin tapped his finger on the table. No need. This is your first time representing Yi Xing, so I can't let you fail. Madame Nayland smiled at Lu Yin. Path Master, I don't need my family to pay a price to ascend. Lu Yin's lips curled up. But I need you to ascend. Madame Nayland did not ask any more questions, as she knew what Lu Yin was planning. Yi Xing was too rich, and Lu Yin needed him, but what could he do? There was no point in having her ascend, and it would not be easy to do so. Lu Yin rubbed his cosmic ring, as Bai Rong's body was still with him. The higher Madame Nayland's position was, the more she would understand Yi Xing. The corpse god wanted to steal the cosmic ring, which was the same as stealing Bai Rong's body. This was a chess piece, and if used well, it might be able to kill the corpse god. Yi Xing, corpse god, Bai Rong, and money. These words spun around in Lu Yin's mind, and he needed to think of a good plan. At present, he really wanted to deal with the Shaoyin divine sovereign, and he also wanted to obtain 30 trillion star essence. Path Master, aren't you afraid that Yi Xing is from the eternal race? That he's using the rotting god space to ambush us? Madame Nayland asked, as she had no idea what Yi Xing's true intentions were. Lu Yin sneered. If the eternal race had the ability to take me down, then they wouldn't have needed to ambush us in the rotting god space. Go back and tell Yi Xing that I'm going to the rotting god space for 300,000 star essence. Madame Nayland nodded and looked at Lu Yin. Be careful. Lu Yin grunted in acknowledgement. Zhao Ran watched Madame Nayland leave and opened her mouth to say that she had not finished her tea, but Madame Nayland left too quickly. Soon after, Lu Yin left as well. Zhao Ran felt wronged, as her tea, Lu Yin went to Lu Tianjing, and he would either bring Patriarch Lu Yuan or Lu Tianyi with him. However, when he reached Lu Tianjing, he learned that Patriarch Lu Yuan had already left. Left? Lu Yin was puzzled. Lu Tianyi solemnly said, the Patriarch has gone to the Six Direction Society, so it's time to strike back at the eternal race. The Grand Empyrean will take the lead, and the masters of various parallel spacetime will all take action. We'll give the eternal race a ruthless blow. When? Lu Yin asked. Lu Tianyi did not know either. Just wait. Once we act, the endless battlefield will send news. Patriarch Lu Yuan had left, and Lu Yin could not ask Lu Tianyi to leave with him. That would put the starter space in danger. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2857. Even if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance that the Eternals would use the rotting God universe and the Six Direction Society to take revenge on them, it would still lead to the destruction of the origin space. If Lu Yin wanted to go to the rotting God universe, he could only bring other progenitors with him. Fortunately, Big Sis had broken through, and the Netherworld ancestor's strength was absolutely trustworthy. Not only that, but news from the endless battlefield had also spread that the Grand Empyreans had joined forces with the various spacetime masters. The Eternals would not have the strength to plot against Lu Yin, and if they did, then it was just as Lu Yin had said, there would be no need to plot against them. They could sweep through them with their own strength, so why bother? Are you sure you want to go to the endless battlefield, little Xian? Lu Tianyi asked. Lu Yin nodded. Ancestor, I don't want to miss out on 300,000 star essence. Lu Tianyi laughed. My Lu family's cultivation does consume a lot of resources, so it's fine if you want to go. The decisive battle with the Grand Empyreans is enough to keep the Eternals busy. If deity Shaoyin is in the rotting God universe, then you can easily deal with him. If he's not, then that's even better. That means that the Eternals are under pressure, which means that the ancestor will have an advantage. Lu Yin smiled. That's exactly what I was thinking. Lu Tianyi's smile faded. But you can't be careless. If I can't go, then the Netherworld ancestor can. Lu Yin nodded. If he did not have 1 or 2 powerhouses as his trump cards, then he would be somewhat hesitant to go to the endless battlefield. Big Sis had broken through at the right time, and he could also use this opportunity to show the Six Direction Society how powerful the origin space was. I Ching had not asked the Six Direction Society for help, but had instead asked for help from the origin space. This in itself represented the recognition of the powerhouses outside. Now, all he had to do was wait for news of the decisive battle from the endless battlefield. 10 days later, Bailan arrived with 50,000 star essence as a sign of I Ching's sincerity. This sincerity was definitely great. Before this, the wealthiest clan that Lu Yin had come into contact with was the Mavis family, and they were known as the Lu family's money bag. However, even they could not gather 300,000 star essence to ask Lu Yin for help. Of course, the two were not on the same level. The Mavis family had declined, and they could only gather resources from the Fifth Mainland. On the other hand, I Ching could move unhindered the entire Six Direction Society and collect commissions. Lu Yin had no idea how much money they had. I Ching had taken out 300,000 star essence right off the bat, which was definitely not a serious injury to I Ching. Lu Yin was becoming more and more interested in I Ching. In reincarnation time and space, there was a wooden pole blocking the city gate. There were 7 words written on it, "Those who look at me are cowards." It was the little food saint. His hands were itching, so he came to a city and started to provoke them. Many people were angry and wanted to arm wrestle with him, but the result was very miserable. Outside the city gate, another wooden pole appeared. On the front, there were 6 big words, "By Qian's grandpa Zhou," and on the back, there were 4 big words, "Believe it or not." It was Xianzhou. A city gate with 2 wooden poles, one inside and one outside. Xianzhou and the little food saint exchanged glances as they looked at the wooden pole opposite them. What the hell was that? Xianzhou looked at the firm muscles of the little saint of food, his big mouth that was crazily stuffing food, and his obviously idiotic face. He then turned around and left. This kind of person was obviously brainless, so it was best not to cause trouble. "Hold it right there," the little food saint shouted. Xianzhou ran even faster. The little food saint raised his eyebrows and threw the wooden pole out. The pole brushed past Xianzhou and pierced into the ground, blocking Xianzhou's path. Xianzhou was almost pierced through. He was furious and turned back to scold, "Which blind fool is throwing things around? What if it hits your Grandpa Joe? I wish your whole family a peaceful and beautiful life." The people around felt weird. Was he scolding or blessing? The little food saint pushed through the crowd and walked to Xianzhou, staring at him with his huge eyes. Xianzhou was terrified and smiled. This little brother is obviously talented and smart. The heavy responsibility of saving humanity will fall on you. One day, you will punch Lu Shaoxian in the sky and kick Xiao Zun in the reincarnation cycle. Little brother, the future is yours. The little food saint raised his eyebrows and looked at Xianzhou, then at the wooden pole. You are Bai Qian's Grandpa Joe. Xianzhou's face twitched. Yes. What's your name? Xianzhou. The little food saint stared at Xianzhou with his eyes wide open. What did you say your name was? Xianzhou was confused. Xianzhou. What's wrong, little brother? You don't deserve it. The little food saint grabbed Xianzhou and threw him out. Xianzhou wailed. Who did he offend? The little food saint snorted. How dare he use Xianqi's name? If he doesn't have the strength, he doesn't deserve it. Trash. Xianzhou fell into the river far away with a splash. On the river, a small boat floated quietly. Pleasant laughter came from the boat. Miss, someone fell into the river. Pick him up. Master once said to do one good deed every day. Yes. Xianzhou cursed and floated to the surface of the river, glaring into the distance. Unworthy. How was he unworthy? Was there anything special about the name Xianzhou? At this time, a pole landed in front of him from a boatman. Come up. Miss is kind and will save your life. Xianzhou's eyes lit up. Miss? This title allowed him to see a beautiful life in the future. Over the years, he had already helped countless young ladies and madams to predict their fates and futures, especially their husbands. Thinking of this, he smiled and said, "Thank you, young lady. May I pay my respects to you?" The boatman looked at him with disdain. You think you are worthy of meeting our miss? Bring him in. A pleasant voice came from the cabin, accompanied by some laughter. The boatman replied respectfully, "Miss is kind. To be able to meet her is the greatest fortune in your life. Cherish it." As he finished, he lifted the pole and pulled Xianzhou onto the boat. Xianzhou squeezed his clothes dry and put on a serious expression. Please lead the way. The boatman snorted. He felt that this guy was a little wretched. Soon, Xianzhou was brought into the cabin. What he saw were 3 to 5 young ladies chatting and laughing. There was even a lady playing the zither. However, she didn't play any music as if she was thinking about something. After Xianzhou came in, the ladies looked at him. Xianzhou coughed and raised his head to face the ladies. I'm Xianzhou. I was plotted against by a scoundrel. Thank you for saving me. The ladies' happy faces sank when they heard Xianzhou's name. The lady playing the zither suddenly stared at Xianzhou. What did you say your name was? Xianzhou blinked and had a bad feeling. Sister, he said his name is Xianzhou. What's your relationship with Xianqi? Sister, look, he has a pole with the words Bai Qian's Grandpa Joe written on it. Bai Qian seems to have some relationship with Xianqi. I heard that she could rise in the ultra-spacetime because Xianqi framed he ran as a spy, causing he ran to go missing. He must be related to Xianqi. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so coincidental. One is Xianqi, the other is Xianzhou. Well, Xianqi was exposed. Who is Xianzhou trying to fool? Xianzhou was stunned. What Qian-Qi? He hadn't been in the reincarnation spacetime for long and hadn't come into contact with any big shots. However, his instincts told him that he was in trouble and he quickly explained. Unfortunately, before he could speak, one of the ladies hit Qian-Zhou hard. Look at his wretched appearance. He must be related to Qian-Qi. That Qian-Qi disrespected the disciples of Lotus Lord and caused senior sister to be punished to the endless battlefield. The worst thing is that he angered master. Sisters, beat him up. Beat him up. Qian-Zhou was furious. Who did he offend? He hadn't divined it yet. The lady's attack scared him and he quickly ran away. Fortunately, he had traversed the fifth mainland's cosmos for many years and had plenty of experience. Although the ladies were quite strong, they couldn't catch up to him. Bastard, spread the word that someone called Qian-Zhou might be related to Qian-Qi. Tell everyone to keep an eye on him and don't be fooled by that wretched person. On the other side, Qian-Zhou's appearance had successfully aroused the little food saint's desire to compete with Lu Yin in terms of strength. He obviously knew that he was no match for Lu Yin, but Lu Yin's breakthrough to half-ancestor and his first inner world was too tempting. He wanted to see it even in his dreams. Even though the food saint had warned him several times, he still couldn't help but go. Who cares? Half a month later, the little food saint appeared outside the Above the Sky sect. He was shocked when he saw the Colossus in front of him. This was the Above the Sky sect. That extremely glorious human sect. The closer he got, the more he felt an unimaginable majesty. It was as if there were many powerhouses looking at him, and he didn't dare to approach. Outside the Above the Sky sect, Wuda was still staring at Tuolin. Countless people were waiting in a circle around the Above the Sky sect. Some hoped to join the sect, some were looking for friends, and some were simply here to worship. Many of them were from the Six-Way Society. They were too curious about the Above the Sky sect. The Genesis space had replaced the Three Monarchs spacetime as one of the Six-Way Societies. However, compared to the Three Monarchs spacetime, the Genesis space was much stronger. If not for the fact that the Grand Empyreans were still considered invincible, the Genesis space would have replaced the reincarnation spacetime and become the leader of the Six-Way Societies. The little food saint introduced himself. His status was enough to meet Lu Yin. Lu Yin soon received the news. Little food saint. He waved his hand. I don't want to see him. This guy kept pestering him, wanting to compete with him in terms of strength. Now, he actually had the guts to come. Where did his confidence come from? Not long after, the second Night King reported again, Tao Lord, the little food saint sent me a message. He said that he knows the whereabouts of the hellworm. Lu Yin raised his brows. Bring him in. The hellworm had escaped during the Tea Party battle. Lu Yin had rushed back to the Above the Sky sect and hadn't paid much attention to it. When the battle ended, the hellworm was nowhere to be found. When Patriarch Lu Yuan had asked the Grand Empyrean for Madman Lu, he had mentioned the hellworm, but the hellworm wasn't with the Grand Empyrean. With the status of the Grand Empyrean, no matter how much she wanted the hellworm, it was impossible for her to lie. She could have just not returned it. Therefore, Lu Yin had no idea where the hellworm had gone. He had asked several people in the Six-Way Society, but none of them knew. The battle at the tea party had been too intense, and the hellworm had shrunk his body. If one wasn't paying attention, they wouldn't have noticed him. Soon, the little food saint was brought in. When he saw Lu Yin, his eyes lit up. Lu Yin moved his finger, and an invisible force pressed down on the little food saint. The little food saint instantly felt as if the world was collapsing as the force pressed him down. You still want to compete in terms of strength? The little food saint gritted his teeth and resisted the force. He raised his head stubbornly. I want to see your inner world. The first one. Lu Yin wasn't surprised. My first inner world is called limitless, which means infinite power. If you want to see it, sure. Where is the hellworm? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2858. With the power gone, the little food saint was finally able to catch his breath. His entire body was drenched in sweat. Even his father, the food saint, would not have the upper hand against Lu Yin, let alone him. Jiang Xiaodao told me. He said Jiang Xing saw Mr. Daheng tear open the void at the end of the Tea Party battle and lure the caged WIRM away. I don't know where it went, and neither does Jiang Xing, the little food saint said. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Mr. Daheng, it was him. No wonder no one knew where the caged WIRM went. If he had torn open the void and lured it away, no one would have cared. The caged WIRM had shrunk, and everyone was concerned about the Lu family's return. Who would care about the caged WIRM? Why did Mr. Daheng attack the caged WIRM? Lu Yin did not believe that Mr. Daheng had the guts to provoke him. Let me see your inner world with infinite power. The little food saint was looking forward to it. Lu Yin's lips curled up as his inner world appeared. It was filled with flowing lights and vibrant colors. Each of the flowing lights represented a power that constantly revolved. It was both beautiful and dangerous. The little food saint stared at the inner world in a daze, his eyes almost popping out. He could not feel the power. The more it was like this, the more terrifying the inner world was. It was a power that was completely restrained and turned into lines. How did he do it? He could not help but touch one of the lines. Suddenly, the terrifying power threw him out. His fingers were shattered as his body slammed into the wall. He grimaced in pain. Lu Yin smiled as his inner world disappeared. He put his hands behind his back and looked down at the little food saint. Are you satisfied now? The little food saint held his fingers as his face turned pale. He was clearly in pain, but he was very happy. I feel an irresistible power in a different form. The power we used before was too rigid. Lu Yin praised, the Taotai bloodline is gifted. I hope you can improve your power. Oh, give me some blood. The little food saint was confused. You want my blood? For what? There are people in the 6th mainland who cultivate with Taotai blood. You can give it to them as a reward. The little food saint did not know what to say. He felt something was wrong, but he could not refuse. He did not seem to have the right to refuse. So what if his father was one of the 3 venerables and 9 sages? Did he have the right to be arrogant in front of this person? No, not at all. In the end, the little saint of food left a lot of blood behind and left in a weak state. Lu Yin had tossed his blood into the 5th tower as a reward, which was a huge temptation to the cultivators of the 6th mainland's bloodline. In the past, only the Ryumlings in the 6th mainland had been able to use the Taoyes blood to cultivate. Now, however, there were more and more Ryumlings, and the Taoyes blood was no longer as rare as it used to be. He remembered that the Realmling who had cultivated using Taoyes blood was Nan Yanfei, and the more he ate, the stronger he became. He didn't know when the endless battlefield would send news. He wanted to bring people to the rotting god universe. With the prison flood dragon as a mount, it would save him a lot of effort. He had to bring the prison flood dragon back. Mr. Daheng. Repose Palace. In the past, he did not want to interact with Mr. Daheng. But now, Lu Yin didn't hesitate to head to the wood spacetime dimension. His senior apprentice brother was there, so there was nothing to worry about. Lu Yin did not know where the Hall of Freedom was, so he sought out Heaven's Reflection Manor's Manor Lord Gon and asked him to take him there. Lord Gon was a member of the Hall of Freedom, and he was very surprised to see Lu Yin. His attitude was different from before, and he was much more reserved. This was not only because of Lu Yin's status, but also because of his strength. Lu Yin was someone who had battled with divinity Shaoyin. He was only a half-ancestor, and once he broke through to the ancestor realm, his strength would definitely reach the peak. Furthermore, the Lu family was not to be trifled with. Master Lu, if Mr. Daheng knew that you were coming to the Hall of Freedom, he would definitely be very happy, Lord Gon said with a smile. Lu Yin smiled. Senior Gon. You can just call me Gon, Lord Gon hurriedly said. In the world of cultivation, those who are more powerful are more important. Age is not important. Lu Yin said, all right, then I'll call you Lord Gon. Lord Gon nodded. Back then, Lord Gon strongly invited me to come to the wood spacetime to help investigate a spy. I want to know which spy is so troublesome that Lord Gon is so eager to investigate. If I have time, I'm willing to help. After all, a spy is everyone's enemy. Lord Gon smiled bitterly. I'm not targeting a particular spy, but rather a spy in my own spacetime. Lu Yin was curious. Master Lu, you should know that the wood spacetime has existed for a long time, second only to the reincarnation spacetime. In fact, since that era, the Eternals have begun to infiltrate the wood spacetime. After so many years, they have created countless spies, which exhausted everyone in the wood spacetime. Among them, there were more than one extremely powerful spy. Lu Yin was surprised. There are progenitor spies. Lord Gon nodded and sighed. The Eternals' infiltration methods are unimaginable to ordinary people. They can rope in people when they are weak and weak. They can also rope in people when they are isolated and helpless. In short, they have endless methods to develop spies. My Heaven's View manner is unable to continue. That's why I wanted to ask for Master Lu's help. If Master Lu can eliminate the spies in the Void God spacetime, you can also eliminate the spies in the wood spacetime. To be honest, Master Lu, the wood spacetime has the kingdom of eternity. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. There's a kingdom of eternity here. Lord Gon solemnly said, absolutely, and there's also a clone of the seven gods Sky's Wood Immortal. The Wood Immortal referred to the half-progenitor in the wood spacetime. Just like the fifth mainland, there were also half-progenitors in the seven gods sky. Lu Yin looked at Lord Gon, whose gaze was calm and unflinching as they stared at each other. He had guessed that Lord Gon's invitation to the wood spacetime might have nothing to do with Mr. Daheng. After all, Mr. Daheng could not have known about Qin Lu and him at that time. Now, although Mr. Daheng had guessed that Qin Lu had joined the above heaven sect, Lord Gon's invitation might really have nothing to do with Mr. Daheng. Lu Yin's expression turned serious. Lord Gon, don't worry. If possible, I will definitely come to the wood spacetime to eliminate the spies. Lord Gon was overjoyed and bowed deeply to Lu Yin. Gon, on behalf of the wood spacetime, thank Master Lu. With Lu Yin's identity as the master of the origin space, it was indeed necessary for Lord Gon to bow deeply to eliminate the spies in the wood spacetime. The Hall of Freedom was free and unfettered. It was neither good nor evil, and a single thought was eternal. This was the Hall of Freedom. Lu Yin looked at the hills and mountains that spread across the tree trunk in front of him. In the middle of the mountains were many antique buildings, most of which were stone houses. That was where the Hall of Freedom was located. He looked at it in surprise. Are you sure that is the Hall of Freedom? Lord Gon smiled. Everyone who comes to the Hall of Freedom is as surprised as Master Lu, but that is indeed the Hall of Freedom. Outsiders are deceived by the name of the Hall of Freedom. In fact, the Hall of Freedom is a hall. It is named after the ruins of this place. The most important thing is the word freedom. The reason why we joined the Hall of Freedom is because of this word. How many cultivators are bound by the secular world and live for others? What the Hall of Repose wants is for you to live for yourself. As long as you don't betray the greater good of humanity, you can live freely. Just like the motto of the Hall of Repose, there is no self, there is no other. Be free and unfettered, neither good nor evil. The other parallel universes of the Six Paths Association have misunderstood the Hall of Freedom. They think that the Hall of Freedom is selfish, but that is not the case. We just want to live a more comfortable life. We are just a group of friends with similar interests who want to find a place to talk freely. Luin glanced at Lord Gon. This was not right. If that was the case, why did Mr. Daheng control Chinlo? Why did he collect those landscape painting stones? The so-called Hall of Freedom was just to create a false impression of selfishness. Mr. Daheng's goal was to collect those landscape painting stones. Luin still did not know the origin of those stones. Was Lord Gon really willing to join the Hall of Freedom? Would it be the same as Chinlo? Master Lu, please. Lord Gon led the way. Luin nodded. How many people are there in the Hall of Freedom? There are constantly people joining and leaving. Currently, there are about 20 people. Most of them are cultivators in the Wood Immortal realm. There are 5 cultivators in the Wood Heavenly realm. The ones in the Wood Spacetime are Mr. Daheng, me, and Brother Wuhan. The other 2 are from the parallel universes of the Endless Battlefield. The Wood Heavenly realm referred to the Progenitor realm. It was not simple for the Hall of Freedom to gather 5 Progenitor realm experts. Before the Lu family returned and before Ling Qing and the rest broke through to the Progenitor realm, the Above Heaven sect only had these few Progenitor realm experts. They did not have a sequence law expert like Mr. Daheng. In comparison, the Hall of Freedom's strength surpassed the Above Heaven sect at that time. The Wood Spacetime was filled with tree trunks. The tree trunk that supported the Hall of Freedom was especially thick and was equivalent to a continent. There were even mortal empires on it. When Luin and Gon arrived at the Hall of Freedom, Mr. Daheng also walked out to welcome Luin. Welcome to the Hall of Freedom, Master Lu. Mr. Daheng was a refined and kind person. Luin greeted him politely. Mr. Daheng was full of praise for Luin. He had broken through to the half-ancestor realm during the Tea Party and had 4 inner worlds. This was unprecedented. Luin was also curious about the Hall of Freedom that Mr. Daheng had created. The communication between them was smooth. They were currently in a pavilion. In the distance, there were farmers farming. Birds flew in the sky and the sun was setting. It was a simple and beautiful scene. The path of cultivation is really tough. I've heard of too many ordinary people who want to cultivate and control their own futures. However, they don't know that even we can't control our own futures. On the contrary, it's easier for ordinary people to do so. They don't need to fight for resources, face wars, or scheme against each other. Master Lu, the lifespan of farmers is limited, but it's also limitless. When a seed is planted, it will germinate, bear fruit, and eventually give birth to other seeds. It's limitless, which means that their lives are limitless. Although we cultivators live for a long time, are we really the same person as we were in the past? We're no longer the same person as we were when we were young and old. We're like those drifting seeds that continue to germinate, bloom, bear fruit, scatter, and reincarnate. Mr. Daheng looked at the fields under the setting sun and sighed. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2859. Luin took a sip of the tea. This tea was plucked from the tea mountain on the other side of the mountain, and it was very ordinary. Does Mr. wish to discuss life with me? Mr. Daheng laughed. I'm overthinking things. Master Lu is so young. How could you be so sentimental? Lord Gon looked at Luin enviously. They were all old, but Luin was still so young and so strong. No one knew how far he could go in the future. Lu Yin put down his teacup. Is Mr. lamenting that you're old, or lamenting that you're not who you used to be? Mr. Daheng smiled. What do you think, Master Lu? Lu Yin replied, the former. Lord Gon shook his head. Mr. Daheng laughed. The Hall of Freedom emphasizes freedom and freedom. It's because we feel like we're being changed by everything around us, and we can't break free. Because of the endless battlefield, we have to step into it. Because of the wood heavenly realm, we work hard in this direction when we cultivate. Because there's day and night, we have to distinguish between day and night. Because there's good and evil, we have to think twice before doing anything. These are the effects, but we've never thought about it. Is this really what we want to do? I want to sit here and drink tea, but because night falls, I have to go back. I want to see the scenery, but because it's a battlefield, I can't go. I want to eat delicious food every day, but because the chef died of old age, I can't eat it anymore. From birth to death, a person is affected by too many things, and they can't be free and unfettered. Wouldn't that be a shame to their life? The Hall of Freedom wants people to be free and unfettered. It wants people to have eternity. Master Lu, have you ever thought about staying in one place forever? To stay by one person's side forever? Have you ever thought about what kind of life you'll have? Why don't you realize it? Lord Gon's eyes burned. This was the reason he had joined the Hall of Freedom. He wanted to do what he wanted to do. With a bang, the teacup shattered. This startled Lord Gon, and Mr. Daheng's words came to an abrupt end. Lu Yin released his hand. My apologies. I was reminded of the past. Mr. Daheng looked at Lu Yin with a burning gaze. It seems like Master Lu is also a sentimental person. Lu Yin smiled. There's something I want to do right now. I wonder if Mr. can help me. Master Lu, please speak. Mr. Daheng smiled. Lu Yin looked at him. I want to bring back the hellworm. Manor Lord Gon was stunned. He looked at Mr. Daheng in confusion. Prison flood dragon. Mr. Daheng was not surprised and looked at Lu Yin calmly. I also have something that I want to do and I hope that Master Lu can help me. Please speak, sir, Lu Yin replied. Mr. Daheng said, I hope that Qianluo will join the Repose Palace. Lu Yin and Mr. Daheng looked at each other. This was their condition. Mr. Daheng was truly a ruthless person. His goal in taking the hellworm away was to bring Qianluo into the Hall of Freedom. For that, he had not hesitated to attack the hellworm in such a dangerous battlefield as the Tea Party. He had also not hesitated to risk being discovered by Lu Yin and becoming the enemy of the primordial space. Qianluo was definitely not someone he valued. What he valued was what happened back then. Even if the landscape painting stone was in Luo Shan's hands, he still wanted to know why Qianluo gave it to Luo Shan, where he got his confidence from, and who helped him. These were what Mr. Daheng wanted to know. This was the Repose Palace. In Mr. Daheng's own words, he wanted to be free and do whatever he wanted. He was also working hard for this goal, and Qianluo was one of them. For Qianluo, he dared to take the risk at the tea party and use the hellworm as a bargaining chip. He did not care about his methods and was neither good nor evil. Manor Lord Gon did not understand what the two were talking about, but the atmosphere was heavy. Qianluo joined the above heaven sect willingly. If he wants to join the Repose Palace, I will not stop him. If he does not want to, I will not force him, Lu Yin said. Mr. Daheng said, Master Lu has his ways. Qianluo is just a small character. I hope that he will join the Repose Palace. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and looked at the faraway farmland. It seems that Mr. Daheng has made up his mind. An eternal thought, Mr. Daheng said bluntly. Lu Yin stood up. All right, I will bring Qianluo here. Whether he is willing to join or not will depend on Mr. Daheng. Of course, I also want to see the hellworm. Mr. Daheng smiled. Sorry to trouble you, Master Lu. Lu Yin left the repose palace. Mr. Daheng's smile disappeared. Manor Lord Gon could not help but say, Senior, this. He understood the conversation between the two, and his expression turned ugly. Mr. Daheng waved his hand, call Traceless over. This Lu family's son might not compromise so easily. That will offend the primordial space and the Lu family. What if someone from the Lu family comes, especially that ancestor Lu Yuan? It won't be that bad. It's just Qianlu. The Lu family's son can become the above heaven sect's Tao master and the primordial space's master. He won't be so careless. He really did not want to offend the primordial space and the Lu family. He would not forget that at the tea party, Lu Yin had first called the Grand Emperor a crazy woman, and then that ancestor Lu Yuan had done the same. He could not afford to offend such a person. He rubbed his cosmic ring. As long as he could see Qianlu, this price would be enough to make the Lu family give up on him. The hellworm was just a guide. If he could bring the Lu family's son here, he would satisfy Lu Yin. Although the Repose Palace's actions were neither righteous nor evil, they were not stupid. They knew who they could offend and who they could not. Mansion Master Gon relaxed. This was good. If that ancestor Lu was displeased, he was afraid that the above heaven sect and the Lu family would send a few progenitors to destroy the Repose Palace. Mr. Daheng's idea was good. He used the hellworm as a bait to lure Lu Yin to the Repose Palace. As long as Lu Yin brought Qianlu here, he would pay the price to make Lu Yin give up on Qianlu. He had never thought of using the hellworm as a bargaining chip. The two sides were not equal in strength, and such a negotiation would be disadvantageous to the Repose Palace. However, he did not think about what Lu Yin was thinking. Lu Yin had experienced many grievances along the way. He had experienced many life and death situations. Now that the Lu family had returned and the above heaven sect was gradually gaining glory, how could he do things the same way as before? Especially at this juncture, when the primordial space needed to make a name for itself in the Sixth Direction Association and intimidate the reincarnation spacetime. Did a mere Repose Palace have the qualifications to negotiate with him? Did he need to negotiate with the Repose Palace? What a joke. After returning to the above heaven sect, Lu Yin called for Qianlu, Ling Qing, Elder Chan, and Big Sis. Someone is causing trouble for me. Please come with me to settle it. Big Sis's lips curled up. Interesting. Elder Chan stroked his beard and smiled. Ling Qing was solemn. Qianlu sneered. Who would be so stupid to provoke this ruthless person now? Lu Yin tore the void and brought them to the wood spacetime, heading towards the Repose Palace. The above heaven sect needed to establish its prestige. Wu Hen arrived at the Repose Palace. As one of the few wood heavenly realm powerhouses in the wood spacetime, Wu Hen's strength was above Lord Gon's. What's the matter? Wu Hen asked, looking at Mr. Daheng with a cold expression. Mr. Daheng said indifferently, a friend will come later. Let's meet. Wu Hen sneered. Someone who joined the Repose Palace. Mr. Daheng did not answer. Lord Gon said, it's the primordial space's Master Lu. Wu Hen was surprised. Lu Yin. Lord Gon nodded. Wu Hen looked at Mr. Daheng. You dare to provoke him? Mr. Daheng frowned. Just watch. Wu Hen and Qianlu were the same. They were both forced to join the Repose Palace. They were both afraid and resentful of Mr. Daheng. On the other hand, Lord Gon joined willingly. Their attitudes towards Mr. Daheng were completely different. Lord Gon did not know about the relationship between Wu Hen and Qianlu. Wu Hen looked at Mr. Daheng deeply and stood quietly in place. Soon, Lu Yin led everyone to the wood spacetime. They did not hide their arrival. Ling Qing was full of killing intent. Although Elder Chan was calm, his progenitor power was released and spread to the wood spacetime. The most overbearing was Big Sister. As soon as she appeared in the wood spacetime, her uncontrollable dark purple power seemed to explode the universe. She threw a huge rock in the calm wood spacetime, shocking all the powerhouses in the wood spacetime. Mushin suddenly opened his eyes. Nether progenitor. Mushin raised his head and held the hilt of his sword. This power was not weak. In the repose palace, Mr. Dahang's face changed. Who was this power? He had never felt it before. Big Sister looked at the repose palace. Found it. Little Seven, let's go. Lu Yin smiled. Let's go. The wood spacetime was huge, but for a progenitor, especially one like Big Sister who had mastered the power of laws, it was easy to reach. Looking at Big Sister and the others in the starry sky, Mr. Dahang's face changed. He felt a strong sense of uneasiness. Behind him, Wu Hen was stunned. Mansion Master Gon's face was pale. Where did so many powerhouses come from? Lu Yin looked down at Mr. Dahang and the others. Chen Lo, I've brought you here. Where's the caged WIRM? Chen Lo was bewildered. He did not know that he was going to meet Mr. Dahang. What did Lu Yin mean? Was he going to hand him over to Mr. Dahang? No matter how he looked at it, he was looking for trouble. Although he was still afraid of Mr. Dahang, Chen Lo had seen the strength of the Above Heavens sect and experienced the battle when the Eternals invaded the Above Heavens sect. Chen Lo was much calmer. If the Above Heavens sect could not protect him, who else in the human domain could? Although Lu Yin was a half-ancestor, he could be considered the strongest backer of the entire human race. Mr. Dahang looked up at Lu Yin and the others. His face darkened. Master Lu, what do you mean by this? Lu Yin sneered. Didn't you want to make a deal with me? Chen Lo is here. Bring the caged WIRM out. Mr. Dahang gritted his teeth. Master Lu doesn't seem to be here to make a deal. He seems to be looking for trouble. Lu Yin laughed. You captured my mount and threatened me. You're saying that I'm looking for trouble. I think you're tired of living. Big Sister took a step forward. What nonsense are you spouting? I haven't even made a move since I recovered my strength. That guy down there is obviously a hypocrite. Die for me. As she spoke, she pointed a finger, and the dark purple netherworld energy transformed into a shocking hammer that smashed down. Mr. Dahang was furious. Master Lu, are you going to war with the wood spacetime? You're not qualified to represent the wood spacetime. Lu Yin shouted and waved his hand. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2860. Elder Chan, Ling Qing, and Chen Le surrounded the palace from 3 different directions. The 4 progenitors attacked in unison, intending to use their power to suppress others. The Above Heavens had the strength to do so. Mr. Dahang hurriedly intervened. Wu Hen, gone, attack. Wu Hen trembled as progenitors attacked from all directions. Chen Li's side was the weakest, but the attacks from the other directions made his scalp tingle. Even if Mr. Dahang blocked the most terrifying woman, the others were not easy to deal with. Gon shouted, Master Lu, it's all a misunderstanding. Lu Yin did not care as he calmly watched with his hands behind his back. Big Sis's hammer, Ling Qing's blade, Chen Li's arrow, and Elder Chan's battle technique. It was a palm technique that carried a terrifying pressure that shattered the void. Mr. Dahang raised his arm and viciously chopped down, splitting the hammer in 2. Lu Yin was surprised and opened his heaven's eye to see sequence particles. Mr. Dahang was also someone who had grasped sequence laws, but Lu Yin could not immediately see through his own sequence laws. Wu Hen revealed his ancestral world, which was a wooden umbrella that covered the sky. A green light descended to block Qin Lu, and Elder Chan Lord Gan did not even have time to react before Ling Qing's blade slashed through him. If Lu Yin had not instructed them not to heavily injure Lord Gan, this attack would not have been so simple. However, Lord Gan was not injured and managed to dodge the attack with his own strength, even if it looked like he barely managed to do so. There was indeed a gap between the Six Direction Association's progenitors and the Primal Space's progenitors. The Primal Space's progenitors had experienced too many tribulations, and once they reached the progenitor realm, their strength would far surpass that of ordinary progenitors. Wu Hen was not as lucky as Lord Gan. Although the green light had blocked Elder Chan's palm, Chun Li's arrow had pierced through his arm and forced him to retreat. There was an earth-shattering collision as the 7 progenitors attacked at the same time, affecting the wood dimension and causing the trees that filled the entire dimension to sway. Big Sis looked at Mr. Dahang. "I want to see what laws you've grasped." As she spoke, a blood lotus slowly descended and floated towards Mr. Dahang. Mr. Dahang's eyes narrowed. The blood lotus definitely contained Big Sis's sequence laws, and this was the time to compete. Dahang's face darkened. These lunatics had started the battle without a word and did not even give him a chance to finish his words. "Master Lu, are you really going to fight to the death?" Lu Yin proudly, "Fight? Are you worthy?" Big Sister pressed down with her palm. The blood lotus rotated and pressed down on Mr. Dahang. Mr. Dahang raised his hand. Just as the blood lotus was about to crush him, he suddenly stopped. Big Sister was surprised. "So that's how it is. Interesting. Unfortunately, it's still too weak." Mr. Dahang dodged to the side and slashed at Big Sister. The entire void was split into 2. Even though he didn't have the sharpness of a blade, the might of his blade was even more terrifying than Ling Qing's. Ling Qing stared at the scene. This was not a slash. Lu Yin saw a strand of sequence law extend from Mr. Dahang's arm towards Big Sis. Mr. Dahang had used sequence law to sever the void. Big Sister had no intention of dodging. In front of her, numerous Ming flowers bloomed, blocking Mr. Dahang's slash. Lightness. The law you have mastered is lightness. Mr. Dahang was overwhelmed with shock. Where did this monster come from? She was able to see through the laws he had grasped with a single glance and easily blocked his attack. This woman was definitely a terrifying expert. Why hadn't she appeared before? Big Sister looked down at Mr. Dahang. "You dare to negotiate with my above heaven sect? You must be tired of living." The severed void bloomed with Ming flowers and continued to advance. Lu Yin could clearly see with his heaven's eye that Big Sister's sequence particles were crazily crushing Mr. Dahang's sequence particles. The two were not even on the same level. Big Sister had been the ancestor of the netherworld during the above heaven sect's most glorious era. Even a Tao Lord had treated her as an honored guest, and she had played a huge role in the Third Mainland's war. Mr. Dahang might not even have been born at that time. Mr. Dahang spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated continuously. Ming flowers blotted out the sky in front of him. At that moment, the shattered trees trembled, and a sigh sounded out. "Netherworld, for my sake, let him off this time." The Ming flowers stopped, and Big Sister looked to the right. Lu Yin and the others looked over and saw the master of wood spacetime, the wood god. Mr. Dahang coughed up another mouthful of blood and clutched his chest. He faced the wood god and bowed. "Greetings, wood god." When Wu Hen and Manor Head Gon saw the wood god appear, they both relaxed and bowed. "Greetings, wood god." The wood god approached until he was not too far away from Big Sister and Lu Yin. He stared at Big Sister. "Long time no see, Netherworld." Big Sister looked at the wood god. It hasn't been that long. I woke up in this era through the river of time. I'm not as old as you. Luin glanced at Big Sister. This was an acquaintance. The wood god smiled bitterly. You're still the same. Big Sister snorted and retracted her hand, causing all the Ming flowers to vanish. This brat dared to offend the above heaven sect, and the current sect master ordered me to teach him a lesson. Wood god, do you have any objections? The wood god laughed and looked at Luin. He nodded. Master Lu, we meet again. Luin and the wood god exchanged glances. Ancestor Lu Yuan had gone to the Six Paths Society to prepare to take revenge on the everlasting tribe with the Grand Empyreans. The wood god should have gone as well. Since he was here, it meant that the final battle would not begin so soon. We meet again, wood god. Although we did not interact during the tea party, we can be considered acquaintances. The wood god asked, for my sake, can Master Lu let him off? Luin did not speak to the wood god as a junior. He was now the master of the primordial space, and in terms of status, he was equal to the wood god. This person dared to use the hellworm to threaten me. If I let him off, what will the Six Paths Society think of me? Will I still have any dignity in the Six Paths Society in the future? The wood god smiled. That makes sense. What does Master Lu want? Luin looked down at Mr. Daheng. Where is the hellworm? Mr. Daheng's face paled. He had heard the conversation between Luin and the wood god and knew that he was unlucky to have provoked someone he should not have. In fact, he had not intended to provoke Luin. He had only wanted to use the hellworm to lure Luin over and then use other conditions to exchange for Qinlu. From the start, he had never intended to be enemies with Luin, and this exchange could not even be considered a transaction. Who would have thought that he would not even have the time to speak? Moreover, this person was too overbearing and tyrannical. He had directly attacked without giving him a chance to explain. But no matter what, the result was already like this. He did not have the qualifications to debate with Luin. I have placed the hellworm in a parallel universe that only I know of. I will bring it to Master Lu, Mr. Daheng said in a low voice. Luin looked down. That's it. For you, my above-the-sky sect sent so many people and even attracted the wood god. If the everlasting tribe ambushes the above-the-sky sect now, who will be responsible for this? For you, I have taken a great risk. Mr. Daheng's face twitched. What did this have to do with him? He was not looking for a beating on purpose. The wood god glanced at Luin. This person was exactly the same as Lu Yuan. They were both so unreasonable. Mr. Daheng sighed and felt very sullen. Here is a wood spacetime resource. I will give it to Master Lu. If you convert it to star essence from the reincarnation spacetime, it will be worth 1 trillion star essence. Consider it compensation for Master Lu's loss. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. This person seemed to have understood him and knew that he loved resources. Generally speaking, progenitors would not value resources like these, but Lu Yin was an exception. This was something that everyone in the starter space knew, and Mr. Daheng had paid the right price. The hellworm was quickly brought over. The wood god invited Big Sis for a chat, and she agreed. Lu Yin then left and returned to the above-the-sky sect. After Lu Yin's group left, Mr. Daheng's face turned gloomy. His original elegance had completely disappeared, and his eyes were now filled with killing intent. This child from the Lu family had humiliated him, and he would definitely take revenge. Manor Lord Gon wanted to say something, but he hesitated. Wu Hen relaxed. If the wood god had come just a little later, we would have all suffered. When Lord Gon heard this, he could not help but say, Lu Yin would not have the guts to kill us unless he wanted to start a war. Even if he did, the Grand Empyreans would not agree. Wu Hen sneered. Although I did not attend the tea party, I know what happened. 2 people from the Lu family cursed at the Grand Empyreans. Do you think that the Grand Empyreans can control the Lu family? If the Grand Empyreans can't control them, then let Luo Shan do it, Mr. Daheng said coldly. Wu Hen and Lord Gan were both confused. Luo Shan. He was just the spacetime master, one of the 3 past sovereigns. No matter how powerful he was, he could not surpass the Wood God, Void Master, and the others, let alone the Grand Empyreans. What right did he have to control them? Mr. Daheng clenched his fists. Luo Shan hates the starter space, and this child from the Lu family will not let him off. I originally wanted to tell him Luo Shan's secret, but he was too arrogant and attacked me directly. Since that's the case, I'll let Luo Shan teach him a lesson. If he dares to underestimate Luo Shan, then he's dead. Wu Hen and Lord Gan exchanged glances. They had not paid much attention to Luo Shan, but now, it seemed that this Luo Shan was not simple. After breaking through to the half-ancestor realm during the tea party, he had fought against divinity Shaoyin. Even an ordinary powerhouse would not be able to kill him, so how could Luo Shan do it? Mr. Daheng did not say anything else. He would return today's humiliation double in the future. Wu Hen's eyes flashed as he watched Mr. Daheng's departing figure. Just as Lu Yin had guessed, the battle at the Hall of Freedom had shocked the 6 directions. Although Lu Yin's performance at the tea party was extraordinary, and ancestor Lu Yuan had cursed at the Grand Empyreans in front of everyone, that was still a tea party. Those who knew about it did not dare to spread the news for fear of being punished by the Grand Empyreans. By now, many people knew that the starter space was powerful, but they did not know exactly how powerful it was. It was only when 4 ancestors appeared in the Heaven sect to threaten the Hall of Freedom that those who did not know about the 6 Directions Society had a deeper understanding of the Heaven sect. The Hall of Freedom was not famous, but Mr. Daheng was. Many people thought that he was a powerhouse in the Wood spacetime, second only to Wood God. He was equivalent to Su Wuwei's status in the Void God spacetime, and his reputation far surpassed Mu Chao's. Such a character could be considered one of the strongest in the 6 Directions Society, but he was forced to admit his mistake by Lu Yin. Lu Yin had achieved his goal. Did Lu Yin really think that anyone could negotiate with him? The current above heaven had changed, and so had he. He no longer needed to fear anyone, and he no longer needed to compromise with anyone. He no longer needed to address everyone as his senior. He could respect those who had contributed greatly to the human race, but he would not respect others based on their cultivation. He respected virtue, not age. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2861. When the ancestral turtle saw that the Helldrake had returned, it immediately retracted its head into its shell. This time, the Helldrake was not as arrogant and did not dare to bare its fangs. It had been reprimanded by Lu Yin. During the tea party, it had been too embarrassing. When Lu Yin had asked it to bite the zombie god, it had tried its best to retreat. When Lu Yin underwent his tribulation, it had disappeared. Useless thing. The Helldrake did not dare to talk back to Lu Yin. It could only bend its claws to show that it understood. Lu Yin could not do anything about this stupid thing. To be honest, if the Helldrake's mind had not been struck by lightning, it would have been very strong. Even the Forgotten Ruins deity had said that this guy's defense was very strong. That was right, it had been struck by the Lightning Lord. Being able to survive after being struck by the Lightning Lord spoke volumes. How is it, little 7? Big sister has made you proud this time. Big sister was pleased and looked like she was waiting for praise. Lu Yin hurriedly flattered her, and Big Sis was very pleased. Call me Big Sister next time. I'll help you do it properly. Whoever doesn't give me face will be punished. Big sister patted her chest, and Chen Lo and the others quickly turned around. Lu Yin struck while the iron was hot. Big sister, there will be a tough battle soon. Big sister was interested. Who is it this time? Divinity Shaoyin. Big sister's face sank. The one who instigated the Grand Empyreans to banish the Lu family, slandered you as a spy, and attacked you during the tea party. Lu Yin nodded. Big sister's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. You have to bring me along. Lu Yin's heart warmed. Don't worry, big sister. Even if you don't want to go, I will drag you along. I can't beat him. Big sister left. Ling Qing and Elder Chan returned to the above heaven sect. In the end, only Chen Lo and Lu Yin remained in space. What do you want to say? Lu Yin looked at Chen Lo. Chen Lo respectfully asked, Path Master, what about Mr. Daheng? Lu Yin said, he captured the Helldrake and threatened me to send you to the Repose Palace. Chen Lo did not understand. That landscape painting stone is already in Lord Luo's hands. Why is he still targeting me? This was something that Lu Yin found strange as well. Mr. Daheng should not care about Chen Lo. If he wanted to find out who had removed Chen Li's seal back then, it would not make sense for him to break through to the ancestral realm. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that it was the above heaven. If that was the case, why would he still want Chen Lo? Lu Yin looked at Chen Lo with a dangerous gaze. Are you hiding something from me? Chen Lo was greatly shocked, and hurriedly bowed. Absolutely not, Daoist Master, please be at ease. If there is anything that is hidden from Daoist Master, this subordinate is willing to die without a burial place, and his cultivation will never be able to advance an inch for the rest of his life. Lu Yin frowned. This was strange. What did Mr. Daheng want Chen Lo for? On this day, news came from the endless battlefield. The great Empyrean, old ancestor Lu Yuan, Void Master, Wood Deity, and the others had engaged in a fierce battle with the Eternals, causing several parallel time spaces to collapse. Countless Six Directions Guild cultivators had to flee, and even Ancestor Realm experts had to avoid the battle. The Six Paths Gang and the Eternals had engaged in a decisive battle. When Lu Yin received the news, he knew that it was time. He had thought that it would take some time, but he hadn't expected it to be so soon. The rotting God universe was not close to the parallel universe of the endless battlefield, so there was no need to worry about being affected by that kind of battle. He immediately contacted Big Sis and told her that it was time to go to the rotting God universe. This time, he would bring Big Sis, Ling Qing, Chen Lo, and Wang Jian with him. The rest would stay in the Genesis space. Wang Jian was an ancestor of the Wang family, and he had never dreamed that Lu Yin would come to visit him. When Lu Yin came looking for him, there was nothing he could do about it. This was an order from the Lu family. In Lu Tiany's words, it was to protect the young master. Wang Jian was sullen. He had actually become a Dao protector, but he had no right to refuse the Lu family. Chen Lo didn't want to go either. That was the endless battlefield, and only those who understood it would know how terrifying it was. However, he also had no room to refuse. When Big Sis arrived, Lu Yin rode on the prison WIRM and said in high spirits, "Let's go to the reincarnation time-space." Inside and outside the above heaven sect, countless people looked on with envy and reverence. Farewell, Daoist Master. Farewell, Daoist Master. Tuo Lin's eyes lit up. He had been waiting outside the above heaven sect for several months, and he still had to wait. He didn't know how long he would have to wait, but this was his chance. If he lost it, he would forever be an ordinary person. No matter how long it would take, he had to wait. At the bottom of the stairway, he ran, looked up and snorted. How long had it been? This Lu Yin actually didn't have any other thoughts. Could it be that her charm had decreased? As she thought about it, she leaned against the cauldron, and a branch stretched out and rubbed her face. He ran, looked into the cauldron, and the green leaves of the sapling glowed happily. She felt much better. I don't believe that you can hold back. But in the previous battle, my existence should have been exposed. There are also people from the Sixth Direction Association here. Hyperspace should know. Will Dimensional Master come to save me? He ran, muttered to herself. This trip was considered the first official battle of the above Heaven Sex expedition. Other than I Ching and Lu Yin, no one knew that their destination was the rotting god time-space. Even I Ching was only known to a few people. Lu Yin didn't go directly to the endless battlefield. He wanted to find a road sign. Otherwise, it would be difficult to find the rotting god time-space even if he went to the endless battlefield. In the reincarnation time-space, the prison WIRM roared. The above heaven sect had arrived. Lu Yin looked into the distance. They were here again. The reincarnation time-space. Just like in the wood time-space, Big Sis wantonly erupted with the power of the underworld and spread it throughout the reincarnation time-space. Many powerhouses in the reincarnation time-space looked over, and their expressions changed. Jyotian Shitty had recovered, but Evergreen Saint, who had once guarded the gate of heaven, had died. He was the first progenitor to die in the Tea Party battle. The prison WIRM headed towards the void imperfection realm. That was the border battlefield of the reincarnation time-space. Lu Yin had been there once and seen the sanctified saint's grief there, which had shocked him greatly. The Grand Empyrean could bestow the power of the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages, but it could also be taken back at any time. The reason why the Shaoyin divinity had gone to the rotting god time-space was because his power had been taken back by the Grand Empyrean, and he needed to cultivate again. Now, perhaps because of his countless years of accumulation, he could still control the sequence laws. However, he had lost his progenitor cultivation, and his use of the sequence laws would be far inferior to before. Lu Yin also wanted to go to the rotting god time-space to see how strong the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages were after their powers had been taken away by the Grand Empyrean. That way, he could determine the strength of the reincarnation time-space. The prison WIRM rampaged all the way towards the void imperfection realm. Along the way, countless cultivators in the reincarnation time-space were stunned. No one had ever dared to be so arrogant in the reincarnation time-space. The unbridled power continued to oppress many cultivators. The prison WIRM also began to roar under Lu Yin's tacit approval, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as if to regain the dignity it had lost before. In a corner of the reincarnation time-space, the sacrificial saint opened his eyes. Is the glory of the origin space about to appear again? The entire reincarnation time-space seemed to tremble under the prison WIRM's roar and the spread of the netherworld's power. Lu Yin unscrupulously declared the power of the heavens. The power of the sect. In the void imperfection realm, the Bao Saint turned back with a grave expression. Not far away, Bai Xing, Xia Zhen, and ancestor Gui Yuan were all there. They looked at each other and had a bad premonition. Not long after, the prison WIRM's huge body appeared, bringing with it a gust of wind that overturned many cultivators in the reincarnation time-space. Many cultivators in the reincarnation time-space were angry but did not dare to speak. They all looked at the huge prison WIRM in shock. This was the first time the prison WIRM had completely revealed its body in the 6-way meeting. Its huge body carried a terrifying pressure. As long as it was not stupid, it was quite a deterrent. When they first met in the void imperfection realm, they looked at the prison WIRM from afar. Now, he had changed. He had become cold and indifferent, and his gaze was no longer arrogant. He no longer pursued perfection, and there was no such thing as invincibility. He would climb up from the bottom, one step at a time. One day, he would be able to challenge that person again. Lu Yin and the others sat on the prison WIRM's back and looked down at the battlefield of the Void Imperfection Realm. The Void Imperfection Realm was a wall that rolled up the reincarnation time-space, blocking the Eternals outside. Sitting on the prison WIRM's back, they could see the entire battlefield of the Void Imperfection Realm. Naturally, they also saw Bai Xing and the others. Lu Yin's lips curled up. An unexpected gain. Wang Jian saw Bai Xing and the others and smiled bitterly. These people were actually here. They were just unlucky. He looked at Ancestor Gui Yuan. It was clearly Ancestor Wang Fan's life shadow. Why didn't the Ancestor take it back? The four-way scales were gone, and they did not need to take on the responsibility of defending the six-way meeting. The Bao Saint took a step forward and walked in front of the prison WIRM. He was very polite. Master Lu, what brings you to the Void Imperfection Realm? Before Lu Yin could speak, the prison WIRM opened its mouth and roared. The Bao Saint frowned. As one of the 3 reverends and 9 sages, no one in the six-way meeting had ever been so rude to him. Even Void Master and the other masters of parallel spacetime would not be so rude to him. Although he was dissatisfied, he could only endure in front of Lu Yin. During the Battle of the Tea Party, the 7 sky gods had been completely destroyed by Lu Yin. The Bao Saint did not have the confidence to defeat Lu Yin when he had first met him. Moreover, Lu Yin was now a half-step ancestor, and his inner worlds were incomprehensible. This person could fight against the Shaoyin divinity. Moreover, he had heard that the unrestrained hall was being suppressed by the above heaven sect. This Lu Yin did not seem to be as humble as before. Find me the forest orchid spacetime's road sign. Lu Yin was indifferent. The Bao Saint was puzzled. Master Lu wants to go to the endless battlefield. Just find it. Lu Yin did not say anything else. His gaze swept past the Bao Saint and looked at Bai Xing, Xia Zhen, and Ancestor Gui Yuan. All of you, come here. Bai Xing and the others looked at each other, and then they headed out of the Void Imperfection Realm without hesitation. What a joke. Wouldn't they be courting death if they went there now? Lu Yin's eyes widened, and he was about to ask Big Sis to help when the Bao Saint hurriedly said, Master Lu, this is the Void Imperfection Realm, the front line of the battle between the humans and the Eternals. Everyone is watching. There were too many cultivators fighting against the Eternals in the Void Imperfection Realm. No matter which parallel spacetime it was, there was no shortage of people who would fight to the death for the humans. These people were hot-blooded and fearless, and they were willing to die for the humans. These people deserved everyone's respect. Lu Yin could ignore the Bao Saint, the reincarnation spacetime, and even the Grand Empyreans, but he could not ignore these people. They knew that their chances of survival were slim, but they still came. It was not that they did not fear death, but they had no choice. Who did not have siblings? Who did not have parents? Every death represented a family's pain, and this pain should be remembered in history. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2862. Lu Yin suppressed his urge to attack and stared coldly outside the Void Imperfection Realm. If the Lu family's exile has nothing to do with you, you can return to the origin space for questioning. I will not make things difficult for you, but if you insist on not returning to the origin space, I will assume that you have a part in the Lu family's exile. What awaits you is betrayal. He then stared at Ancestor Gui Yuan. Wang Fan, I will make sure you die without a burial place. No matter how big the Six Direction Society is, it won't be able to protect you. Ancestor Gui Yuan did not speak, but his eyes flickered. He saw that Wang Jian was also riding on the caged WIRM, and the four-way balance was gone. Bai Xing and Xia Zhen exchanged glances. The Lu family's exile had nothing to do with them. They had not returned to help defend against the Six Direction Society, but also because they were unsure of the Lu family's attitude. No one wanted to die, and they were the same. The Lu family was overbearing, and it would be tragic if they killed them and then appointed a new leader. Xia Zhen was dissatisfied with the Xia family, but she did not want to risk her own life by returning. She was not clear about the relationship between Xia Xinji and Lu Yin. Now that Lu Yin had made his stance clear, they should consider it. Big Sis snorted. "Let me deal with them." Lu Yin whispered, "Sis, this is not a good place." He wanted to deal with them all as well. The Grand Empyreans had shielded ancestor Lu Yuan, the traitor madman Lu, by Wang Yuan and Wang Fan. He wanted to collect his debts one by one. Now, he had the confidence to say that even the Grand Empyreans would have to pay the price. But now was not the time. Bao Sage was afraid that Lu Yin and the others would attack Bai Xing and the others, so he quickly sent someone to bring the road sign to the forest orchid spacetime. The road sign was a woman who had originally been in the Void God spacetime. Her mission was to bring people from the Void God spacetime to the forest orchid spacetime, but she had been temporarily brought to the Void Imperfection realm. Coincidentally, Su Xiangyin was among the people heading to the forest orchid spacetime. Because of Lu Yin's interference, Su Xiangyin's group had been delayed. This lowly one is the road sign of the forest orchid spacetime. "Greetings, Master Lu." The woman was very nervous. Her voice trembled in front of so many big shots, especially the caged WIRM. "Take us to the forest orchid spacetime." "Yes, sir." Soon, Lu Yin's group was brought to the forest orchid spacetime in the endless battlefield. After they left, Bao Saint heaved a sigh of relief. The pressure was too great. There were many extreme realm experts in this heaven sect, and 4 of them had come out at random. Including Master Lu and Prison Dragon, there were 6 extreme realm experts. Moreover, there were even more extreme realm experts in the origin space. The sky of the Six Direction Society had truly changed. The forest orchid spacetime is separated from the rotting god spacetime by 4 parallel spacetimes. Lu Yin didn't want to be targeted by the Eternals. They would know that they had gone to reinforce the rotting god dimension, so he had no choice but to go to the forest orchid dimension. Limitless, Bodhi Saint received the news from Bao Saint and was surprised. Master Lu and his group of 6 powerhouses went to forest orchid dimension. What are they doing in the forest orchid spacetime? Now that the Grand Empyreans and the other masters of parallel universes were fighting the Eternals, the boundless battlefield had been torn apart. Several parallel universes had collapsed, and Master Lu and the others were leaving. Where were they going? Immediately investigate the whereabouts of Lord Lu's group. Bodhi Sage ordered. Soon, a woman reported, "I have found that Master Lu and his party are in Bo Rui spacetime at the moment." Bodhi Saint was shocked. How long had it been? They had already gone from forest orchid dimension to Bo Rui spacetime. In the Bo Rui spacetime of the boundless battlefield, Lu Yin sat on the back of caged WIRM and looked at the falling stars in front of him. This was Bo Rui spacetime. Back then, Wendy Yushan had been left here by Divine Sovereign Shaoyin. At that time, he had thought that she would come, but Wendy Yushan had escaped by herself. He hadn't expected that she would come now, but it was completely different from that time. At that time, he had been forced by Divine Sovereign Shaoyin and had no choice but to come. Now, he had come to kill Divine Sovereign Shaoyin. Bo Rui spacetime was just an ordinary parallel universe with no powerhouses. At most, there were only half progenitors. The next parallel universe was different. In the boundless battlefield, every 3 parallel universes had one that was difficult to deal with. There were almost certainly progenitor powerhouses, such as De Shikong and the dark spacetime. If one wanted to go from forest orchid dimension to rotting god dimension, the fastest route was Bo-Roy spacetime, gourd spacetime, La spacetime, and finally rotting god dimension. Of these 4 parallel universes, the gourd spacetime was recognized as the most difficult one to deal with. It was ranked in the top 10 in the entire boundless battlefield. They had to cross the gourd spacetime to reach the rotting god spacetime. Yi Xing hoped that Lu Yin and the others would directly enter the rotting god spacetime through the road signs, but Lu Yin didn't want to be schemed against by the Eternals and would rather spend some effort. No matter how difficult the gourd spacetime was to deal with, their group of 6 progenitors was enough to sweep through it. In Limitless, Bodhi Saint stared at the Grand Empyrean's battlefield while keeping an eye on Lu Yin and the others. They were about to enter the gourd spacetime. Information from the gourd spacetime. Wendy Yushan looked up. Reporting, there are currently 4 powerhouses clashing in the gourd spacetime. Our 6-direction association has Peachwood Person and Xiao Ci. The Eternals have 2 progenitor corpse kings. One of them has been clashing with Peachwood Person for thousands of years, and the other has just joined and can use the red pupil transformation. It is this corpse king who joined later that suppressed Peachwood Person and Xiao Ci. The situation in the gourd spacetime is not good. Bodhi Saint immediately ordered, find a way to send this information to Master Lu and ask him to support Peachwood Person and Xiao Ci. Yes. The Hellworm traversed through Platinum Sharp spacetime without encountering any obstacles. On the battlefield, Elder Chan took action and easily cleared out one battlefield after another, causing Platinum Sharp spacetime to almost turn green. If not for the lack of time, with Lu Yin's tyrannical strength, they would have been able to turn the endless battlefield's many parallel spacetimes green, as long as they did not encounter monsters at the level of the 7 sky gods. After passing through Platinum Sharp spacetime, the group rushed into the gourd spacetime. In an instant, everyone's bodies were covered by a gourd-shaped materialized power, which looked rather strange. Lu Yin stared blankly. Was this the origin of the gourd spacetime? Elder Chan and Big Sis were stunned. What was this? The Hellworm was covered in a huge flat gourd, and his eyes widened as he looked left and right in amazement. Big Sis frowned, as this shape was a little embarrassing. She immediately used netherworld energy to shatter it. The entire gourd spacetime trembled and let out a low rumble. Chenlo was shocked. Senior, don't move. Big Sis looked at him with an unfriendly gaze. Are you talking about me? Chen Li's face paled. Senior, this is the special characteristic of the gourd spacetime. Anyone who comes here will be covered in a gourd, and the method of battle is to clash with the gourd. Nonsense, can't I tell? Big Sis was dissatisfied. Chenlo carefully said, Lord Luo once told me that the Void Master wanted to shatter the gourd the first time he came, but it caused a huge change in the gourd spacetime. He said that if you don't want the gourd spacetime to completely collapse, then don't shatter the gourd. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. Big Sis, is this a law? Big Sis snorted and looked up at the sky. I don't know what kind of person has such a bad taste, but he actually forced the law to coexist in the sky. Fortunately, this spacetime is not big, or else he would have been unlucky. I can shatter this gourd, but the result is shattering the gourd spacetime. Breaking the gourd is equivalent to breaking that person's law, and it will implicate the entire gourd spacetime. How disgusting. Lu Yin looked at Chenlo. Chenlo said, legend has it that this spacetime is like this because of the gourd spirit. Lu Yin looked at Big Sis and asked, how strong is this gourd spirit? Big Sis said, about the same as me. Lu Yin nodded. To be able to coexist with the law of spacetime, such a powerhouse was clearly much stronger than divinity Shaoyin. Old Monster Mo had completely changed the dark spacetime with the law of darkness, and he was also stronger than divinity Shaoyin. Regardless of this gourd spirit, this person was already dead. Lu Yin patted the prison drake. Let's go. The prison drake was uncomfortable with being trapped in a flat gourd, and it looked like an idiot. However, there was nothing it could do, as it could not break the law. At this time, the cloud connection stone vibrated. After entering the Six Direction Association, most people used the cloud connection stone, and Luin also brought it along for easier communication. In the starry sky of the Tree of Stars, wireless goo had replaced the cloud connection stone. Now that the primordial space had become one of the Six Direction Associations, the various parallel spacetimes of the Six Direction Association were also seeking to cooperate with the primordial space. Wireless goo was one of the products they were interested in. It was just that it had not been popularized yet. Is this Master Lu? Luin grunted in acknowledgement. The gourd spacetime is in danger. Please help us, Master Lu. It's at the center of the gourd spacetime. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. What danger? Senior Mu Tao and Senior Xiao Ci of my Six Direction Association are fighting against an eternal corpse king. One of the corpse kings can use red eyes transformation to make the gourd extremely hard. The two seniors can only circle around and cannot fight it head-on. They won't be able to hold on for long, and there is no one around to help them. Luin put down the cloud connection stone, found a direction, and had the prison drake rush over. He did not know who Mu Tao was, but he was familiar with Xiao Ci, who was a good senior. Moreover, he had a good relationship with the void god space dimension, so it was only right for him to help senior Xiao Ci. Far away from the prison drake, at the center of the gourd, Mu Tao was panting heavily, her mustache red with blood dripping down. The peachwood sword in her hand was broken, and there were only a few peaches left in the ancestral world. On the other side, Xiao Ci was also not in a good condition, his mustache also stained with blood. In front of him, the elephant wall was stuck to the gourd. Longbeard, how are you? Mu Tao asked while panting, staring at the corpse king with a sea of blood in front of her. Xiao Ci smiled bitterly. Mustache, we're in trouble this time, we can't hold on. He stared at the red-eyed corpse king in the distance. The gourd on its body was clearly much harder than theirs, and their gourds were already cracking. Once the gourd broke, they would die for sure. Mu Tao was helpless. Wuli already knew about our situation, but no one came to help. It seems that the other battlefields are not faring well either. During the tea party, the Eternals invaded. The Endless Battlefield, the Six Direction Association, and even the Outer Realms are all experiencing war. The Eternals attack like crazy, and we're lucky that we didn't face the captain of the True God Guard. Lucky my ass, we'll still die. The two of them didn't say anything about leaving. They would rather die in battle here than flee. This was their responsibility. If not for this, how could the humans have fought the Eternals for so long? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2863. It looks like we will also become old friends of the Grand Empyrean Tea Party. Xiao Ci bitterly smiled. In front, the corpse king suddenly rushed over. Mu Tao gritted her teeth. No matter what, let's deal with them first. Even if we die, we have to delay them for a while longer. Hopefully, there will be a breakthrough in the battle over there. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them looked in the same direction. The zombie king that was originally charging towards them also looked over. In the distance, an incomparably huge flat gourd rushed over and crashed straight into the corpse king. If it was just a flat gourd, it would be fine. There was no lack of starry sky behemoths in the gourd spacetime, but they were basically flat gourds. What caught their attention were the several gourds on the flat gourd. One of the gourds made their eyelids twitch. It was a dark purple gourd that was overflowing with light. Mu Tao, who had been fighting in the gourd universe for many years, could see the strength of the gourd at a glance. He had only seen this kind of gourd in the three venerables and the absolute top powerhouses in the parallel universe, such as Mu Qing from the wood universe, Mr. Dahang, and Su Wuwei from the nihility god universe. Which expert was this? The flat gourd smashed towards the corpse king as the prison dragon roared. Xiao Xi and Mu Tao saw who it was. Master Lu. The prison flood dragon slammed into the corpse king, but the corpse king did not retreat and slammed into it as well. There was a loud bang. The void exploded. The collision between the two gourds created a huge force that tore the void apart. Even the Forgotten Ruins god had praised the hellworm's body for its toughness. During the tea party, even though the hellworm had been rather cowardly, it had still collided with the corpse king when Lu Yin had thrown it at the corpse god. If that had been fine, then this corpse king would definitely be fine. Although the prison flood dragon was stupid, it was very sensitive to danger. It definitely didn't dare to get close to the zombie god, but anyone who dared to get close to it was a sign that they weren't afraid. The prison flood dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it charged towards the corpse king once again. The corpse king's eyes were ferocious as he charged forward as well. Bang bang bang. After several collisions, the prison flood dragon shook its head and continued. Lu Yin frowned. There's no time to waste. As he spoke, he leaped down and unleashed his boundless inner world. The threads fused into the gourd, and Lu Yin raised a hand and pressed it against the gourd. His palm unleashed imperishable battle force and sealed the gourd with 50 punches. With a loud bang, the corpse king gourd cracked open. If Lu Yin used all of his power, he would be able to fight the captain of the true god guard, Zhong Pan. Now, he did not need to use all of his power to suppress the corpse king in front of him. Although this corpse king had the physical strength of a red eyes transformation, it was still too weak compared to a mid-plate and could not stop Lu Yin at all. The prison flood dragon charged out again. The gourd shattered, and the corpse king tore through the void in an attempt to escape. Lu Yin was just about to intervene when Big Sis stopped him. There's no need. Half of the corpse king's body rushed into the tear in the void. Just as he was about to leave, his body suddenly cracked open. The crack was exactly the same as the crack on the gourd. In the end, half of his body turned into a pool of blood. Only the other half rushed into the tear in the void. That half of his body was as good as dead. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This was the law that the gourd ogre had set in this dimension. Once the gourd was broken, the creature inside would be broken as well. The rules could be played like this. Prison flood dragon stared at the female corpse king, who quickly fled. Lu Yin mounted the hellworm and nodded at Xiao Xi and Mu Tao. He then directed the hellworm to charge out. The hellworm was even faster than the female corpse king, and with a whistling sound, it crashed into the gourd. The hellworm's gourd was not as strong as the previous corpse king, and it was instantly shattered. Xiao Xi and Mu Tao had yet to recover from their shock. That's it. It's over. We don't have to die. We saw the primordial space's strength at the tea party, and now, we're seeing it again. The Six Direction Society is about to change. In Limitless, Bodhi Saint quickly received news that the crisis in the gourd had been resolved. She exhaled. The primordial space had only joined the Six Direction Society for a short period of time, and so many things had happened before that it had not been able to integrate with the Six Direction Society. Otherwise, once the primordial space's powerhouses joined the battlefield, the situation would not have turned out this way. After the Grand Empyrean battle, she had to let the primordial space send enough powerhouses to participate in the endless battlefield to reduce the pressure. She stared at the gourd space where Lu Yin was. From the forest orchid space to the platinum sharp space, and then to the gourd space, Master Lu's group had definitely advanced with a goal in mind. If the next space was the joy space, then the next would most likely be the rotting God space. Where exactly was his destination? Limitless had not received any information about the Shaoyin God space, and the Eternals could not have told it. I Ching also did not want the Six Direction Society to interfere. They treated the rotting God space as their own private territory, which was one of the reasons why they did not ask for help from the Six Direction Society. I Ching was a Bairong, and he was a powerhouse outside of the Six Direction Society. Like the Thunder Lord, they did not need to follow the Six Direction Society's arrangements. To a certain extent, they had their own ideas. The Hellworm passed through the Gourd space and arrived at the Joy space. Then, the next one was the Rotten God universe. There was a strange parallel space in the endless battlefield called the Rotting God. There were no humans or astral beasts in this space. There was only one type of life form, the Rotting God. Using the eye as a medium, various rotting gods were born. It was very strange. These rotting gods had spirituality, their own habits, and various innate gifts. Among them, the most noteworthy was the spatial rotting god. Even ordinary progenitors would find it difficult to touch them. The rotting god space was not discovered by the Six Direction Society, but by I Ching. I Ching wanted to trade with the Six Direction Society. Using the rotting god space as a show of sincerity, I Ching pulled the rotting god space into the endless battlefield and obtained the right to trade with the Six Direction Society. Due to the existence of I Ching's branch, the rotting god space was not the most intense space in the endless battlefield. However, it was still coveted by the Eternals from time to time because the various rotting gods were too useful. Even the most basic tentacle rotting god could give birth to progenitors for the Eternals to use. However, because of their fear of Bairong, the Eternals did not attack the rotting god space too much. However, in recent years, Bairong had been in seclusion and did not come out. There were rumors in the outside world that Bairong was dead. The Eternals attacked the rotting god space more and more frequently until the Shaoyin god betrayed them and exposed his identity as a spy. Under his leadership, the Eternals completely let go of their power and directly drove I Ching away to occupy the rotting god space. Because the rotting god space was brought here by I Ching, the Six Direction Society did not establish a place to gather information. Therefore, the Six Direction Society did not know what happened here. In a corner of the rotting god space, there was a I Ching branch. It was a pagoda-shaped building surrounded by many spatial rotting gods, causing the pagoda-shaped building to appear and disappear from time to time. Inside the pagoda, Biting, Bailan, Madame Nalan, and the others looked outside. They had been here for some time. In the outside world, the Shaoyin god space had taken control of most of the rotting god space, so it was easy for them to leave. Madame Nalan could come and go as she pleased. They had all left traces in this space, but if they were driven away, the rotting god space would become the territory of the Eternals. And these spatial rotting gods had nothing to do with them. When will the people from above heaven arrive? Biting stood by the window and looked into the distance, frowning. Beside him, Bailan looked at Madame Nalan. Madame Nalan replied, "They're already on the way." Biting narrowed his eyes. The Eternals are not easy to deal with, but we can only ask for help from above heaven. The Thunder Lord has no time to spare, and the masters of the Six Direction Society's parallel universes are fighting. The Shaoyin god space took advantage of this opportunity to attack us. How hateful. Bailan said, "If Lord Bairong comes out of seclusion, he can kill them with a slap." Lord Bidding, why don't we try contacting Lord Bairong? Someone suggested. Everyone looked at Bidding expectantly. I Ching's real trump card in Six Direction Society was Bairong. Bairong was an absolute powerhouse, even facing Grand Empyreans with ease. The Eternals were afraid of Bairong, so they did not attack the rotting god space, only appearing occasionally. As long as Bairong appeared, the Shaoyin god space would not dare to appear. Bidding said helplessly, "Master is in seclusion, it's hard to contact him," and, he looked at everyone with a burning gaze, "Master has reached the peak of the human race. Once he succeeds in his seclusion, he might be able to take that legendary step and surpass everyone. At that time, the Eternals will not be a threat, but Master must have his reasons for not coming out." The others weren't as passionate as Bai Ting. They had heard such words too many times. At first, they would imagine the future where I Ching would be above everyone, even the Six Direction Union and the Eternals. But as time passed, they lost their passion. The Eternals attacked the rotting god space without restraint. Didn't that mean something was wrong? Perhaps something had really happened to Lord Byron. Madame Nayland had only joined recently, so she did not feel a sense of belonging to I Ching. She was only worried about Lu Yin, as there were many powerful Eternals outside. Outside I Ching's branch was a circle of spatial rotting gods, and even further away were the Eternal Corpse Kings. The Eternal Corpse Kings surrounded I Ching's branch. Shaoyin God space was nearby, and there were 4 progenitors around him. 2 of them were ordinary progenitor realm corpse kings. One of them was the captain of the true god guards, Zhu Ji, the woman who had fought against Mu Xie in the primordial space. The other was wrapped in a black robe that hid his face. "How much longer?" Shaoyin God space asked. Zhu Ji replied coldly, "Not much longer. The real threat is the spatial rotting god at the top of the tower. I'm trying my best to compress it, but it won't last much longer." "Is Byron really dead?" the black-robed man asked in a low voice. Shaoyin God space clasped his hands behind his back. "Should be." The black-robed man replied, "Although I've never seen Byron, I've heard of his legends. If he's not dead, then you and I will both die. We can't stop him. Byron can fight against the 7 sky gods." When I Ching first appeared, the corpse god fought against Byron many times, but they were evenly matched, Zhu Ji said. The black-robed man's voice grew even deeper. "He's also a monster." Suddenly, they all looked in a certain direction. They felt an extraordinary aura. It was the power of a progenitor. Shaoyin God space and the others' expressions changed. A progenitor could not have appeared to help them. The only possibility was that I Ching had asked for help, but who could I Ching ask for help? Within the tower, Bidding God space also looked into the distance and was overjoyed. "They're here." Everyone looked in that direction. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2864. With a loud roar, the prison flood dragon appeared. The Shaoyin divine sovereign's pupils shrank as he gritted his teeth and growled, "Lu Yin." Zhu Ji and the black-robed man were both staring into the distance. When the hellworm appeared, Lu Yin and the others naturally appeared in their sights. They didn't expect I Ching to ask for help from the above heaven sect. What was their relationship with the above heaven sect? Behind the hellworm, Lu Yin also saw Sovereign Shaoyin and the others. He raised his head and said, "Sis, don't let a single one of them escape. Kill them." Without wasting any time, the prison flood dragon charged towards Divine Venerable Shaoyin and the others and let out a violent roar. Big Sister waved her hand, and the Ming flower bloomed. At the same time, the power of the netherworld formed a shocking hammer that smashed down. It contained sequence particles. This was a battlefield, a battle of life and death. Ling Qing raised her saber and slashed. Chen Le shot out an arrow. Elder Chan transformed into the ancestral qi of the 3 suns, and Xue Wuqing froze the starry sky. Lu Yin unleashed his boundless inner world, and the threads continued to fuse into it. The Akalanatha elephant roared as a terrifying power erupted from it, and it raised its right fist. Shaoyin deity, it's time to settle our grudge. In the distance, divine sovereign Shaoyin was furious. Son of the Lu family, you're courting death. The power of the moon surged around his body, but it was far from the terrifying power of the law at the tea party. His power had been taken away by the Grand Empyrean. Beside him, the two ancestor realm corpse kings simultaneously executed corpse king transformation. The black-robed man's expression was unreadable, but he took a step back. Zhu Ji stepped forward. We can't fight recklessly. As soon as he finished speaking, divine power surged out of his body and turned into a red sun that was pushed towards the prison dragon. The sun formed by the divine power collided with the power of Lu Yin and the others, directly blocking the Big Sis sequence rules. Big Sis was extremely fearful. Be careful, don't go head-on against the divine power. This power is extremely strong. Even without Big Sister's reminder, Prison Flood Dragon was the first to shrink its body. It was keenly aware of the terror of God power. This was not a power that it was willing to touch. Ling Qing, Chen Lo, and Elder Chan avoided him. Lu Yin didn't need to dodge, and he could even absorb the godly power. However, he had no choice but to dodge at this moment. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. The divine power sun scattered everyone. Zhu Ji pointed his finger, and the divine power sun suddenly turned into a flat surface that spread out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it covered the sky, and a red light descended. The way she used her god power was different from the people in the Thousand Faces game, and it was even more bizarre. We can't win. Retreat. Zhu Ji growled. Reverend God Shaoyin was unwilling to give up. I want to kill the son of the Lu family. Tachibana Ji stared at him. We're no match for him. There's a top-notch expert on the other side. The black-robed man did not hesitate to tear open the void and escape. They were so focused on Lu Yin and the others that they had forgotten about Yi Xing. The black-robed man wanted to flee, but the spatial corrosive gods that had enveloped Yi Xing's branch forcefully filled the hole in the void, making it impossible for the black-robed man to find a way out. It was at this moment that Big Sister descended. A bunch of scoundrels. The heaven-shocking hammer smashed down. Helpless, they all retreated. Only the corpse kings were left behind. The two progenitor realm corpse kings unleashed their red eyes transformation and roared as they charged towards Ling Qing and Elder Chan. Big Sis had set her sights on Zhu Ji, as he was the biggest threat right now. The Shaoyin divinity had been stripped of his power, and his power had dropped too much. He was no match for Lu Yin. Lu Yin wanted to personally deal with him. Chen Lu aimed his arrow at the black-robed man. The rotting god dimension had never experienced such a chaotic battle between so many progenitors. Inside the tower, Bai Ting's eyes were filled with fervor. What did Lu Yin do to be able to invite him in so many powerhouses? And this was only a portion of them, not including the two monsters from the Lu family. If the entire primordial space's power was gathered here, even the 7 sky gods would be able to retreat safely. How did this brat do it? The rotting god dimension was filled with all kinds of decaying gods. A strangely shaped decaying god was swept away by the powerful shockwaves of the battle. 2 pairs of eyes stared at each other through the decaying god, one filled with resentment and the other with killing intent. Son of the Lu family, I will kill you. Reverend God Shaoyin gritted his teeth and growled. Lu Yin sneered. Let me see how you can kill me after being stripped of your power by a Grand Empyrean. Lu Yin took a step forward and struck out with his palm. It was a simple and pure clear void palm that contained both power and speed. Reverend God Shaoyin was struck by the palm and was sent flying while coughing up blood. Lu Yin stirred up spatial threads and appeared not too far away from Reverend God Shaoyin. Let me see how you can kill me. Another palm descended, and Reverend God Shaoyin coughed up blood again. His power of extreme yin could not resist at all. Having lost his sequence laws, Reverend God Shaoyin was no different from an ordinary progenitor when facing Lu Yin. In fact, he did not even have the strength of an ordinary progenitor. His progenitor power had been stripped away by a grand empyrean. At this moment, he was not even a match for Chu Jian. Just as Lu Yin's palm descended again, a blinding, scorching power erupted from Reverend God Shaoyin's body. It illuminated the decaying god's spacetime and brought with it a powerful progenitor's might. Lu Yin's expression changed. What is this? Reverend God Shaoyin waved his hand, and a scorching power swept towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not understand. This is the power of extreme yin. You used extreme yin to nourish extreme yang power, so why was your extreme yin power stripped away and your extreme yang power turned into a progenitor? Reverend God Shaoyin sneered with blood at the corner of his mouth. If my power was so easily stripped away, why would I be a spy? In the Eternals, my status is no lower than that of the true God Guard's captains. What they have, I have, and what they don't have. Son of the Lu family, I'll show you what it means to use good to nourish evil. The scorching power burned the starry sky. Lu Yin opened his heaven's eye and saw sequence particles. It was completely different from Reverend God Shaoyin's decaying path. How could he cultivate two sequence laws? Even Big Sis did not. Impossible. His purpose in coming to the decaying god spacetime was to recultivate the decaying path, so what was with this power? In the distance, Big Sis saw it. Not good. She immediately went to help Lu Yin. Ju Ji pressed down with a single palm, and the red light from his divine power constantly turned into flat surfaces to block Big Sis. However, it was not easy to stop Big Sis. As the Ming flower bloomed, it paved a path towards Lu Yin. At the same time, another path appeared. It was Elder Zen's quiet path. He also saw Lu Yin facing the transformed Reverend God Shaoyin and wanted to take Lu Yin away. Lu Yin shouted, "I'll continue to deal with him." Elder Zen hesitated. Big Sis frowned. There's something wrong with that person. Lu Yin saw it. Although Reverend God Shaoyin had indeed used extreme yang power, this sequence law gave him a feeling of a half-finished product. It was far less threatening than the decaying path. It seemed to hover between a sequence law and a non-sequence law. What was going on? The scorching power of the sun swept across the area. Facing such a half-finished sequence law, Lu Yin did not need to use the wordless heavenly book to block it. He could directly resist it. Back when he was undergoing the half-progenitor origin tribulation, he had used his physical body to resist the lightning sequence particles, let alone these half-finished sequence particles. He wanted to see clearly how Reverend God Shaoyin had clearly been deprived of his power, but he was still using the exact opposite power. Wait, a thought flashed through Lu Yin's mind as he recalled the scenes he had seen in the Taiyin realm. Taiyin, extreme yang, underground, surface, yin sure. He had resisted the sun's power while attacking Reverend God Shaoyin. Reverend God Shaoyin had been hit several times by him. Even if Lu Yin could not withstand the sun's sequence particles, Reverend God Shaoyin would collapse sooner than him. Both of them were resisting each other's power, but Reverend God Shaoyin was clearly unable to withstand it. I understand now. Lu Yin stared at Reverend God Shaoyin. On the surface, your extreme yin power is fake. In reality, you cultivate both extreme yin and extreme yang, but you use extreme yin power as your main source. The Grand Empyrean gave you the strength of 3 sovereigns, which is also based on extreme yin power. You don't need to worry about being deprived of extreme yin power. With extreme yang power, you can cultivate extreme yin power again, fusing yin and yang to complete the true sequence law. In the distance, Big Sis heard this and was surprised. Fusing yin and yang. That's one way. Zhu Ji's expression was solemn. He did not know when she had been injured, but the woman in front of him was very terrifying. She had used her godly power from the very beginning. If not for it, he would have died by now. Reverend God Shaoyin praised, as expected of a son of the Lu family. In such a short time, you have cultivated again and reached a height that everyone can only look up to. Since you have guessed it, I might as well tell you. My talent is positive and negative. Positive is extreme yin, and negative is extreme yang. In the Six Directions Society, I use negative to nourish the positive and extreme yang to nourish the extreme yin. Everyone thinks that this is a cultivation method and also a way for me to train my disciples. However, they do not know that what I really cultivate is using positive to nourish negative, and extreme yin to nourish extreme yang. So what if my extreme yin power has been deprived? I can cultivate extreme yin power again in the shortest time possible and step into the great Tao of the intersection of yin and yang. I can comprehend the strongest laws of positive and negative. When that time comes, even the Grand Empyrean dual victor will not be my match. Son of the Lu family, so what if you know? Can you keep me here? With that, a surge of godly power surged out of his body like Zhu Ji's, fusing with Zhu Ji's godly power to form a terrifying power that covered the entire rotting god dimension. Bai Ting and the others looked up at the red light with fear in their eyes. This was the power of the one true God. In the face of this power, everyone was like an ant. Big Sister's face was pale. The one true God was an existence that even she could not see clearly. The threat brought by his power was not something that ordinary people could imagine. If you want this rotting God dimension, I will give it to you. Son of the Lu family, remember, the next time we meet, it will be the time when you and I fight to the death, Reverend God Shaoyin shouted. In the starry sky, the red light suddenly descended and covered Big Sister, Lu Yin, and the others. No one could ignore godly power, not even the masters of sequence laws. Godly power was the strongest. Reverend God Shaoyin and the others wanted to escape under the cover of the godly power. Even Big Sister could not stop them. Big Sister was the strongest present. If she could not stop them, the others could not. However, there was one exception, and that was Lu Yin. So what if the godly power descended? As long as he did not absorb it, he did not need to answer to anyone. Even Mr. Mu could not see through the power that he cultivated. Just as Reverend God Shaoyin was about to tear open the void and leave, a flowing light appeared beside Lu Yin. Go. The flowing light was space, and it could also chase after time. At the tea party, Lu Yin had transformed the inner world of the flowing light with the help of the Dai's 4 pips. He had shown everyone that the flowing light could reverse time by 1 second. Reverend God Shaoyin naturally knew about this. It was not easy to escape from Lu Yin. However, he was not escaping by himself, but by relying on his godly power. How could Lu Yin attack under the suppression of his godly power? Even that woman of sequence laws could not do it. No matter how Reverend God Shaoyin thought about it, he could not figure it out. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2865. The light pulled him back, but Zhu Ji, the black-robed man, and the 2 progenitor corpse kings fled. Shaoyin looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. You can actually attack. Lu Yin was cold and arrogant. Is my strength something you can understand? With that, he disappeared, and the light chased after him as time reversed. Shaoyin watched Lu Yin disappear and hurriedly fled, but it was too late. When Lu Yin could resist the sun's sequence particle alone, this battle was destined to be one-sided. Lu Yin took out the 7-star Eternal Darkness card and directly sucked Shaoyin in. Only then would there be no accidents. Shaoyin was not Xiaxinji, and he knew what would happen the moment Lu Yin took out the card. Once he was sucked into the card, he would be finished. In a frenzy, blue lines appeared on his body and spread out continuously. A new force appeared and pushed Lu Yin back. Lu Yin stared blankly at the blue lines that appeared on Xiaoyin's back. Was this Sapphire's power? In the distance, Big Sis also saw it and blurted out, Sapphire's power. They had never imagined that Xiaoyin would actually use Sapphire's power. Sapphire's power belonged to the 6th mainland Sapphire clan and was passed down through a single bloodline. The previous Sapphire had to draw Sapphire's power onto the next Sapphire. It was precisely because of Sky Sapphire's disappearance that the Sapphire clan lost their inheritance. Gradually, the name of Sapphire was rarely heard in history. The Sapphire clan was the clan at the helm of the 6th mainland, just like the Lu family at the helm of the 5th mainland. A single bloodline was their weakness, but similarly, the Sapphire's power that was passed down was incomparably powerful. Lu Yin had noticed it during his battle with Sky Sapphire and the other Taoists. What truly allowed the Sapphire clan to control the 6th mainland was their 8-star innate gift. Xiaoyin panted heavily as he glared at Lu Yin with bloodshot eyes. Do you really think I'm that easy to deal with? The eternal strength and foundation are not something you can imagine. Lu Yin, it's your turn to die. With that, the blue lines on his back suddenly extinguished, and a drop of gem-shaped blue liquid appeared in front of him. Xiaoyin opened his mouth and swallowed it. This drop of liquid was the Sapphire clan's pride and their famous supreme innate gift, 8 stars. Sapphire's 8 stars appeared once again. Lu Yin stared at Xiaoyin. Are you from the Sapphire clan? Reverend God Xiaoyin swallowed the 8 stars and sneered, die with your ignorance. He raised his hand and struck out with a palm that he was extremely familiar with. It was his emptiness palm. An 8-star talent was a type of spatial memory. It could reproduce the attacks that had appeared within a certain range of space. Back then, Sky Jialan had reproduced Chu Yuan's time talent as an 8-star talent, causing countless people to be dumbfounded. They didn't expect that there would be such an ability. At that moment, Divine Exalt Xiaoyin unleashed his 8-star talent once again. Lu Yin raised a hand, dispersing Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin's hollow palm with a single palm. She then waved her hand, causing numerous flowers to bloom and cover the sky as they flew towards Lu Yin. This is Big Sis's power. As the flowers bloom, a ray of light is hidden behind them. Little 7, don't let the light touch you. It will turn you flat. Big Sister reminded. Lu Yin dodged the beam of light and shot towards the Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign. Reverend Xiaoyin looked up, and a similar stream of light appeared beside him. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, he could even borrow the power of his inner world. 8-star talent Ranga the Blue clan's position as the master of the 6th mainland had only just begun to be revealed. The Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign didn't want to use this power, but Lu Yin's coercion left him with no choice. Big Sis, Elder Chan, Chenlu, Ling Qing, Zhu Ji, and the others all displayed their progenitor powers. Lu Yin was dazzled, and his own power was included as well. Regardless of whether it was his limitless inner world or the stream of light, they all made it difficult for him to get close to the Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign. Lu Yin didn't believe that his power could be used without restriction. His divine power was about to disappear, and Big Sis and the others needed time to recover. The Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign wasn't so arrogant as to think that he could kill Lu Yin with his 8-star talent. He was just trying to buy time. Lu Yin was wary, and the others were restrained by his divine power. He tore open a spatial tear and looked back at Lu Yin. I told you that you can't stop me. The next time we meet, I'll kill you. Lu Yin raised his brows. You won't have that chance. The Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign suddenly felt uneasy. From the side, a bone spike whizzed towards him, carrying boundless void God power. An 8-star talent could reproduce an attack within a certain space, but it couldn't reproduce an attack that hadn't appeared before. The bone spike was one of them. It had come from Wu Tian, and it was a weapon that he had left behind for his descendants. Even the Void Master had said that the bone spike could ignore all defenses and was a progenitor treasure. Lu Yin hadn't used it yet. The only opponents that could cause him trouble were sequence law powerhouses. The bone spike couldn't break through the defenses of such powerhouses. It wasn't a slipper, but it was just right for the moment. The bone spike's purpose wasn't to kill the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign, but to prevent him from leaving. When the bone spike pierced through, the torn void distorted. The Shaoyin Divine Sovereign couldn't leave for the second time. Lu Yin took out the slipper. Let's see how long you can last. The slipper slammed out, scattering all of the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign's attacks. Lu Yin pressed forward, and the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign grew anxious. His divine power was about to disappear, and an 8-star talent couldn't last for too long. Lu Yin had no way of dealing with him. He had all sorts of powers that he hadn't used before to stop him from leaving. The Shaoyin Divine Sovereign was surrounded by flowing light as he retreated. Lu Yin, do you really want to fight to the death with me? You think you're worthy? Lu Yin mocked. The Shaoyin Divine Sovereign gritted his teeth. The Eternals aren't as simple as you think. Humans can't win. Otherwise, why would we join the Eternals? So what if your Lu family returns? The Grand Empyrean is a crazy woman. If she can attack your Lu family once, she can do it a second time. Lu Yin's slipper slapped away the flowers and avoided Zhu Ji's power. He raised his right arm and clenched it into a fist. Near his heart, the withered tree that hadn't completely turned into a star swayed. Time imprisonment, 100 punches. Die, Shaoyin. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yin punched out. With his current strength, the might of 100 punches was enough for him to fight against the captain of the True God Guard, Zhong Pan. Zhong Pan's physical strength was second only to the corpse gods, and he definitely surpassed the current divinity Shaoyin. None of the powers that Lu Yin had used before could resist the 100 punches. Big Sis hadn't used any power that surpassed the 100 punches in her battle with Zhu Ji. This punch could shatter everything. It was just like facing the reincarnation tribulation. Lu Yin wanted to shatter it with this punch. The Shaoyin Divine Sovereign's face paled as he felt an unprecedented sense of danger. If his power hadn't been taken away by the Grand Empyrean, he wouldn't have been afraid. The power of extreme yin was enough to block Lu Yin's attack. That was a power that had undergone a qualitative change. However, his current power was only half complete. When Lu Yin punched out, the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign let out a breath and displayed all the attacks that had appeared in the surrounding space. When he said one punch, he meant one punch. This punch shattered all the attacks that had appeared and continued to approach the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign. The Shaoyin Divine Sovereign's face paled as he gritted his teeth. He didn't believe that this kid could kill him with one punch. Sapphire's power wasn't that easy to deal with. Behind him, half of the blue stripes were extinguished once more. This time, all of them were extinguished. The Shaoyin Divine Sovereign expanded his 8 stars to affect not only the surrounding space, but also the I Ching branch's location. Suddenly, he coughed up blood, and shock filled his face. However, he also laughed maniacally. Kid of the Lu family, it's time for you to die. A formless power descended from the void and headed straight for Lu Yin. Lu Yin's mind went on alert as an absolute power appeared. He couldn't block this power, and it definitely wasn't the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign's power. It had been guided by an 8-star innate gift and was a power that had appeared in this space before. To be able to make Lu Yin feel such danger, it had to be a powerhouse with a sequence law. Lu Yin moved to the side and used flowing light to reverse time. His punch shattered the countless attacks in less than a second, forcing him to forcefully withdraw his punch. However, Lu Yin had only reversed his own time and had a limited range. He couldn't reverse time for the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign. The power that the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign had guided with his 8-star innate gift reappeared. Not only that, but the power that made Lu Yin feel apprehensive and threatened also reappeared. That power came from behind him and directly shattered all of the attacks that the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign had guided towards Lu Yin. The Shaoyin Divine Sovereign's eyes blazed. He didn't know who this power belonged to, but it could definitely kill this kid. He had to kill him. Lu Yin shook his head. You're interesting. If you want to kill me, you'll have to hit me first. Flowing light spun, and just as the power was about to hit Lu Yin, flowing light reversed time, giving him an extra second. Lu Yin used reverse step to avoid the attack, but the power whizzed past him and shattered the void. It stretched far into the distance and seemed to split the entire rotten god spacetime into two. The Shaoyin Divine Sovereign was stunned. He actually avoided it. This wasn't the first time that Lu Yin had done something like this. The final tribulation of a half-progenitor's origin tribulation had tempered his body with spacetime. If not for this method, he would have died long ago. This was the drawback of an 8-star innate gift. Although he could borrow power, he couldn't control it. In the end, it was just a spatial memory, just like how many rune lines there were. The 8-star innate gift could only recreate the destruction caused by that power, but 8-star Jialan didn't possess this power. As long as he could avoid it, what did this power count for? There was no such thing as an invincible innate gift in the universe. Jialan was one of them, and so was the Lu family. The Shaoyin Divine Sovereign spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body swayed as he dodged. Lu Yin took a step forward. At this moment, the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign no longer had the strength to resist him. He raised a hand and grabbed the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign, who stared at Lu Yin in a daze. Lu Yin pressed down with his palm, forcing the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign to his knees. This kneel is for all the sacrifices of my Lu family. He then lifted the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign up and pressed him down again, causing the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign's knees to shatter. This kneel is for your sins. You betrayed the human race and joined the Eternals, becoming a spy. He then lifted the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign up again. The Shaoyin Divine Sovereign's eyes were filled with madness as he glared at Lu Yin, wanting to say something. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2866. Lu Yin pressed his palm down and forced Divine Venerable Shaoyin to kneel for the third time. This time, you are kneeling for me. I said that I would make you kneel in front of me. I have already beheaded the Yuan sage. You are next. Divine Venerable Shaoyin suddenly looked up, the hatred in his eyes dissipating. He looked at Lu Yin pleadingly. Don't kill me. I don't want to die. Lu Yin, Path Master Lu, don't kill me, don't kill me, Lu Yin frowned. Many people are like this before they die because they know that they will really die. Divine Venerable Shaoyin pleaded. I don't want to die. I still want to cultivate. I am a sequence law powerhouse and one of the 3 supremes. Even in the eternal tribe, I am second only to the 7 sky gods. Master Lu, don't kill me. Please, don't kill me. Divine Venerable Shaoyin's eyes widened as he slowly fell to the ground. Coincidentally, his divine power completely disappeared at this moment. Big Sister and the others regained their freedom. Lu Yin looked at Divine Sovereign Shaoyin, who had collapsed in space, and then turned to look in another direction. There, Venerate Lotus walked out, her eyes still filled with shock. Explain yourself. Lu Yin was indifferent. He did not kill Divine Venerable Shaoyin. Just as he was about to kill him, Venerable Lotus arrived and stopped him. Venerable Lotus took a deep breath and looked at the dying Divine Venerable Shaoyin with a complicated expression. He is still useful. Great Heavenly Venerable knows that he is a spy. Lu Yin was not stupid. Venerable Lotus' appearance proved something. At the same time, he also remembered that Bai Wang Yuan, Wang Fan, and Xia Xinji had all been thrown into the endless battlefield during the Tea Party, but Divine Venerable Shaoyin had not. Over the years, Divine Venerable Shaoyin had made mistakes in the endless battlefield but had made up for it in various ways. Many things did not make sense. In the past, Venerable Lotus had thought that Great Heavenly Venerable was too arrogant and thought that he could control the 3 Supremes and 9 Sages of the reincarnation spacetime. Therefore, he did not care about Divine Venerable Shaoyin. Now, it seemed that this was not the case. Venerable Lotus said, "This is a matter of the reincarnation spacetime. Master Lu has already made him kneel 3 times to atone for his sins. Let him go." Lu Yin was amused. "Let him go just because you say so. Who do you think you are?" The 9th grade Lotus Venerable's eyes widened. "What did you say?" "Yo, little girl, you have quite the temper." Big Sister walked towards the 9th grade Venerable Lotus. Ling Qing and Elder Chan stared at her. The 9th grade Lotus Venerable frowned. "Master Lu, do you want to start a war with my reincarnation spacetime?" Lu Yin retracted his gaze, his expression cold. "You asked me to place a spy, and I suspect that you're a spy as well. Kill him, and you won't have to answer to anyone." Big Sister smiled even more brilliantly. "Little sister, are you Lotus Venerable? It just so happens that I also know a Lotus battle technique. How about we compete?" 9th grade Lotus Venerable looked at Big Sister. This woman was really going to attack her. That son of the Lu family was really ignoring her. Were all the people in the origin space crazy? She suppressed her anger. "Master has already instructed me to keep an eye on Divine Sovereign Shaoyin. There's something wrong with him, but he also said that we can't let him die. Master must have made some arrangements on him. Master Lu, please let Divine Sovereign Shaoyin go for Master's sake." Lu Yin was silent for a moment. When did the Great Heavenly Venerable know that there was a problem with Divine Sovereign Shaoyin? The 9th grade Lotus Venerable shook his head. "I'm not sure." "When did I tell you to keep an eye on the Shaoyin deity?" The 9th grade Lotus Venerable's eyes flashed. "Not long ago." Lu Yin met her gaze. "What do you mean, not long ago? What do you want to know, Master Lu?" she asked. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. He narrowed his eyes. "Does not long ago refer to before or after the Lu family was exiled?" The 9th grade Lotus Venerable bent her fingers and glanced at Big Sister without answering. Lu Yin understood and sneered. Great Heavenly Venerable. What a scheme. What a crazy woman. The 9th grade Lotus Venerable shouted, "Master Lu, please respect Master." Lu Yin shouted back, "Shut up and scram." The 9th grade Lotus Venerable glared at Lu Yin. "You." Lu Yin stared at the 9th grade Lotus Venerable. "Tell that crazy woman that I'll make her pay for what she did to the Lu family. You're too presumptuous. Master is of the same generation as your progenitor. Forget it." Before the 9th grade Lotus Venerable could finish speaking, Big Sister attacked. The 9th grade Lotus Venerable clenched her teeth. Crazy woman. She left. Lu Yin sighed, his expression gloomy. The Great Heavenly Venerable had long known that there was something wrong with the Shaoyin divinity, but she had still helped him exile the Lu family. Why? Lu Yin could only think of 2 possibilities. Either the great heavenly venerable had taken advantage of the situation and wanted to attack the Lu family from the start, or she had sacrificed the Lu family's lives for her scheme. These were the only two possibilities. It was impossible for Patriarch Lu Yuan to have conspired with the great heavenly venerable. Although Lu Yin had only met Patriarch Lu Yuan a few times, he definitely wouldn't have sacrificed the Lu family's lives. How many people had died since the four-way Libra had exiled the Lu family? How much had the subsidiary family suffered? Wan Ziyi, Tu Qiming, the old servant, the crazy people in Red Flower Garden, the 7 heroes, and himself. If Patriarch Lu Yuan had really conspired with the great heavenly venerable, then he was too cold-blooded. In order to deal with the Eternals, so many people had been sacrificed. Many of them were loyal to the Lu family and himself. It might be right in the big picture, but Lu Yin couldn't accept it. Moreover, how much damage could a single Shao Yin cause to the Eternals? Lu Yin could only think of the first two possibilities. No matter which one it was, the great heavenly venerable was a crazy woman. In the distance, Chen Li's heart trembled. He looked at Lu Yin with even more fear than he did Mr. Daheng. This person was too ruthless and completely different from before. He had cursed the great heavenly venerable time and time again, told the Lotus Venerable to scram, and almost killed Shao Yin. Was it right for Qianlu to join the above heaven sect? He was an extremely powerful powerhouse, but in front of this person, he was like a subordinate who didn't receive any respect. Qianlu regretted it, but at the same time, because of Lu Yin's strength, he didn't need to care about Mr. Daheng. Big Sis, Elder Chan, and the others had all guessed it, but they didn't know what to say. If the great heavenly venerable's scheme on Shao Yin could destroy the Eternals, then everything would be worth it. But if it couldn't, or if she wasn't confident in causing much damage, then the price of exiling the Lu family would be too great. In other words, she had always wanted to exile the Lu family. Either way, it was unfair to the Lu family, and it was even more unfair to Lu Yin. Little 7, what do you want to do? Everyone in the primordial space supports this. Big Sis' words were filled with killing intent. She was not someone who followed the rules. In the era of the above heaven, the netherworld ancestors' name not only represented strength, but also lawlessness. Lu Yin's gaze was gloomy. Qianlu. Qianlu was shocked and hurried forward. Path Master, I'm here. Throw Shao Yin out. Many things had already happened, and Lu Yin would make the great heavenly venerable pay the price. But now, no matter what the great heavenly venerable had planned on Shao Yin, Lu Yin didn't need to destroy it. In the end, the Eternals would be the ones to suffer. Qianlu was confused. Throw him where? Any space-time of the endless battlefield. Qianlu nodded and dragged Shao Yin away. He was very nervous. He had never thought that he would be able to drag Shao Yin away one day. In the past, even Lord Luo had treated Shao Yin with respect. This feeling was indescribable. Elder Chan was worried. If we just let him go, won't he suspect something? Lu Yin said, it doesn't matter. If he wants to live, he won't tell the Eternals that I let him go. He definitely knows that there's something wrong with me letting him go, but he won't dare to tell anyone. Big Sis said regretfully, it's a pity to let him go just like that. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Yes, it's a pity. I wanted to call out some generals. The hellworm flew over. During the battle just now, it had been hiding somewhere ever since the appearance of the divine power. It had only arrived after the battle had ended. Lu Yin understood this fellow's character, but it didn't matter. It was just a mount, so how much could he expect? After boarding the hellworm, the group headed towards the I Ching branch. Within the tower, Biding's expression was solemn. Open the door and welcome our guests. Under Biding's lead, dozens of people from the I Ching branch walked out to welcome Lu Yin's group. Outside, the spatial rot god had already disappeared. The hellworm arrived, and its huge eyes stared at the top of the tower. It saw a strange creature lazily lying on the top, causing the entire tower to flicker in and out of existence. I Ching's Biding welcomes Master Lu. Lu Yin grunted in acknowledgement and entered the tower with Biding leading the way. I Ching's people had seen the battle just now. The above heaven sect had completely suppressed the everlasting powerhouses and forced them to retreat. I Ching's people had also seen how Lu Yin had forced the Shaoyin divine sovereign to kneel 3 times. Now, they all looked at Lu Yin with respect and a hint of fear. It wasn't that I Ching didn't fear anyone, but that they didn't fear anyone who couldn't harm them. This included ordinary progenitors, but it definitely didn't include the powerhouses of the sequence laws. The Shaoyin divine sovereign had always been someone they respected, and now, there was one more person, Lu Yin. There was no need for Lu Yin to be courteous with Biding and the others. After entering the tower, Biding invited Lu Yin to sit at the head of the table. He didn't waste any time and directly took out a pile of cosmic rings. Thank you for saving us, Master Lu. This is what I promised you. Lu Yin nodded, and Biding handed over all the cosmic rings to Elder Chan. I'm curious. Did the Eternal say that Bai Rong is dead? Lu Yin asked directly. Biding was solemn. The Eternals naturally hope that Master Bai Rong is dead, but Master Bai Rong can't be dead. Oh. Lu Yin raised a brow. Biding frowned slightly. Lu Yin's nonchalant attitude made him uncomfortable, but he didn't dare to show it. Without Bai Rong, I Ching was just a bag of money that couldn't protect itself. If the Eternals could act, then so could the Six Direction Society. This was especially true for Lu Yin, who was greedy for resources. It would be bad if he set his sights on I Ching. Biding glanced at Bai Lan, who respectfully replied, Master Lu, Master Bai Rong is a powerhouse that even Grand Empyreans have to treat with respect. Although he's been in seclusion for a long time, there shouldn't be any accidents. The Six Direction Society can rest assured. Lu Yin laughed. I don't care if the Six Direction Society can rest assured. I heard that Bai Rong has a good relationship with the Lightning Lord. Why didn't he ask for help? Biding smiled bitterly. The Lightning Lord can't even take care of himself. I don't know why the Eternals went crazy and mobilized all of their forces during the Tea Party. The Six Direction Society, the endless battlefield, and even the powerhouses from outside have all been targeted by the Eternals. If that wasn't the case, we would naturally have asked for help. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2867. Big Sis grew bored as she listened to Lu Yin's conversation with Biding and the others. She had no interest in such matters, and she had only come to ensure Lu Yin's safety. Since the deal had been reached, there was no need for Lu Yin to stay any longer. There was nothing else worth his attention besides the spatial god of decay at the top of the tower. That spatial god of decay was the largest god of decay that Lu Yin had ever seen, and its ability to control space was definitely extraordinary. It might have been the one who had blocked Xiao Yin and the others. Right, I heard that there's a time god of decay in the decaying god universe. Is that true? Lu Yin suddenly asked before leaving. Bidding was stunned. No. Lu Yin stared at him. No. Bidding seriously replied, absolutely not. At least, I've never seen a time god of decay since I obtained the decaying god universe. Lu Yin gave him a deep look and then left. He had not spoken to Madame Nayland at all from start to finish. After Lu Yin's group left, Bidding finally relaxed. Dealing with Master Lu isn't much easier than dealing with the Eternals. I keep having the feeling that he'll attack us at any time. Bailan said, the Genesis space is one of the 6 direction societies. We've already reached an agreement with them, so Master Lu shouldn't break it. Bidding's tone was gloomy. That was the 6 direction society of the past. Yi Xing and the others exchanged glances. They felt a lot of pressure when facing Lu Yin. This kind of pressure was rare, and Yi Xing didn't have it easy either. This Master Lu didn't seem like an easy person to get along with. Lu Fuxue. Bidding looked at Madame Nayland. Her eyes lit up. Prepare a generous gift and deliver it to the above heaven sect personally, Baiting said. She smiled and nodded. Got it. At the same time, Lu Yin's group returned to the above the sky sect. To them, although there had been a battle, it hadn't been a thrilling one. The main reason was that even the most thrilling battlefield rarely involved so many progenitors working together, and there was even a ruthless netherworld ancestor among them. Even the captain of the True God Guard didn't dare to provoke him. With 30 trillion star essence, Lu Yin's next step was to head to the reincarnation spacetime and continuously roll his die to see how many of the 3 venerables and 9 sages he could fuse with. If he fused with any one of them, he would be able to control everything about that person, which was the most terrifying innate gift. How many progenitors were in the 6th direction? As long as he had enough resources, he would be able to know them like the back of his hand. There were too many people he cared about here, such as Elder Chan, Big Sis, Senior Mu Xia, and so on. He did not want to fuse with their bodies, as it would be too disrespectful. Sometimes, benefits were paramount, but benefits were not as important as emotions. This was Lu Yin's way of doing things, and it was also the reason why Elder Chan and the others had always approved of him. He had always stuck to his bottom line. People with deep emotions could use their emotions to comfort themselves, and those who placed self-interest above all else could disregard others. Only people like Lu Yin had such a difficult life. He had just returned to the above the sky sect, and after Big Sis and the others had left, another person arrived. Unexpectedly, it was the person who had fought against them with Mr. Daheng. If he wasn't mistaken, this person was called Wu Hen. Sect Master, a man named Wu Hen from Wu Shiyong requests an audience, the Second Night King said respectfully. Bring him in. Lu Yin sat in the main hall with a calm expression. Not long after, Traceless entered under the Second Night King's lead. Even though he had hidden his position, he could not directly bypass the Second Night King. He could only follow the Second Night King step by step. This was a show of respect to above heaven and Lu Yin. Master Lu. Traceless bowed. Lu Yin sized him up. I remember you. You helped Mr. Daheng fight against us in the Hall of Freedom. Traceless respectfully replied, it was not a fight, but a last resort. You're here because Mr. Daheng is looking for me. I'm the one looking for you, Master Lu. I'm begging you to help me leave the Hall of Freedom. Lu Yin looked at him with interest. Have a seat. Traceless nodded and sat down. With a respectful expression, he said, Mr. Daheng appears scholarly and modest, but he's actually despicable and shameless. He uses underhanded means to achieve his goals. I'm here to ask you to help me. Lu Yin asked, you didn't join the Hall of Freedom willingly. Traceless' expression turned ugly as he recounted how he had joined the Hall of Freedom. Just like Chenlo, he had been stopped by Mr. Dahang on his path to breaking through to the progenitor realm. If he did not join the Hall of Freedom, he would never be able to break through. He was also tactful enough to tell Lu Yin about the stone painting. Back then, Mr. Dahang controlled me and threatened to break through to the wood heavenly realm in order to get me to help him obtain something. It was a stone with a painting on it, but I don't know what it's used for, Traceless said respectfully. Lu Yin stood up and walked to the entrance of the main hall with his hands behind his back. Traceless hurriedly stood up and followed behind him. Lu Yin walked to the entrance and looked into the distant sky. You don't know anything about that stone. Traceless replied, not at first, but after many years of joining the Hall of Freedom, Mr. Dahang loosened his control over me. I used various methods to investigate that stone, and it seems to be related to the legendary Mirage Domain. Does Master Lu know about the Mirage Domain? Lu Yin shook his head. No. Traceless took a deep breath. The Mirage Domain is a strange place, and no one knows where it will appear. It might be right in front of you, or it might never be found. Even powerhouses might not be able to find it. Legend has it that the Mirage Domain has a power that allows one to transcend. What do you mean by transcend? Lu Yin asked. His senior apprentice brother had mentioned this before. Traceless shook his head. I don't know. The stone that Mr. Dahang wanted me to find came from a sect that was old friends with my family. That sect was very small, and with Mr. Dahang's ability, he didn't need my help at all. However, he forced me to break through to the wood heavenly realm to find that stone. I'm guessing that Mr. Dahang has been searching for the Mirage Domain all these years. That stone has a painting on it, and it might be the path to the Mirage Domain. Lu Yin said indifferently, my conflict with Mr. Dahang has already been resolved. What makes you think that I will help you leave the Hall of Freedom? Traceless eyes flashed. It hasn't been resolved. Lu Yin raised a brow. Traceless repeated what Mr. Dahang had said after Lu Yin and the others had left. Mr. Dahang isn't stupid. The above heaven sect is like the sun in the sky, and Master Lu can even scold a Grand Empyrean without any repercussions. Mr. Dahang wouldn't dare to threaten Master Lu. He only used the caged WIRM as a bait to get Master Lu to go to the Hall of Freedom and pay a price in exchange for Chenlo. However, Master Lu didn't give him a chance to speak. Lu Yin laughed. So that's how it is. I've misunderstood him. No one in the Six Direction gang would dare to threaten me like this. Traceless took a step back and bowed solemnly. Master Lu is unparalleled, and no one in the Six Direction gang dares to disrespect you. I am Traceless, and I sincerely request the Lu family to allow me to join the above heaven sect and serve Master Lu. Lu Yin looked at Traceless. Traceless didn't look up and maintained his bow. He was very smart, and after Lu Yin had caused trouble for Mr. Dahang, he had read countless books about the origin space. Mu Shikong was very familiar with the origin space, and with his status as a progenitor, he could find anything he wanted. Before this, he didn't know much about the origin space because reincarnation spacetime hated it, causing the Six Direction gang to be prejudiced against it. But after reading through the books, his understanding of the origin space changed drastically. He finally understood what it meant to be extremely glorious, what it meant to be the most prosperous era of humanity, and what it meant to be the above heaven sect. This information made him yearn for the origin space, and he longed to become a member of that glorious era. He longed to join the above heaven sect, and he no longer wanted to get rid of Mr. Dahang. The current above heaven sect was definitely not as prosperous as recorded in the books, but in the Six Direction gang, besides Grand Empyrean reincarnation spacetime, who would dare to oppose the above heaven sect. Even the Grand Empyrean didn't do anything after being called a crazy woman by Lu Yin. He was forced to join the Hall of Freedom and wanted to leave even in his dreams. Compared to the Hall of Freedom, the above heaven sect was more suitable to join. Lu Yin looked deeply at Traceless. Although Mr. Daheng's methods were clumsy, he had nurtured a few obedient progenitors. Chenlo and Traceless had been controlled when they were half progenitors, and they had been controlled all the way until they broke through to the progenitor realm. Their mentality was different from ordinary progenitors. Ordinary progenitors who broke through to the progenitor realm had a sense of superiority that they couldn't compare to. It wasn't likely that ordinary progenitors would be respectful and call themselves subordinates. Of course, there were some, but it was impossible for them to truly consider themselves subordinates. Half of their mentality was progenitor, while the other half was half progenitor. Based on what you know, how many of those broken stones did Mr. Daheng obtain? Lu Yin asked. Traceless thought for a moment. I know. 5. Lu Yin frowned. Only 5. That shouldn't be the case. After so many years, it was impossible for there to be only 5. However, that might not be the case either, as the origin space already had them. He didn't know how many of those stones there were, but they seemed to be quite large. Perhaps most of them were in one place, such as the Mirage domain. The above heaven sect welcomes anyone, Lu Yin said. Traceless was delighted. However, Lu Yin looked at Traceless. Now is not the time. Traceless looked up and met Lu Yin's gaze. His gaze was blank. Please enlighten me. Lu Yin let out a long breath. Although I don't care about Grand Empyreans, I can't break the rules. Previously, I caused trouble for the Repose Palace because Mr. Daheng used the caged WIRM to threaten me, and no one could find fault with me. If I cause trouble for Mr. Daheng because of you, then it'll be difficult to explain myself, and I won't be able to answer to Senior Wood God. You should be aware of the situation in the endless battlefield. Right now, everyone is dealing with the Eternals, and I can't cause internal strife. That would be detrimental to the human race as a whole, and I'll become a laughingstock. Traceless respectfully replied, I understand. I will continue to stay in the Repose Palace. If you have any instructions, please inform me directly, and I will do my best to complete them. Lu Yin's lips curled up. It was easy to talk to smart people. Alright, you can go back first. Don't worry, I will let you leave the Repose Palace and join the above heaven sect. Traceless eyes burned with excitement. Thank you, Master. I will take my leave. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2868. Mr. Daheng had originally wanted to use Luo Shan's secret to exchange for Chenlo, but after Lu Yin had caused trouble for him, Mr. Daheng had kept his mouth shut. Mr. Daheng wanted Lu Yin to be at a disadvantage when facing Luo Shan in the future. However, Mr. Daheng did not know that Lu Yin understood Luo Shan. Luo Shan's disguise was too good. As the spacetime master of the three monarchs, even the Shaoyin sovereign did not dare to offend him. In fact, his strength was not simple. If not for this, he would have already found trouble with Luo Shan. The Eternals had attacked the above heaven sect, Curmudgeon Mo had attacked Lu Bujing, and Luo Shan had opened the passageway to the three monarchs. Be it Old Monster Mo or Luo Shan, neither of them were easy to deal with. However, one day, he would crush them with absolute strength. He had killed a Yuan sage, forced Celestial Venerate Shaoyin to kneel, and even Old Freak Mo and Luo Shan were no exception. That was all on the surface, but this Mr. Daheng had to be careful. There was a landscape painting stone at Luo Shan's place, and Mr. Daheng was definitely keeping an eye on him. Previously, when he wanted to exchange information about Luo Shan for Qinlu, he might have reminded Meng Qi to deal with Luo Shan. He didn't have good intentions at all. He just wanted to let heaven above heaven and Luo Shan go against each other so that he could sit back and reap the benefits. This person was insidious and had to be guarded against. In that case, did Wu Hen really want to leave the Repose Palace and join the above heaven sect, or was he sent by Mr. Daheng to get close to him? Lu Yin muttered to himself. Super spacetime, on the stairs, Bai Qian looked at the cloud stone in a daze. Just now, someone had contacted her and wanted to tell Master Wei something through her. Lu Yun was in the above heaven sect. She didn't need to guess to know that the person who contacted her was Luo Shan. When Luo Shan attacked heaven above sect and saw Lu Yun, he guessed everything. Xian Qi was Lu Yin, and Lu Yun was in the above heaven. It was obvious that Lu Yin was the one who had taken Lu Yun away. Luo Shan wanted to use this matter to make Lord Wei face the heavenly high sect. Right now, he didn't have the ability to make an enemy out of the heavenly high sect. Even the endless battlefield knew of the heavenly high sect's strength. Old Zuo was worried. Sir, how should we deal with this matter? Bai Qian put down the cloud communication stone. Let's go to the above heaven sect. Lu Yin had just received Traceless when Elder Zuo arrived. The final battle of the endless battlefield had begun, and many people from the Six-Party Society had also become active. Greetings, Master Lu, Elder Zuo said respectfully. Lu Yin smiled. No need for formalities. It's been a while. Elder Zuo smiled and said, it is this one's honor to be remembered by Master Lu. Lu Yin smiled. You came looking for me because of Bai Qian. He recounted everything that had happened to him. Lu Yin's expression didn't change. Got it. You can go back now. Old Zuo respectfully retreated. Lu Yin frowned. Was Luo Shan trying to sow discord? Using Xian Qi's identity, he had indeed made quite a few acquaintances in the Six Directions Association, but at the same time, he had also offended some people. There were some things that Xian Qi couldn't do, but Lu Yin could. It was a fact that Flowing Cloud had been taken away by him. This matter had violated transdimensional space's interests, and transdimensional space could not tolerate him having designs on Zijing. Once Luo Shan and Master Wei reached an agreement, it would bring trouble to him. Fortunately, Master Wei had joined the Endless Battlefield's final battle, and Luo Shan could not contact him. He could only contact Bai Qian, but Luo Shan did not know that Bai Qian was one of Lu Yin's people. Bai Qian had asked Elder Zuo to inform Lu Yin for a simple reason, to quickly deal with Luo Shan. Master Wei was not weak. During the battle at the Tea Party, although Master Wei had joined forces with a Grade 9 Lotus Venerable to fight against the Forgotten Ruins deity, Lu Yin had not seen his true strength. To be able to become a spacetime master and sit among the top 9 in the Tea Party, Lu Yin had not been bragging. However, now was not the time to deal with Luo Shan. Luo Shan was not Divinity Shaoyin, and Lu Yin had to invite Patriarch Tianyi to deal with him. Otherwise, he would not be confident with just Big Sis. Furthermore, Patriarch Tianyi could not be moved. He could only wait for the final battle at the Endless Battlefield to decide. After Elder Zuo left, Madame Nalan arrived shortly after. She seemed to be especially busy today. Lu Yin did not need to meet her in the main hall. Above the sky Sec's back mountain, the two drank tea, and the atmosphere was relaxed. Yixing's people are very wary of you, or rather, they are afraid, Madame Nalan said with a smile. Lu Yin laughed. They don't understand me. Madame Nalan chuckled. They'll be even more afraid if they understand. Is that so? Lu Yin asked. Madame Nalan beamed at Lu Yin. You are very good to your own people, but you are merciless to your enemies. You are also merciless to those who have nothing to do with you and are only interested in your own interests. Lu Yin smiled. Perhaps. Madame Nayland took out a cosmic ring and placed it on the table. She then pushed it towards Lu Yin. Bai Ting asked me to bring this to you. He wants to thank you for helping Yi Xing. Lu Yin accepted the cosmic ring. It's just a transaction. There's nothing to thank me for. Madame Nayland smiled. You're a businessman. When it comes to people who can help you, you always want to exchange benefits for favors. Lu Yin waved the cosmic ring. Is that it? Madame Nayland said, there's an extra 5 trillion star essence inside, as well as a compass. A compass? Lu Yin was puzzled. He opened the cosmic ring and took it out. It was an ancient-looking compass. There was nothing special about it, but it was very sturdy. Lu Yin could not break it even if he used a lot of strength. Madame Nayland said, Bai Ting said that this belonged to Bai Rong and that it was once hung around his waist. When he was in seclusion, he gave this compass to Yi Xing. Although it is not very useful to Yi Xing, it is extremely important. This is the favor that Bai Ting wants to exchange for. With this compass, the relationship between you and Yi Xing will be obvious to outsiders. Lu Yi nodded and put away the compass. Does that mean that if I offend a Grand Empyrean and take out this compass, Yi Xing will have to share the responsibility with me? Madame Nayland laughed. I knew that you would think that way. Bai Ting and the others don't understand you at all. They would never have thought that you would have such thoughts. If they did, they would never have given you the compass. That would be inviting trouble for themselves. A favor in exchange for the enmity of a Grand Empyrean is not worth it. Lu Yin smiled as well. Yi Xing did not understand him at all. How could his favor be so easily obtained? Lu Yin had been waiting for news from the endless battlefield. Finally, half a month later, Patriarch Lu Yuan returned and met Lu Yin in the Above Heaven sect. Lu Yin was shocked when he saw Patriarch Lu Yuan. Patriarch, are you injured? Patriarch Lu Yuan's face was pale, and he looked very weak. He waved his hand. I'm all right. That crazy woman is not much better. The Eternals are the same. After this battle, the Eternals will be much quieter. The only true God and the 7 sky gods will not appear for the time being. We also need to go into seclusion to heal. Little 7, this is a rare opportunity. Lu Yin nodded. I understand. But remember one thing. Patriarch Lu Yuan solemnly said, do not go too deep into the Eternals. No matter how much you want to destroy the Eternals, don't do it. Both sides are injured, and we are far from dying together. Once you go too deep into the Eternals, you will be in danger. Even without Patriarch Lu Yuan's reminder, Lu Yin would not go too deep into the Eternals. That would be suicide. Lu Yin had a rough understanding of the desolate ancestor's strength. He was definitely at the level of the 7 sky gods. Even with that kind of strength, Lu Yin was still in such a state. Patriarch, did you get rid of 1 or 2 of the 7 sky gods? Lu Yin looked forward to it. Patriarch Lu Yuan rolled his eyes. Do you think the 7 sky gods are cabbages? They are so easy to deal with. Even Guiji is a 7 sky gods. If the battle was in the primordial space, I am confident that I can resolve it. The primordial space repels their strength, but in the endless battlefield, we are about the same. No one can do anything to the other. Then how did you and the only true God get injured? Lu Yin did not understand. Patriarch Lu Yuan said, the human race's many years of accumulation are not for nothing. Also, he suddenly paused and did not continue, as if he had some concerns. Since the patriarch did not say anything, Lu Yin did not mention it. Instead, he said, I went to kill divine sovereign Shaoyin. Patriarch Lu Yuan did not care about divine sovereign Shaoyin at all. The Grand Empyrean already knew that divine sovereign Shaoyin was a spy before the Lu family was exiled, Lu Yin said. Patriarch Lu Yuan's eyes widened, and he cursed angrily, I knew that crazy woman was crazy. Cough, cough. When I recover, I will definitely settle the score with her. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. The patriarch's attitude proved that he had guessed correctly. This matter was definitely not a conspiracy between the patriarch and the Grand Empyrean to sacrifice some of the Lu family's people to scheme against the Eternals. It was the Grand Empyrean who had schemed against the Eternals. As for the Lu family, she did not care. Patriarch Lu Yuan was furious. Master said that crazy woman Tai Hong does things without caring about the consequences. She only thinks about herself. Although she cares about the big picture, she is short-sighted. Although she cares about the human race, she can't do much and is even a burden. We all agreed at that time. But I never thought that such a consequence would happen to the Lu family. Crazy woman, cough, cough. Lu Yin comforted him. Don't worry, Patriarch. We will definitely settle the score with her. Patriarch Lu Yuan gritted his teeth. Of course we will. We will do it 1,000 times over. That crazy woman doesn't care about the life and death of the Lu family for her own schemes. What can a mere divine sovereign Shaoyin do? Can she kill the one true God? How laughable. We shouldn't have just wanted to beat her up. We should have just killed her. Cough, cough. Although Patriarch Lu Yuan was speaking out of anger, he could see the Patriarch's anger. The Lu family's people who had been sacrificed could not be revived. Wan Ziyi, Tu Qiming, and the others also could not be revived. All of this was the result of the Grand Empyrean's selfishness. She was too high up and did not care about the mortal world. She did not know that such a person was no different from the Eternals. No matter what, the Lu family's debt had to be settled. Patriarch Lu Yuan's anger caused his face to turn even paler. He glared at Lu Yin fiercely. Little Seven, do whatever you want. None of us will be able to come out during this time. If that crazy woman dares to play like this, don't hold back. Lu Yin took a deep breath. I know. Don't worry, Patriarch. When you come out, you will see a completely different six-direction association. Patriarch Lu Yuan was stunned. He felt like he had said too much. Was this kid going too far? But when he thought about what the Grand Empyrean had done, his anger took over. That's good. Thank you for your support, brothers. The next return of the world is about to begin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2869. Soon, Lu Yuan returned to the starry sky tree. Lu Yin waited for the results of the battle. It seemed like the Six-Direction sect and the Everlasting Tribe would be at peace for a while. Even the battles in the endless battlefield were not as intense as before. Since that was the case, then it was his turn. Lu Yin looked for Wei Rong and once again confirmed the timing of the chess pieces. He then announced that he would go into seclusion and use up all the star essences first. First, it was samsara spacetime. Most importantly, it was samsara spacetime. After Lu Yin announced that he was going into seclusion, he headed straight to the reincarnation spacetime. He found an ordinary but secluded location, raised his hand, and brought out his die. He tapped it to begin, hoping for a good result. On the other side, Mu Feng came to the primordial space and found Mu Xia and Qing Ping. Senior apprentice brother. Senior apprentice brother. Mu Feng looked at the two of them. Master's eye for disciples is still as sharp as ever. Mu Xia smiled and said, "These words are vividly reflected on Senior Brother. Senior Brother is someone who can fight against the 7 sky gods." Mu Feng shook her head. "It's only true when it comes to Junior Brother. There's no need to compare with little Junior Brother. Maybe even Master is shocked by little Junior Brother's strength." Mu Xia said. The wooden carving looked at Qing Ping. "I'm here to bring you to the endless battlefield. Now that the situation in the endless battlefield is stable, it's a good opportunity for you to train and seek a breakthrough to the ancestor realm." Qing Ping said, "It's time." Lu Yin had missed the opportunity to reunite with his fellow disciples. He had not expected that Woodcut would go to the Genesis space and bring Senior Brother Qing Ping to the endless battlefield. In the current battle situation, Senior Brother Qing Ping's strength could no longer keep up with the first echelon of the above heaven sect. However, as long as he made a breakthrough, with his exceptional talent of being able to fight against ancestors, it would be hard to predict how strong the ancestor realm would be. Regardless of whether it was Mu Feng, Mu Xia, or Qing Ping, all of them possessed talent that made Mr. Mu look askance. This talent could only be fully displayed at the ancestor realm. Lu Yin watched as the die spun and stopped at 4. It was 4:00 the first time. After entering the time-stop space, Lu Yin extended the time to a year and decided to properly train here. His heart strength and the various types of energy that were gathered in his body consumed the most time. Lu Yin was looking forward to seeing how his strength would change once his heart strength transformed. The power in his heart was the same as the death aura and the power of fate. It was a different kind of power from the astral origin. Although there might not be an origin tribulation, there could be unpredictable tribulations. The scene in front of him changed, and he left the time-stop space to continue rolling his die. Lu Yin really wanted to repair the books of destiny, but each one required at least 6 trillion star essence to repair. 3 books would cost him 18 trillion star essence, which would consume more than half of his resources in one go, which would not do. Lu Yin resisted the temptation and decided to roll the die first. Since Ancestor Lu Yuan had encouraged him to do something while the Grand Empyreans were in closed-door cultivation, he might as well do it. He continued to roll his die, and on his 3rd try, he rolled enhance. Lu Yin was filled with anticipation as his consciousness entered the dark space. He looked at the gloomy balls of light, which only had the strength of a half-martial ancestor. They were completely useless. He kept searching, but he couldn't find the bright ball of light. Progenitor realm experts were very rare. In every parallel spacetime, there were countless cultivators, but there were only a few progenitor realm experts. It was indeed not easy to find one. Helplessly, he withdrew from the dark space. He had used up some resources, but he still hadn't succeeded. Let's continue. The 4th time he rolled a point, a useless item fell out, and he rested for 10 minutes. 10 days later, he continued to roll the die. 10 days later, 1 pip, 3 pips, 5 pips, 4 pips, 1 year in the time-stop space. He waited for another 10 days before continuing. 3 pips, 5 pips, 6 pips. Lu Yin didn't even have time to react before he appeared in the dark space. Entering the dark space did not mean that he would definitely be able to merge into a progenitor's body. It all depended on luck and searching. Lu Yin's luck was pretty good this time, as he saw a bright ball of light. It was very bright, so it should be a progenitor. Even if it wasn't, it was still an existence that could fight against a progenitor. There was more than one powerhouse in the reincarnation spacetime that could challenge progenitors. First Jian Jia, Yaolan, and even Bai Sienna were all such powerhouses. Compared to progenitors, Lu Yin wanted to merge into their bodies more, as their potential was much higher than that of ordinary progenitors. This was especially true for Bai Sienna, as Lu Yin couldn't see through her. This was the only way. His consciousness approached the ball of light and rushed over to merge with it. Lu Yin's body trembled, and he suddenly opened his eyes. Was this the void imperfection realm? Lu Yin saw Bai Xing, Xia Zhen, and ancestor Gui Yuan, but none of them made a move. They merely stood on the wall and looked into the distance. Then, who was he? Bao Saint. Lu Yin had merged into Bao Saint's body. His goal had been to merge into the bodies of the 3 venerables and 9 sages, but now that he had done so, he was actually a little surprised. But since he had done so, he might as well use this person to understand the reincarnation space-time. Lu Yin, no, Bao Saint, stood there quietly, looking into the distance like Bai Xing and the others. However, his gaze was unfocused as he continued to read Bao Saint's memories. The most important thing was naturally the memories of Bao Saint being bestowed power by a Grand Empyrean. Everyone said that the 3 venerables and 9 sages had been bestowed by a Grand Empyrean. A Grand Empyrean could allow anyone to reach the progenitor realm, but they could also deprive any progenitor of their power. At first, Lu Yin did not believe it, as the progenitor realm was the peak of human cultivation. Why would it be bestowed? But as he came into contact with the 6 Paths Society, he began to believe it more and more. Everyone said that the 3 venerables and 9 sages' power had come from a Grand Empyrean, including Void Master and the others. Lu Yin was very curious. How had a Grand Empyrean bestowed power? Now, he could finally see it. In front of him, Bai Xing retracted his gaze and looked at Xia Zhen. They retreated. Xia Zhen nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. The endless battlefield sent news that the war situation is slowing down. It seems to be true. The Grand Empyrean and the other parallel spacetime masters attacked the Eternals and fought a decisive battle with the one true God and the 7 sky gods. I heard that there were also foreign powerhouses joining in, which was why both sides suffered heavy losses. Now, the 6 Paths Society and the endless battlefield should be able to stabilize for a while, Ancestor Gui Yuan said. Bai Xing looked back at Bao Saint. The war is slowing down. I want to return to the reincarnation spacetime to rest. That should be fine, right? This did not mean that Bai Xing had to listen to Bao Saint's orders. They were now like stray dogs that needed the protection of the reincarnation spacetime. Before they lost their confidence, they were still inferior to the 3 venerables and 9 sages. After all, he was not Bai Wang Yuan. Bao Saint did not answer. Bai Xing frowned. Bao Saint. Bao Saint still did not answer. Xia Zhen and Ancestor Gui Yuan looked back and shouted. Bao Saint's eyes regained clarity, and he glared at the 3. Stop talking nonsense. If I tell you to stay here, then stay here. Xia Zhen was furious. Bao Saint, I respect the 3 venerables and 9 sages, but we are also progenitors. Don't be so rude. Bao Saint sneered. Are you worthy of my respect? You're just stray dogs. Shut up. Bai Xing was furious, and he clenched the heaven-vanquishing staff. Bao Saint raised his head. What, you still want to fight? Now that the Eternals have retreated, you dare to be disrespectful to the reincarnation spacetime. Do you really think you can defeat the Eternals? Get out of the reincarnation spacetime if you have the ability. You are not welcome here. Ancestor Gui Yuan's voice was cold. Bao Saint, you are trying to sow discord between us and the reincarnation spacetime. Senior Grand Empyrean will not let you go if he knows. Bao Saint did not care. Then you have to see Grand Empyrean first. Not to mention you, even by Wang Yuan and Wang Fan, those 2 stray dogs, can't see him. Bai Xing's face flushed red. How could this person be so rude? The Eternals had retreated, and they were no longer needed. The 6 sects would have a chance to breathe. Was he trying to burn the bridge after crossing the river? Or... He suddenly thought of a possibility. The origin space was now one of the 6 sects. Bao Saint's attitude suddenly became so strange. Could it be that the reincarnation spacetime was abandoning them? When he thought of this, he hurriedly told Xia Zhen about this possibility. He could not tell ancestor Gui Yuan, as he was Wang Fan. Wang Fan's relationship with the reincarnation spacetime was different from theirs. Xia Zhen felt that Bai Xing's words made sense. Bao Saint had gotten along well with them before, and although he seemed cold, he treated them kindly. Now that his attitude had changed so drastically, there was definitely a problem. Lu Yin watched as Bai Xing and Xia Zhen's expressions changed. He had achieved his goal, so he withdrew from the fusion. Somewhere in the reincarnation spacetime, Lu Yin opened his eyes and frowned. He had seen Bao Saint being bestowed power by the Grand Empyrean. To be honest, he did not understand, but he felt something. It was a mysterious feeling that he could not describe, but it felt familiar. When he had undergone the half-progenitor origin tribulation and used the sky-turning palm to transform his inner world, he had felt it. When Bao Saint had been bestowed power, it had felt as if the entire reincarnation spacetime had been helping him. It had been a strange feeling. Lu Yin took a deep breath. Although he did not understand where Bao Saint's power had come from, he was now certain that the 3 saints and 9 sages had indeed been bestowed power by the Grand Empyrean. However, being bestowed power to the 3 saints and 9 sages did not mean that they were not progenitors. Before divine sovereign Shaoyin had been bestowed power by the Grand Empyrean, he had already possessed the power of a progenitor. The Grand Empyrean had used the power of extreme Yin to allow divine sovereign Shaoyin to step into the progenitor realm. This had allowed divine sovereign Shaoyin to reach the heavens in a single step and touch upon the laws of the sequence. It would be a lie to say that Lu Yin was not envious. If he had such a method to bestow power to others, would restoring the celestial sect's glory be so far away? Casually bestowing power to the 3 saints and 9 sages would be enough to create many progenitors. However, Lu Yin still felt that something was wrong with this method. Aside from that, the unexpected gain from fusing with Bao Saint's body was that he had reprimanded Bai Xing and the others. He did not know what the outcome would be, but at the very least, it had been enough to discuss the 4 cardinal scales. Did they really think that they would be fine after leaving the origin space and joining the reincarnation spacetime? How could Lu Yin let them go? Lu Yin checked the consumption, and his expression changed to become somewhat ugly. 3 trillion star essence was an exaggerated number. Previously, the highest amount of star essence that Lu Yin had fused with the eternal race's 12 marquises had only been around 200 billion star essence. At that time, he had fused with the eternal race's 12 marquises. How many times had he fused with them now? This was the price of fusing with a progenitor, and it was an enormous price to pay. The difference between a progenitor and a half-progenitor was just 1 realm, but the difference was like heaven and earth. Thank you for your support, brothers. The Return to the Universe scroll is now officially open. Sui Feng was currently on his way to the capital to further his studies at the Lu Sun Literary Academy, so he was rather busy. Thank you for your support, brothers. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2870. Lu Yin had originally thought that 30 trillion star essence would be enough for him to squander as he pleased, but it seemed that it still wasn't enough. Stepping into a certain realm would naturally consume a certain amount of resources. However, it didn't matter, as progenitors were already at the peak. There weren't that many in the entire 6-direction society, and there were even fewer who could fuse with it. Lu Yin continued to roll his die. 1 pip. 3 pips, 5 pips, 4 pips, 1 year in the time-stop space, and he continued after 10 days. 4 pips, another year, and another 4 pips. He had already rolled 4 pips 3 times in a row. So far, Lu Yin had been in the time-stop space for 3 years. If he continued, it would be the 4th year, and the power in his heart should be about ready. Lu Yin began his 4th year of seclusion with anticipation. From the perspective of humans, the universe was boundless, and every star was incomparably huge. There could be many countries where billions or even billions of people and even more creatures lived. In this universe, there was a race of giants, and the most powerful giant was progenitor Qin. His body was so huge that he could play with planets as if they were marbles. Then, were there even larger creatures that could swallow stars and form a sea of stars with a single breath? Were they capable of annihilating all life with a wave of their hands? To ants, were humans like giants? To the tiny creatures that parasitized humans, were humans like those giant creatures that could swallow stars? To Lu Yin's heart, he was like a giant creature. At this moment, there were 380,000 stars revolving in the boundless starry sky in his heart. Among these stars, there were several strange stars. One star was gray and looked like a withered tree. It was connected to the continent formed by Fate's An, and it was like a tornado. Another star had a tricolored luster. It seemed deathly still, but it was also brightly colored. It was also connected to the continent, and 3 colors circulated around it. Another star was green and looked like a plant. It was connected to the continent like a giant tree that reached the heavens. Another star was formed from water and connected to the continent, forming a river that reached the heavens. There was also a giant star that was connected to the astral origin sea above the continent, and the connection seemed to raise the sea into the sky. Far away from these stars, there was a red star that was dotted with stars. It wasn't obvious, but it wasn't dim at all. It used a weak red glow to illuminate all of the stars. The starry sky was surrounded by a black and white fog. Below it, the land formed by the Fates An was illuminated by the stars. If it were not for this land, the starry sky would not be the starry sky. As time passed, the gray tornado rose from the ground and landed on the gray star. As the star swayed, it finally rotated slowly. It rotated exactly the same as the 380,000 stars. The only difference was that it looked different. Immediately after, the 3-colored light disappeared from the land. Green vegetation, heaven-reaching rivers, and stellar source oceans all disappeared from the continent, forming stars that hung in the sky. At that moment, Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes, and the scene before him changed. Time was up, and he had returned to the reincarnation space-time. Within a second, an earth-shattering change had taken place in his body. Lu Yin didn't know what this change meant, but he knew that the starry sky in his heart was a power that no one could see through. This power gave him even more confidence than his inner world. Although he hadn't tried it out, he could feel it. So what if he cultivated a lot of different things? He would fuse them all together. If his body couldn't withstand it, he would create a starry sky to withstand the boundless power. Now, it was time to experience the power of its own starry sky after the transformation. Lu Yin took a deep breath and released the starry sky in his heart. There was a soft sound, and a black crack appeared in front of him. It was the void world. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he quickly retreated. The void world followed him like a shadow, forming a black circle around his body. Outside the circle was the reincarnation spacetime, and inside the circle was the spacetime in his heart. The 380,000 stars around him, as well as a few strange stars, could not break through the black circle. His own starry sky was completely isolated from the reincarnation spacetime by tearing through the void and creating the void world. Lu Yin looked in front of him. Just releasing his own starry sky had isolated the reincarnation spacetime. It felt like 2 parallel spacetimes had collided, and a crack had appeared in the middle. The void world did not cover a large area, and from a distance, it looked like Lu Yin was wrapped in a black circle that moved with him. Lu Yin retracted the power in his heart, and the void returned to normal. He released it again, and just like before, the void world formed a circle that isolated the reincarnation spacetime from his own starry sky. After trying it several times, Lu Yin gradually understood what was going on. In the past, his starry sky had been superimposed on the current spacetime, and it had not been enough to affect the current spacetime. But now, his spacetime could no longer be superimposed and had formed a rejection. This meant that he had truly created his own spacetime. If a parallel spacetime was compared to a person, then Lu Yin had been a child in the past who could be picked up by adults and accepted by them. But now, he had suddenly grown up and could be considered an adult. Adults naturally could no longer pick him up and accept him. Instead, they treated him as an existence on par with them. If two people were too close to each other, they would reject each other. Lu Yin did not know if his understanding was correct, but if it was, then his power was somewhat terrifying. It should be known that an ancestral world was a world created by a progenitor, and it had the power to change the heavens and the earth. But so far, no matter how powerful an ancestral world was, it could be superimposed on the current spacetime. Perhaps the Grand Empyreans were different, as Lu Yin had never truly seen their power. But this also showed that he was extraordinary, as he could actually fight against a Grand Empyrean as a half-ancestor. Lu Yin returned to the above-the-sky sect. No matter how he guessed, it was impossible, so he still needed to ask someone to verify it. For example, Big Sis had come from the above-the-sky sect and had personally seen the 3 realms and 6 Daos. She should have felt their power, and perhaps she could explain to him her understanding of the different levels of power. However, Lu Yin did not hold out much hope. Mr. Mu's vision far surpassed Big Sis, and if he could not see how far the power in his heart had progressed, then Big Sis should not be able to either. At this moment, Big Sis was drinking in Leon's Armada. Regardless of whether she had recovered her memories or not, Big Sis was still the same. She was forthright, capable, and always stood up for her brothers. She seemed impulsive, but she was actually very meticulous. Lu Yin's arrival caused Leon's Armada to erupt in cheers. The newcomers here were very reserved. After all, this was the primordial space, and it was impossible for strangers to not feel nervous when facing Lu Yin. However, the older members of Leon's Armada were very relaxed, as they all knew that this was Lu Yin's home. Heizage Leon was very happy, as neither Lu Yin nor Big Sis had forgotten about him. On this day, Leon's Armada was celebrating, and the entire cosmic sea was filled with a joyous atmosphere. The next day, Lu Yin and Big Sis stood on an island. Repulsion. Let me see if you can use it. Big Sis was very interested. Lu Yin displayed the starry sky in his heart, and just like in the reincarnation spacetime, his starry sky and the primordial space had formed a repulsion, and a void world had appeared that wrapped around his star in a circular shape. Big Sis' eyes widened. What the? You can do that? Lu Yin was confused. What's wrong, Big Sis? Big Sis looked at Lu Yin in shock. Little 7, you've become one of the 3 realms and 6 Daos. Lu Yin was even more confused. What do you mean? Big Sis looked at Lu Yin as if he was a monster. The progenitor realm can be divided into ordinary progenitors, sequence progenitors, and the ultimate progenitor realm that destroys the laws. You should know about this, right? Lu Yin nodded. He had heard forefather Lu Yuan mention it before, but he had not paid much attention to it. Progenitors were progenitors, and no one had given them a clear division. Forefather Lu Yuan had said that one could divide the progenitor realm into different levels to confirm one's existence. Is this your division of the progenitor realm? Big Sis said, you can say that, but it's the self-perception of most progenitors. You should know about ordinary progenitors. Those like Xiaoshinji are ordinary progenitors since they have not touched upon the sequence laws. Above them are progenitors who have touched upon the sequence laws. I am such an existence, and so is Reverend Shaoyin. You can see for yourself how strong or weak you are. This is just a rough division. The main point is the ultimate progenitor realm that destroys the laws. According to your understanding, such existences can be considered at the level of the 3 realms and 6 Taos. Lu Yin looked at Big Sis. Big Sis' expression turned solemn. When we touch upon the sequence laws, we use our own strength to search for and conform to the laws that originally existed in this spacetime. At the level of the 3 realms and 6 Taos, they are not limited to searching for laws. If they want a law that does not exist, they will find a way to make it exist. Creation. Lu Yin was surprised. Big Sis rolled her eyes. Don't interrupt. Lu Yin pursed his lips. The word creation is too big. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I don't understand, but in my opinion, only the progenitors are qualified to use this word. I don't think that the possibility of the 3 realms and 6 Taos being able to create laws is high, but the laws that they possess are indeed not something that ordinary people can understand. My netherworld energy and Reverend Shaoyin's extreme yin energy belong to the dark type of laws. There are too many celestial bodies in the universe, and we can only name certain celestial bodies as netherworld energy or extreme yin energy. But the laws of the 3 realms and 6 Taos are very difficult to find in the current universe, such as fate or death energy. Where can you find them? Lu Yin nodded. That was right, as these were clearly not laws that normally existed in the universe. Creation is not very likely. I'm more inclined to believe that they have destroyed certain laws in order to obtain the laws that they need. For example, they destroyed the sun and created a black hole in order to obtain the laws that they need. Or they destroyed glaciers and melted them in order to obtain the laws of water that they need. Big Sis looked at Lu Yin. For existences like them, once they use their full strength, the laws that they control will not be compatible with the current spacetime, or they will directly destroy certain laws in the current spacetime. As a result, when they attack, a realmless will appear, and the realmless will wrap around their bodies. It's as if the realmless will be drawn onto their attacks, adding a black halo to their strength. It's very similar to your current situation. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2871. Lu Yin blinked. So you think I've reached the level of the 3 realms 6 Taos? Big Sis snorted in disdain. Dream on, I was just shocked by you. If you want to reach the level of the 3 realms 6 Taos, you have to at least break through to the progenitor realm. Of course, it's impossible now. Anyone from the 3 realms 6 Taos can instantly kill you. Lu Yin pursed his lips. Then what about me? Big Sister was puzzled. Who knows? I can't understand your cultivation. Based on this deduction, maybe your cultivation path is really the same as the 3 realms and 6 paths little 7. If that's really the case, then you've taken a detour. Lu Yin was speechless, overtaking them. Definitely not, or rather, it wasn't just that. If his cultivation path was the same as the 3 realms 6 Taos, it was impossible for Mr. Mu not to see it. If even Mr. Mu was surprised, then the starry sky in his heart must be even more strange. Back then, I helped the 3rd mainland bury 7 sky gods. In order to thank me, that old man Guiji gave me some advice. Do you want to hear it? Big Sis tempted. Lu Yin was tempted. Yes, I want to hear it. Big Sis thought for a moment. It's easy for you to stab someone, but it's not so easy to get someone to stab you. Lu Yin looked at Big Sis. Big Sis looked at him. The two looked at each other speechlessly. That's it. That's it. Just one sentence. How much do you want? Then, big sis, do you understand? Nonsense, do you think I have the time to understand? Not long after that, I was tricked by that bastard Su Wang Tian and almost died in the river of time. When I opened my eyes and recovered my memories, I saw you. Lu Yin was embarrassed. Why don't I ask ancestor Lu Yuan? Big sis was tempted. That's your ancestor, not mine, go ask him yourself. Lu Yin smiled. Okay, I'll tell you when I'm done. Big sis was satisfied and looked at Lu Yin with admiration. By the way, big sis, have you heard of the realm above the progenitor realm? Lu Yin asked. Big sis' eyes flashed. Yes. Lu Yin stared at her. Progenitor is the realm above the progenitor realm, big sis said. Lu Yin asked again, what's the name of the realm? Big sis raised a finger, beginning. Lu Yin blurted out, the primordial realm. Big sis replied, that should be the case. Ancestor Mavis told me that back then. I'm from the second continent, and although I don't really have a good relationship with Mavis, I've occasionally heard about it. Lu Yin muttered to himself. Primordial realm. He thought of the mirage domain and the 9 words, ascend to the primordial realm, overcome the tribulation, and obtain eternal life. Were those 9 words related to the primordial realm? Release that power of yours again. I have a conjecture that I want to test, big sister suddenly said. Lu Yin released the power from his heart. It had to be said that even though the primordial space was repelled by his own starry sky, the black world of nothingness was still very beautiful. It covered Lu Yin with a layer of absolute darkness. Big sis raised a hand and released her netherworld force. Lu Yin opened his heaven's eye and could clearly see that this netherworld force was composed of orderly particles. Netherworld energy blasted towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin kept a close eye on him. If he wanted to hit him, he would have to break through the outer layer of space, and beyond that was the black layer of nothingness. When Netherworld's power touched the void world, Lu Yin's expression changed. He could clearly see Netherworld with his celestial eye. The sequence particles of Netherworld energy had been devoured by the layer of nothingness. Big sis lowered her hand and sighed. As expected. Lu Yin was shocked. Sis, what's this? Big sis looked at Lu Yin enviously. The void world helped you cut off the sequence laws. Congratulations, little 7. From now on, the damage that the sequence laws can cause to you will be minimal. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and then he was overjoyed. Really? Big sis let out a long sigh. Since ancient times, how many people have been able to reach the sequence laws level? Out of 100 half-ancestors, at most one can become an ancestor, and out of 10 progenitors, at most one can reach the sequence laws level. There are strong and weak sequence laws, and I belong to the stronger category. As for divine sovereign Shaoyin, he belongs to the weaker category. Even if a grand empyrean hasn't taken away his power, the damage that the sequence laws can cause to you will be greatly reduced. I heard that you went through the half-ancestor origin tribulation and resisted the lightning sequence laws. Even if the sequence laws can break through the void world and descend on you, the damage they can cause to you will be minimal. Amazing. Lu Yin had never thought of such a move. The void world cut off the sequence laws, and even if there were still sequence particles that passed through the void world to attack him, he could take out the wordless heavenly book and weaken them again. What use would the remaining sequence particles be? The first time he had encountered Old Freak Mo, the dark sequence laws had made Lu Yin speechless. He had been worried about how he would deal with such a powerhouse again. But now, he could finally relax. Big sis saw Lu Yin relax and reminded him, don't underestimate the sequence laws. Those who can cultivate the sequence laws are not simple. Even if they don't use the laws, they are not weak. If I go all out, I can pass through the void world and heavily injure you, or even kill you. The 7 sky gods, the 3 realms, and the 6 Taoists. Even if their laws can pass through just a little, you might not be able to resist. Little 7, don't be careless. Lu Yin nodded. Don't worry, sis. I won't be careless. He would never forget the scene when the god of forgotten ruins had attacked him at the tea party. Just a very small sequence particle was enough to make him forget how to resist. Later on, he did not even see the sequence particle, but he still forgot to resist. Such a powerhouse was the absolute pinnacle. Against the 7 sky gods, he was still very weak. But he was still climbing up step by step. How old was he? How long had he been cultivating? In a few more years, when he broke through to the progenitor realm and grasped the law sequence, it would be time for him to truly fight against the 7 sky gods. He wondered what kind of law sequence he would be able to grasp at that time. Big Sis reminded Lu Yin not to be careless. There were too many strange powers in the universe, and the void world was not omnipotent. Lu Yin also promised that he would not be careless. Of course, the void world was not omnipotent. Luo Shan had walked out of the void world, and this was not fake. Chenlu thought that it was fake, and many people thought that Luo Shan was faking it. However, Lu Yin truly understood from Mu Jun that Luo Shan had really walked out of the void world. If Luo Shan could walk out of the void world, then the void world was naturally not omnipotent. However, Lu Yin was satisfied. With the void world and the wordless heavenly book, he would be able to cancel out both of them. If he met old Freak Mo again, he would not be afraid of a one-on-one battle. If old Freak Mo underestimated him, then he would definitely give him a huge surprise. Lu Yin headed to the reincarnation spacetime and continued rolling his die. Half a month later, Lu Yin rolled 6 pips. He searched the dark space for a long time but could not find any bright orbs. Helpless, he could only leave the dark space and continue rolling his die. Another 20 days passed, and he rolled 6 pips again. This time, he was determined to continue searching no matter how long it took. Although it would consume a lot of star essence, it was still better than relying on luck. The results did not disappoint him. After searching for a while, he finally found a bright orb and fused with it. When he opened his eyes, why was it the void imperfection realm again? It made sense. The reincarnation spacetime's 3 sovereigns and 9 sages were either in the endless battlefield or the void imperfection realm. The only ones overseeing the reincarnation spacetime might be a Grand Empyrean and Xixing, who had never taken action. Lu Yin wanted to fuse with Xixing's body and see what this person was doing. Then, was he fusing with Baixing? He took a deep breath and looked back. Lu Yin saw Gongxing. He had fused with Gongxing's body to look at Baixing, but now, he was fusing with Baixing's body to look at Gongxing. Lu Yin shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Since he had fused with Gongxing, he would look at his memories. Baixing's memories were not very valuable. This person had been extremely talented since young and had cultivated in the frigid immortal sect. His path had been very smooth, and the only thing that Lu Yin cared about was that Baixing's memories allowed him to see the Lu family, Lu Yin himself, and the scene of his parents' wedding. Lu Yin had not talked to Lu Qi about his mother, but he knew that his mother had passed away due to illness and that she had no enemies. Back when he had ascended stargazing deck, he had seen his father hug him while his mother stood behind him. Now, Baixing's memories were even clearer. Lu Qi was a direct descendant of the Lu family, and his wedding was a grand occasion in the cosmic tree realm. On that day, the entire cosmic tree realm was in a celebratory mood, and many people had ascended Lu Tianjing to congratulate him. Even Bai Wang Yuan and the others had come with fake smiles. At that time, Baixing had already become an ancestor, and his memories of Lu Qi were that he was arrogant, disrespectful, and tyrannical. At that time, everyone had said that his father had stolen his mother, but Lu Yin's eyes reddened when he saw Bai Xing's memories. At that moment, his mother had been very happy from the bottom of her heart. However, his mother had not been good at cultivation, which was why she had died of illness. Bai Xing only had these memories of his parents. He did not pay attention to the Lu family and instead focused on cultivation, guarding the outer realm against the Eternals. To him, the Lu family was worthy of respect, and he had never thought of harming them. Lu Yin also saw the scene of the Lu family's exile through Bai Xing's memories. A rain of red flowers fell from the sky, and Bai Xian'er was as beautiful as a painting. She looked up and saw the ancestral Mang flip over and throw the entire Lu Tianjing out of the cosmic tree realm. At that moment, Bai Xing's emotions were complicated. He regretted the fate of the Lu family, but he also did not dare to offend Bai Wangyuan. It was not just him. Xia Zhen, Wang Jian, Nong Yi, and the Lu family's patriarch felt the same way. That day was a joyous occasion for the four cardinal scales, but not everyone was happy. After that, Bai Xing remained in the outer realm, not planning to return to the frigid immortal sect. Even if he did, he would stay in sky beyond heaven. Lu Yin had ascended to sky beyond heaven when Bai Xing had returned, and the two had coincidentally met there. Lu Yin gripped the sky-vanquishing staff tightly, his thoughts complicated. Although Bai Xing had no intention of harming the Lu family, he had a feeling that he could not resist Bai Wangyuan. This feeling made him obey Bai Wangyuan's orders. Similarly, Bai Qi had no intention of harming the Lu family. However, the Lu family had already been exiled. In her mind, it was better to be completely exiled. On the other hand, Bai Xing's thoughts were affected by Bai Wangyuan. Bai Wangyuan's high status had been suppressing his own thoughts. This lofty feeling came from sky beyond heaven. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2872. The immortal frost sect's heaven beyond heavens was originally a method that Bai Wangyuan used to rule over all living beings. Now that it had been destroyed by the Lu clan, this thought was deeply rooted in Bai Xing's mind, and he couldn't get rid of it. Therefore, Bai Xing wanted to return to the origin space, but at the same time, he did not want to return. Bai Xing had not been able to break through that kind of suppression, but Lu Yin could. Slowly, he began to recite the progenitor's scripture. The war in the unsullied realm was slowing down. For the time being, Bai Xing and the others did not need to take action. Neither Xia Zhen nor ancestor Gui Yuan paid any attention to Bai Xing. Soon, as Bai Xing's eyes regained clarity, he looked around in confusion. What was going on? He felt that something had changed. In a certain corner of the reincarnation spacetime, Lu Yin opened his eyes and hurriedly checked his resources. A bitter smile appeared on Zhang Xian's face. He knew that he would consume a lot of energy, but he did not expect it to be so much. 8 trillion star essence was a total of 8 trillion star essence, which was 5 trillion more than what had been absorbed into Bao Sage's body. The reason why there were so many was mainly because he had memorized the primogenitor scripture, which was equivalent to using his power. Otherwise, even if he had spent more time fusing with the scripture, he would only have 4 to 5 trillion at most. Lu Yin sighed. There just wasn't enough money. Yi Xing was already a super rich person, but it was definitely not easy to give him so many crystal essences at once. It would be difficult for him to get more money. Bai Xing's reverence for Bai Wangyuan had already disappeared. It was up to him whether he would return to the origin space or not. If Bai Xing returned, Lu Yin would not refuse. Even though Bai Xing had done many things for the frigid immortal sect and had been Lu Yin's enemy during that time, it had not affected him in any way. The same was true for Xia Zhen. Other than that, Lu Yin also saw a familiar yet unfamiliar name in Bai Xing's memories, Yi Bo. Back at the Grand Emperor's tea party, Bai Wang Yuan and the others had used the name Yebua to accuse him of being a spy for the Eternals. They had once said that whenever he went into seclusion, Yi Bo would appear. Whenever he appeared, Yi Bo would disappear. At the time, Lu Yin had thought that Bai Wang Yuan and the others had fabricated this story. In any case, there was 9 luminaries as proof, and they also had Xian Qi as proof. There was no need for any direct evidence. And now, in Bai Xing's memories, there really was a spy called Yi Bo, and this spy was not simple. Yi Bo was an extremely secretive spy in the starry sky of trees. He was also a great threat to Bai Wang Yuan and the others. This spy had existed before the Lu family was exiled, and he had caused great damage to the starry sky of trees. Bai Wang Yuan and the others had indeed framed Lu Yin for Yi Bo, but Yi Bo was also a spy. In the 6 directions, there was Qing Kong. In the primordial space, there was Yi Bo. This was the consensus of Bai Wang Yuan and the others. Bai Xing had also started to understand the 6 direction society when the Yuan sage had appeared in the starry sky tree and taken lunatic Lu away. The more he understood the 6 direction society, the more he would associate Yi Bo with Qing Kong. The most similar thing was that Yi Bo had also killed an ancestor realm expert. An ancestor realm expert from the divine martial plane had died at Yi Bo's hands. The reason why Lu Yin had never heard of him before was because after the Lu family had been exiled, Yi Bo's activities had lessened. The last time he had been discovered was when Lu Yin had disguised himself as Long 7. At that time, Lu Yin had not even had the qualifications to come into contact with progenitors. Yi Bo was a spy sent by the humble school to track him down. Mu Xia was personally in charge of tracking him down along with the 4 direction scales. Long Qi was not in charge. Trying to frame Lu Yin with night morays might seem foolish, but if night morays were a code name for a team, then things would be different. The Night Moors had existed for a long time, but its members might not be. Bai Xing knew that the Night Moors were a team, which was what Bai Wang Yuan and the others knew. It was a pity that this team had never been exposed, as those who had been exposed had all died. The ancestor realm expert from the divine martial plane had been crazily killed by the members of the team, and they had all perished together under the ancestor's origin calamity. It was already not easy to find out that they were a team. Night Morays. Lu Yin suppressed this name in his heart and decided to ask his senior when he returned. For now, he continued to roll his die. He still had 22 trillion star essence left, which was enough. In a flash, 2 months passed, and Lu Yin finally rolled possession once more. Possession was becoming harder and harder to roll. No matter how long it took, Lu Yin had to find a bright ball of light in this dark space. This time, it took him even longer than when he had fused with Bai Xing's body. Fortunately, he had still found one. Lu Yin fused with Jiang Xing's body, and his memories flooded out. He could clearly see that he had fused with Jiang Xing's body. Of the 3 venerables and 9 sages, 2 had already fused with him, and there were only 6 left. 3 had died, and Lu Yin did not know when the reincarnation spacetime would fill in the gaps. Lu Yin was lucky to have fused with Jiang Xing's body, as Jiang Xing had just returned from the endless battlefield. Otherwise, Lu Yin did not know how long it would have taken him to find a progenitor to fuse with. After fusing with Jiang Xing's body, Lu Yin once again experienced the feeling of being bestowed with power by a grand Emperor. He did not reject any power now, and he wished that he could gather the power of all the progenitors of the 6 direction society into his body so that he could enrich his own universe. Among them, the Grand Emperor's power was quite attractive. Half a year passed, and Lu Yin was still in seclusion. Not only did he roll his die, but he also spent most of his time cultivating his 4 inner worlds and the universe in his heart. He had also fused with powerhouses, but they were not progenitors. The reincarnation spacetime did not have that many progenitors. After fusing with Jiangxing's body, Lu Yin realized that the reincarnation spacetime did not only contain the 3 venerables and 9 sages, but also the so-called 36 immortals. These 36 immortals referred to the cultivators who had been bestowed with power by a grand empyrean. A half-ancestor should not be worthy of a grand empyrean's power, but there were indeed 36 immortals in the reincarnation spacetime. These 36 immortals made up nearly half of the cultivators who had become immortals in the reincarnation spacetime, and they could be considered a very powerful force. If Lu Yin fused with these 36 immortals, he would still be able to comprehend the power bestowed by a grand empyrean. During this half a year, something major had happened in the reincarnation spacetime. The 9 sages had all been replenished, and they were Yao Lan, Bai Wang Yuan, and Wang Fan. In addition to Madman Lu and the still empty Shaoyin divine sovereign position, it meant that nearly half of the 3 venerables and 9 sages had been replaced in recent years. All of this was related to the Origin Space's contact with the Hexagon Society. Some people were like this. Even if they stood there and did not say a word, they would still be the most dazzling. Among all the parallel timelines, the Origin Space was the most dazzling one. Even if it had declined, once it came into contact with the Hexagon Society, it would instantly change the situation of the Hexagon Society, not to mention a variable like Lu Yin. Half a year was not a long time for cultivators. Jiangxing rested for half a year and then left for the Void Imperfection realm after informing Jiang Xiaodao. No matter what Lu Yin thought of the reincarnation spacetime, the 3 venerables, 9 sages, and even the Grand Empyrean had done their best to resist the Eternals. Lu Yin had not expected that after half a year, the progenitor he had fused with after Jiangxing was still Jiangxing. He looked at the Void Imperfection realm in front of him and saw Bao Saint, Bai Xing, and the others. He was speechless. He had been here many times before. Just as he was about to withdraw from the fusion, he heard a scream. Lu Yin looked over and saw Bao Saint. In the distance, Bao Saint was bathed in blood. A long blade had cut into his neck, and the blade tore through the void to form a crack that split the universe in 2. Lu Yin was confused. What had happened? Suddenly, colorful bubbles appeared in front of him. Was this illusionary illusion bubbles? Not good, it's an illusion. Qing Kong. His mind was filled with thoughts of Qing Kong, but his body could not move. The moment Lu Yin was distracted by Bao Saint's scream, Qing Kong took advantage of the situation and took control of Jiangxing's body. At that moment, the scene in front of him changed completely. Bao Saint was not injured, and there was nothing. Only Jiangxing's body suddenly went out of control. I'm in charge of your body. A familiar voice rang out, and Lu Yin's expression turned ugly. No matter what he did, he could not move. This was Jiangxing's body. If it were Lu Yin, Qing Kong definitely would not have been able to control it. However, the difference between him and Jiangxing was too great. With a bang, the illusion burst, and Jiangxing's body spat out a mouthful of blood as he fell down. The commotion attracted Bao Saint's attention, and he looked back. When he saw Jiangxing's pale face, he was shocked. Brother Jiang. He quickly approached Jiangxing, raised his hand, and formed an arrow with his fingers as he searched for an enemy. However, Qing Kong was not someone he could easily find. Lu Yin had experienced the death of Jiangxing's body. Qing Kong had found this opportunity when everyone thought that there would be a truce. He had taken advantage of the moment when Jiangxing had approached the Void Imperfection realm and saw that it was calm. When Jiangxing saw that Bao Saint and the others had relaxed, he had launched a surprise attack. This was the moment when Jiangxing was the most relaxed. Qing Kong was the Six Direction Society's greatest threat. Even though many people in the Six Direction Society viewed the seven sky gods as inferior to Qin Kong, this was because Qin Kong was too adept at sneak attacks. The number of progenitors who had died at his hand surpassed the number of progenitors who had died at the hands of any of the seven sky gods. Qin Kong had relied on sneak attacks to kill many progenitors. Jiang Xing was not the first, and he would not be the last. Lu Yin had seen Bao Saint's shout and the stunned gazes of Bai Xing and the others, but there was nothing he could do. Jiang Xing had been controlled, and the moment the dreamy illusion bubble had entered his body, his death had been sealed. Qin Kong had been very certain, which was why he had attacked. However, what he did not know was that this Jiang Xing was not the pure Jiang Xing. The result that he had thought of had been changed. Lu Yin's vision turned black. This was the moment when a person was about to die. Only the colorful bubbles would replace everything. Qin Kong's power would control him until he died. However, would it be so easy? He was Lu Yin, not Jiang Xing. Even if he died, he would not let Qin Kong succeed so easily. Jiang Xing's body had its own uses. Lu Yin had been in seclusion for more than half a year and had merged with many people, constantly comprehending the power that the Grand Empyrean had bestowed upon him. Eventually, he had managed to sort out some ideas, and by relying on Jiang Xing's body, he could temporarily come into contact with the Grand Empyrean's grand path of reincarnation. The grand path of reincarnation was the power of the Grand Empyrean. By relying on the grand path of reincarnation, the Grand Empyrean had bestowed 3 venerables, 9 sages, and 36 immortals. He was invincible in the Six Directions Guild and was the master of humanity. Lu Yin had used his comprehension of the grand path of reincarnation to barely make a move before Jiang Xing's body died, but he could only make one move. With a wave of his hand, the samsara spacetime changed. An invisible force swept through the void, startling Bao Saint and causing everyone's hearts to tremble. It was as if the sky was about to collapse. In an instant, a very small, colorful gas fell from the boundless void. It was almost invisible. This gas was also the last color that Lu Yin had seen in Jiang Xing's body. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2873. In the depths of reincarnation spacetime, a pair of eyes suddenly opened. The gaze was pure and seemed ancient, but it was very simple. These eyes belonged to Xi Xing. Someone touched Master's path of reincarnation? It's a pity that Master is in seclusion. Otherwise, this person would definitely become one of the 3 sovereigns. What a pity. In the void imperfection realm, Jiang Xing's body crashed to the ground, completely dead. At the moment of Jiang Xing's death, Lu Yin broke away from the fusion and his consciousness returned to his body. He opened his eyes, which were filled with anger and killing intent. Qin Kong, it was Qin Kong again. Qin Kong had killed one progenitor after another, and he had almost killed Lu Yin in the endless battlefield. Now, he had killed Jiang Xing as well. He had witnessed Jiang Xing's death, but he had been powerless. This made Lu Yin feel guilty. If he had not merged with Jiang Xing's body, perhaps Jiang Xing would not have been controlled by Qin Kong. Perhaps Jiang Xing could have broken free. There were all sorts of possibilities, but in the end, Jiang Xing had suffered the most tragic end. Lu Yin stood up and clenched his fists. He had to kill Qin Kong. Right, that thing. Lu Yin walked out of seclusion and headed towards the void imperfection realm. In the void imperfection realm, Bao Saint stood on a barren land and looked down at the giant crater below. Jiang Xing's corpse was facing upwards. Although deaths were inevitable in war, it was not easy to see extreme powerhouses die. In the Battle of the Tea Party, the sole true god, the 7 sky gods, and the true god guard had all died. Bai Sheng, Xia Zhen, and ancestor Gui Yuan stood not far from Bao Saint and looked at Jiangxing's corpse. Is it Qing Kong? Xia Zhen was apprehensive. Bao Saint sighed. It's him. Ancestor Gui Yuan's tone was gloomy. This Qing Kong is too big of a threat. His existence means that everyone has to be vigilant at all times. Even we can't bear such an attitude. Unless there's a powerhouse who can completely ignore Qing Kong, the destruction he brings is even greater than the 7 sky gods, Bai Xing said. Bao Saint exhaled. Many people in the Six Direction Association wanted to kill Qing Kong but could not. Several extreme powerhouses wanted to chase after Qing Kong, but they could not even find his shadow. Jiangxing's death is a loss to reincarnation spacetime. The 3 of you, although the situation is slowing down, Qing Kong's threat is still great. Please be careful. Bai Sheng, Xia Zhen, and ancestor Gui Yuan all looked at Bao Sage strangely. This person's attitude had changed so much that they thought it was fake. This person couldn't be controlled by Qing Kong, right? Jiangxing's corpse was collected and brought to be buried in the reincarnation spacetime. This news quickly spread throughout the Six Paths Guild. Qing Kong's name was mentioned again, and so was Lu Yin. Lu Yin had been ambushed in the endless battlefield, but he had miraculously survived and had almost been killed instead. This was something that had shocked even Bodhi Sage. In comparison, Lu Yin's prowess was even more apparent. This was the 3rd time Lu Yin had come to the Unsullied Realm. His arrival was immediately noticed by Bao Saint and the others. Lu Yin had no intention of keeping a low profile, and his powerful aura swept through the entire void imperfection realm. The Bao Saint's expression turned ugly when he saw Lu Yin. The current Lu Yin gave off a completely different impression from Xian Qi. Xian Qi was humble, while Lu Yin was overbearing. As for Bai Xing and the other 2, they simply left the void imperfection realm. They understood Lu Yin too well, and they knew that he could easily take action without even saying a single word. Lu Yin arrived at the Unsullied Realm with a solemn expression. Jiangxing was ambushed and killed by Qing Kong. The Bao Saint stepped forward. Master Lu, you've heard. Lu Yin frowned. I pay attention to any news related to Qing Kong. Besides, Jiangxing died in battle for humanity. Since I'm here, I should send him off. The Bao Saint looked deeply at Lu Yin and bowed. Thank you, Master Lu. Although Lu Yin had come for the multicolored bubble left behind by Qing Kong, he really did want to send Jiangxing off. Anyone who died in battle for humanity was worthy of his respect. Lu Yin stood quietly outside the hole where Jiangxing's corpse had fallen. Master Lu, Brother Jiang fell here, the Bao Saint said. Jiangxing's corpse had already been transported to his residence. Lu Yin's gaze was complicated as he watched quietly. The Bao Saint spoke in a low voice. Actually, Qing Kong must have been lying in ambush in the Unsullied Realm. If not for Brother Jiang, he might have ambushed me instead. Brother Jiang might have died in my place. Lu Yin said indifferently. Qing Kong ambushed him at the right time. It has nothing to do with you. Let me be alone. The Bao Saint nodded and left. Outside the Unsullied Realm, Bai Xing looked at Lu Yin from afar. Although this person was ruthless and unscrupulous in his vengeance, his reputation in the starry sky of trees was excellent. He had taken the initiative to invade the new continent on the backside of the battlefield and expel the Eternals, stopping the war in the starry sky of trees. He had made a great contribution to the Genesis space. This person had made great contributions to humanity. His feelings for Jiangxing's death were not faked. Perhaps he should return to the Genesis space. That was his home, after all. Xia Zhen's gaze was also complicated. Unlike Bai Xing, she could return at any time. She already knew that the Xia Xinji ancestor had helped Lu Yin for some reason, which meant that Shenwu Plain did not receive much punishment. She herself had not done anything to the Lu family, so she would not be implicated by the four-way scales. It didn't take long for him to find the multicolored bubble. Because the bubble was very small and was buried under Jiangxing's corpse, there was nothing strange about it. Thus, it did not attract the attention of the Bao Saint and the others. Lu Yin looked at the rice-sized bubble in his hand. He had used Jiangxing's body to touch the path of reincarnation, leaving it behind when he attacked Qing Kong. Only someone like Jiangxing, who had been bestowed power by a grand empyrean, could use it. If it had been Lu Yin himself, he would not have been able to touch it even if he had comprehended the path of reincarnation several times. Qing Kong should have been injured, but why had he left behind this small bubble? This bubble had clearly been formed by his battle technique, dreamlike bubbles. Could it be that this battle technique could materialize? Just like the demonic scripture. Lu Yin frowned. Where did all these strange battle techniques come from? If they were not battle techniques, then could they be part of his body? No one had ever seen Qing Kong's true appearance. Perhaps he did not want to be seen because of his identity, or perhaps he simply could not be seen. Was he really human? Most of the Eternals were corpse kings, but there were also astral beasts, so there might be strange life forms among them. Could Qing Kong be one of these strange life forms? Lu Yin pondered. Not long after, he put away the bubble and turned to look at the void imperfection realm. Bao Saint was watching him from afar. When he saw Lu Yin look over, Bao Saint's eyes moved, and he slowly bowed. This was his way of sending Lu Yin off. However, Lu Yin did not plan on leaving just like that. Bai Xing and Xia Jin could be ignored, but Ancestor Gui Yuan could not be left behind. Ancestor Gui Yuan was clearly Wang Fan's life shadow, but Wang Fan had gone to the endless battlefield and left him behind in the void imperfection realm. Something was wrong, and Wang Fan definitely had his own plans. According to Lu Yin's original conjecture, Divine Sovereign Shaoyin was a spy, and Wang Fan had joined forces with him to exile the Lu family. It was not impossible for Wang Fan to be a spy as well. However, Lu Yin did not have any evidence, and with his relationship with Wang Fan, even if he revealed his conjecture, others would think that he was being framed. It did not matter if Lu Yin was being framed or not. Right now, Lu Yin could use a different method of doing things, a more domineering method. Lu Yin stirred a spatial thread and disappeared. Bao Saint relaxed, as he had thought that Lu Yin had left. Although he was surprised that he had not been able to detect Lu Yin's departure, this person was still someone who could fight with Divine Sovereign Shaoyin, so he was not surprised. Suddenly, there was a scream. Bao Saint's expression changed, and he turned to look outside the void imperfection realm. At the same time, Bai Xing and Xia Jin both looked at Ancestor Gui Yuan. At this moment, Ancestor Gui Yuan was in an extremely miserable state. He had just been struck by a fierce and peerless palm, and his heart had been pierced. His entire body kept retreating as he screamed. Lu Yin stood in front of Ancestor Gui Yuan and took a step forward. Wang Fan, there are some debts that need to be repaid. Ancestor Gui Yuan's face was deathly pale. Lu Shaoxian, I'm helping to defend the reincarnation spacetime. Bao Saint instinctively attacked, and his 7 god arrows shot out in an attempt to stop Lu Yin. Bai Xing and Xia Jin stared blankly. This Lu Shaoxian was too arrogant, he had actually attacked. This was the border battlefield of the reincarnation spacetime. If he attacked Ancestor Gui Yuan, was he not afraid that he would be accused of ignoring the bigger picture and neglecting the safety of humanity? Previously, he had been apprehensive because this was the void imperfection realm, but now he had actually attacked. Lu Yin sneered and flicked his finger, shattering the arrow. Take care of one, and I'll compensate the void imperfection realm. My above heavens has plenty of progenitors. Attacking alone was different from attacking with so many progenitors, and the significance was different. When he had gone to the rotten god domain, he had not attacked because Big Sis, Elder Chan, and the others had followed him. This was to prevent the reincarnation spacetime from mistakenly thinking that the Genesis space wanted to start a war with them. But now, he was alone. The void imperfection realm had its uniqueness, and the people here were worthy of respect, but it was not enough for Lu Yin to ignore his enemies. Ancestor Gui Yuan hurriedly fled. He had no intention of fighting Lu Yin head-on. Lu Yin had been difficult to deal with in the past, and now that he had broken through to half-ancestor, he could fight powerhouses like the Shaoyin divinity. He was far from being a match for Ancestor Gui Yuan. Bao Saint, delay Lu Shaoxian. Bao Saint shot out another 7-god arrow. Master Lu, please reconsider. Lu Yin stared at Bao Saint. It's none of your business. He waved his hand and shattered another arrow. Bao Saint only wanted to delay Lu Yin's attack, not fight him. Naturally, he did not use his full strength, and the 7-god arrow was easily shattered. However, even if he used his full strength, he knew that he would not be able to stop Lu Yin. Ancestor Gui Yuan continued to flee, wanting to tear through the void to leave. However, Lu Yin easily stirred up space, and the void he had torn closed. Lu Shaoxian, do you really want to fight to the death? You think you're worthy? Since you cultivate the death god's power, I'll use it to clean up the sect. Death energy surged around Lu Yin's body, and in the blink of an eye, it covered the entire void imperfection realm. The humans and Eternals looked up in shock, and black replaced everything. Lu Yin took out the death god's left arm and held the death god's Go-Lien. He pointed at Ancestor Gui Yuan, and the Go-Lien slashed diagonally. Scatter. Ancestor Gui Yuan's pupils shrank. He was not unfamiliar with this scene. Back in the astral tree realm, Madman Lu had been severely injured by this slash. At that time, Gui Yuan's death energy had been drawn out. Although no death energy had been drawn out, Lu Xiaoxuan's own death energy was definitely extraordinary. This death energy was unfamiliar to him, as if it was not just death energy. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2874. Death God Go-Lien slashed diagonally, drawing out the power of the black and white fog from his heart. This was both death energy and not death energy. The Ghost Abyss ancestor had nowhere to run. His eyes were bloodshot. Boiling death energy poured out from his body, turning into a black forest that spread throughout the void imperfection realm. He wore the giant beast skeleton, the Shi family's broken bone strengthening body, which was modified by death energy to withstand the attacks of progenitors. In the sky, the death energy formed a guillotine, the sky as the guillotine, and the death energy as the blade. The two slashes collided fiercely, and Bao Saint and the others were forced to retreat. The void imperfection realm was a border battlefield, filled with blood-red killing intent. Under the black death energy, it was like hell. The two slashes formed by death energy crashed into each other, turning into a shockwave that swept out. The guillotine was torn apart, and Lu Yin's Go-Lien slashed diagonally, splitting the black forest and cutting into the Ghost Abyss ancestor's body. The Ghost Abyss ancestor was overwhelmed with shock. Impossible, Lu Shaoxian, you. Lu Yin took a step forward and grabbed at the Ghost Abyss ancestor. The Ghost Abyss ancestor looked up at Lu Yin's palm and screamed, Lu Shaoxian, I will make you pay. The Ghost Abyss ancestor's entire body shattered along with the giant beast skeleton. Lu Yin's palm missed, and the surrounding death energy swirled, finally sweeping up the Ghost Abyss ancestor's death energy to form a huge black tornado that connected heaven and earth. Lu Yin raised his hand, and the tornado gradually shrank as he absorbed it. At his heart, the black and white fog grew stronger. The Ghost Abyss ancestors' death energy came from the Ghost Abyss, and it was as pure as the death energy in Kuan Swamp. Lu Yin didn't know how many fields the Grim Reaper had left behind, but he estimated that there wouldn't be many. He didn't know if the Six Direction Association had one. As the death energy dissipated, the void imperfection realm regained its calm. The Eternals stared at them with their scarlet eyes, but no one dared to move. Lu Yin's attack was earth-shattering, and without a true God Guard captain, ordinary progenitor corpse kings didn't dare to approach. In the distance, Bao Saint gulped. It was over just like that. The Ghost Abyss Patriarch was not weak, at least not weaker than him, but he had dealt with him so easily. It seemed that he had not even used his inner world, which was too ruthless. Bai Xing and Xia Zhen exchanged glances, and the two of them moved closer to each other. This Lu Yin was becoming more and more insolent. The Lu family had returned, and the celestial sect had continuously increased the number of progenitors. Lu Yin was becoming more and more tyrannical, and there was no guarantee that he would attack them at any moment. Lu Yin suddenly turned to look at Bai Xing and Xia Zhen. The two of them immediately became nervous. Bao Saint was shocked and hurried forward. Master Lu, Ancestor Gui Yuan is dead. He's not dead. He's just Wang Fan's shadow, Lu Yin corrected. The Bao Saint's expression was unsightly. No matter what, the void imperfection realm is missing a supreme expert. Send someone to the above heaven sect and have Chen Lu assist in defending the void imperfection realm. The Bao Saint didn't know what to say. He didn't have the slightest bit of confidence when facing Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared at Bai Xing and Xia Zhen. Do you plan to stay with Bai Wang Yuan in the reincarnation spacetime as stray dogs or return to the origin space? Xia Qin was fearful. I will go back. Lu Yin looked at Bai Xing. Bai Xing frowned. I'll only give you one chance. If you don't want to go back, then, don't ever go back. Lu Yin snapped. My above heaven sect doesn't lack a progenitor. Even if you go back, you'll have to explain whether you've done anything to harm the Lu family. Bai Xing said, the Lu family's exile has nothing to do with me. I've never harmed the Lu family or any of its vassal families. An investigation is needed. If it's discovered that you've harmed them, you'll have to pay the price even if you hide in the reincarnation spacetime. Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan will pay the price. None of them will be able to escape. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. The Bao Saint's expression turned even uglier. Master Lu, Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan are now the 9 sages. What happens to them will be decided by the Grand Empyrean. Lu Yin looked at him. I can also decide. The Bao Saint narrowed his eyes. This was a provocation and disregard for the reincarnation spacetime. This person was too arrogant. If it was in the past, the Bao Saint would have shot an arrow at Bai Xing. No matter who this person was, the reincarnation spacetime was the master of the Six Paths Society. Even a supreme expert couldn't defend a Grand Empyrean. But now, the Bao Saint didn't have the courage to do anything. This person was difficult to deal with, but there was an even more tyrannical ancestor behind him. Bai Xing was clearly exiled, but he could still return. Lu Yin left. He gave Bai Xing a chance. Whether he returned or not depended on himself. The news of Lu Yin defeating the Ghost Abyss ancestor in the Void Imperfection world quickly spread throughout the Six Paths Society. His tyrannical disregard for the reincarnation spacetime opened the eyes of countless people in the Six Paths Society. He didn't care about the reincarnation spacetime at all. At the same time, something related to Lu Yin happened in the endless battlefield. Qin Ping, as Lu Yin's senior brother, had made a name for himself in the endless battlefield. He killed a progenitor realm corpse king and lit up 2 parallel universes. In the 3rd parallel universe, he was unlucky enough to meet the captain of the True Divinity Guard and was rescued by the wooden carving. Although Qin Ping was rescued, his battle achievement still shocked the Six Paths Society. It was already not easy for a half-ancestor to fight against a progenitor. Killing a progenitor was even harder to describe. How many people in the Six Paths Society could do it? They could count with their fingers. Yaolan was known as someone who could fight against progenitors, but she had never killed a progenitor realm corpse king before. Qin Ping was one of the few existences in the history of the Six Paths Society who could kill a progenitor realm corpse king. Furthermore, his talent was also spread out. It was so miraculous that it attracted the attention of various powerhouses. Many people confirmed that once he broke through to the progenitor realm, he would definitely become one of the strongest existences. If not for the fact that he already had a master, many progenitors would have wanted to take him in as a disciple. Lu Yin and Qin Ping were both half-ancestors and could kill progenitors. Above them were Mu Xia and the wooden carving, who had already become progenitors. When the relationship between these four senior brothers was exposed, countless people in the Six Paths Society were speechless. How were they supposed to continue? Lu Yin already had the support of a bunch of progenitors from the above heaven sect. When he returned to the Lu family, he had an ancestor who dared to scold a grand empyrean, an unfathomable Lu Tianyi, and a progenitor as a father. Now, he even had several senior brothers who were so ruthless, not to mention that he also had an even more mysterious master. When countless people figured out Lu Yin's background, they only had one thought: who would dare to provoke him? This was no longer a question of whether others would provoke him, but whether he was arrogant or not. The more arrogant he was, the more people would take him for granted. With such a background, why wouldn't he be arrogant? There was a place in the reincarnation space-time that was filled with strange rocks. Not only did the rocks here look strange, but their functions were also extraordinary. Some of the rocks were so hard that even half-ancestors couldn't move them. Some of the rocks would turn into water upon contact, and there were also some rocks that constantly emitted vibrations. The strange sounds coming from them were very strange. This was the Stone Realm, the place where the Great Stone Saints resided. The Great Stone Saints' name was similar to the Great Stone Void of the Endless Battlefield, but the two were not related. The Great Stone Void was because everyone had to carry rocks on their backs to prevent being obliterated by calamities. As for the Great Stone Saint, it was because of his cultivation technique, the Heavenly Stone Method, which required all kinds of rocks to cultivate, making one's chi channels as hard as stone and incomparably sturdy. He also cultivated the Stone Truncheon and the Stone Gate's 8 hands, which were accompanied by rocks. After the previous Great Stone Saint died, Madman Lu took over. At this moment, Madman Lu had already returned from the endless battlefield. He didn't participate in the tea party, not because he didn't want to, but because Shaoyin Divinity was worried that his appearance would affect the plan, so he thought of a way to transfer him to the endless battlefield. During the battle at the tea party, a great battle had also occurred in the endless battlefield. Madman Lu had brazenly killed 3 progenitor corpse kings in that great battle and established himself as a meritorious service. This was why he was able to return from the endless battlefield in advance. He had already been back in the Stone Realm for 3 months. When he heard that Lu Yin had defeated ancestor Gui Yuan in the Unsullied Realm, he flung the wine bottle away and burped loudly. Although I hate the Lu family, this is how the Lu family is domineering. They kill everyone they don't like, ha 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 ha. So what if the Lu family is back? Let's see what you can do to me. When I completely control the sequence laws, I'll kill everyone from that old bastard Lu Yuan to that brat Lu. I'll be the head of the Lu family. Ha 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 ha. Men, bring me the wine. At the foot of the mountain, a man looked terrified. He took a jar of wine from a pile of rocks and climbed up the mountain. My lord. Madman Lu grabbed the jar and drank from it. A tyrannical aura spread along with the wine's fragrance, and the person holding the wine almost lost his footing and fell. This person stood respectfully behind Madman Lu with a gloomy gaze. He was Zhou Zizai. As the fourth base commander of the battlefield behind the astral tree realm, he was also a redback. He had always performed meritorious deeds on the battlefield behind the astral tree realm, and the Eternals had used this method to throw many redback spies into the astral tree realm. It was very difficult to suspect someone like him in the astral tree realm, and because he had performed meritorious deeds, his treatment was not bad. He could directly join the four-way scales, which was very useful to the Eternals. Following Lu Yin's rise, the Eternals had wanted him to join Lu Yin. Thus, when Lu Yin had been at the battlefield behind the astral tree realm, Zhou Zizai had taken the initiative to join Lu Yin and successfully joined the Fifth Mainland's Heaven sect. Some time ago, Wei Rong had suddenly come looking for him and asked him to carry out a mission. He had to head to the reincarnation spacetime and find a way to join Madman Lu. This mission had left Zhou Zizai dumbfounded. What did Madman Lu have to do with him? Why was he being asked to join Madman Lu? Wei Rong's explanation was that he needed someone to get close to Madman Lu. He had sent several groups of people, but all of them had either died or failed to even see Madman Lu's face. The reason why Wei Rong had come looking for Zhou Zizai was because he had experience fighting on the battlefield behind the astral tree realm, and his temperament was very similar to Madman Lu's. Zhou Zizai had wanted to curse at that time. Their temperaments were very similar. Was that even a reason? However, Zhou Zizai had no room to refuse, as he was just a minor character in the Heavens sect. Wei Rong was someone who could give Lu Yin advice, and the entire Heavens sect knew how sinister that person was. Zhou Zizai, if he offended him. Zhou Zizai had no choice but to head to the reincarnation spacetime. He knew that it would be very difficult for him to get close to Madman Lu, so he could only contact the Eternals and see if they had any ideas. Surprisingly, the Eternals actually allowed him to successfully join Madman Lu. He was one of the closest people to Madman Lu. This was something that Zhou Zizai had never even dreamed of. Zhou Zizai had witnessed the Eternals' methods, and he was even more determined to join them. There was nothing that could compare to the mother tree. It would be strange if Qing Kong's value was comparable to the mother tree. Opening his celestial eye, he could clearly see that the colorful bubble seemed to be giving birth to life. It was both alive and not at the same time. In that case, let's continue to improve. Lu Yin continued to toss in star essence. 200 billion, 500 billion, and soon, it had reached 1 trillion. It should be known that only the progenitor's sword, the Book of Destiny, and the slippers were worth trillions of crystal essences. Aside from them, there was no need to spend trillions of crystal essences to upgrade anything else. Lu Yin didn't upgrade the sapling, but if he did, the cost would be incomparable. As for this thing, he had already spent so much. If he could upgrade it, then he would continue to try. In the end, after spending 3 trillion star essence, the bubble could no longer be upgraded. Lu Yin checked his cosmic ring. Previously, when he had fused it with Jiangxing's body, he had used the great path of reincarnation to attack Qing Kong, which had cost him 12 trillion star essence. This was a terrifying amount of star essence, and the main reason was that he had used up too much when he had used the great path of reincarnation. Now, he had used another 3 trillion star essence to upgrade the bubble, and I Ching had only given him 7 trillion star essence left. To anyone else, 7 trillion star essence was a huge number, and I Ching had only given him 5 trillion star essence as a gift. However, for Lu Yin's current self, a single attempt to fuse with a progenitor would probably consume almost all of it. Lu Yin had 3 books of destiny, and repairing one would also consume all of it. Aside from the remaining 7 trillion star essence that I Ching had given him, Lu Yin still had 5. 5 trillion star essence left, 300 million ultra crystals, and 8 trillion luminosity crystals. This was all of his assets. It was not enough. It was definitely not enough. Lu Yin sighed deeply and returned to the above-the-sky sect to look for Big Sis again. When the bubble's upgrade ended, he already knew how to use it, and he needed Big Sis to test it out. When Big Sis saw that Lu Yin had come to look for her again, she was very excited. Who are you going to deal with now? Just tell me. Lu Yin smiled. Let me show you something. As he spoke, he placed the bubble on his face, and it quickly dissolved into a thin layer of air that changed his appearance, turning him into Big Sis. Big Sis blinked. Is this a disguise? Can you see through it? Lu Yin asked. Big Sis stared at Lu Yin for a long time before frowning. I can't see through it. What is it? She was now interested. After all, what level of disguise was something that even she could not see through? Perhaps only those at the level of the 3 realms 6 Daos would be able to see through it, or perhaps even those at the level of the 3 realms 6 Daos would not be able to see through it. Lu Yin explained his past to her. Big Sis muttered, there are many strange life forms in the universe, but no matter how strange they are, it is impossible for them to drop something that can disguise you to the point that even I can't see through it. Lu Yin was pleased. I can improve the performance of external objects. Big Sis nodded and did not ask any more questions. Her eyes burned with passion. Can you let me use this thing? Lu Yin was curious. What are you planning to do? Big Sis rolled her eyes. That's my business. Lu Yin said, not now, I have a use for it. I'll give it to you when I'm done with it. Or I can find Qing Kong and give it to him to upgrade one for you. That's a promise. You have to give me one. Hee, one day I'll be able to enter Immemorial City and find that bastard Suwang Tian. Big Sis's lips curled up dangerously. She was constantly thinking about how to repay that debt to Suwang Tian. Just you wait, I'll definitely pay you back, bastard. Even if Big Sis couldn't see through it, it still wouldn't be safe. Lu Yin went to Lu Tianjing and found Lu Tianyi to have him take a look. Lu Tianyi was surprised. Can't see through it. What is it? Lu Yin felt better. This was interesting. This was good stuff. Lu Yin asked about Ancestor Ku's situation. Lu Tianyi replied, the ancestor is in seclusion and has no time to care about him. We'll talk about it when he comes out. After leaving Lu Tianjing, Lu Yin found Senior Mu Xia and asked about Yi Bo's situation. Qing Kong had brought so much danger to the 6 directions. He did not want Yi Bo to bring so much danger to the primordial space. Yi Bo. Why are you suddenly asking about it? Senior Mu Xia was surprised. Lu Yin told him about what happened at the tea party. Everyone knew that Bai Wang Yuan and the others had framed Lu Yin, but the primordial space did not know the details. This was because it was a joke that Lu Yin had framed himself. Everyone treated it as a joke and did not ask too much. Mu Xia laughed. I see. Yi Bo. If Xian Qi was not you, they might have succeeded in framing you. After all, this Yi Bo does exist. It's not important whether it existed at the same time as you. Lu Yin continued, the important thing is that it exists. The Grand Empyrean believes it. Mu Xia nodded. That's right. As long as the Grand Empyrean believes it, the truth is not important. Lu Yin said, Senior brother, you should know a lot about this Yi Bo. Mu Xia was helpless. I know, but I can't find it. It has existed since the era before your Lu family was exiled. Senior Tianyi has looked for it, and so have many people in the 4-direction scale, but they could not find it. After a long time, they stopped looking for it. After all, it appeared less and less often, and the damage it caused also decreased. Lu Yin was puzzled. That shouldn't be. As a spy of the eternal race, if it reduced the damage it caused to humans, it could only mean that it has a greater purpose. Mu Xia said, what if it's not a spy? Lu Yin was surprised. Not a spy. He knew from Bai Xing's memories that Yi Bo was a spy of the Starry Sky Tree. It was similar to Qing Kong's role in the Six Directions Society. How could it not be a spy? Follow me. Mu Xia brought Lu Yin to a certain place. It was a branch of the Mother Tree. It was located below the top realm and above the middle realm. Lu Yin silently followed behind. Not long after, Mu Xia brought Lu Yin to a strange scene. Lu Yin saw a demonic Sarira hidden in a branch of the Mother Tree. It emitted faint ripples that blurred the surroundings. Is this your demonic Sarira? Lu Yin was surprised. Mu Xia said seriously, you know that one demonic Sarira is born when one is destroyed. However, this demonic Sarira is only a derivative of the main demonic Sarira. It is not a real demonic Sarira. What you see is the real one, it is your senior brother's ancestral world. Lu Yin was shocked and looked at Mu Xia blankly. You mean, senior brother has never used his full strength after so many times? Mu Xia was melancholy. It's not that I don't want to, it's that I can't. Junior brother, master has two techniques. The first is 9-yang cauldron transformation, and you are the only one who has mastered it. The second is tracing back to the past. Do you know what tracing back to the past is? Lu Yin thought about it. Senior brother, you said that to deny something that happened in a certain period of time is tracing back to the past. Mu Xia clasped his hands behind his back, yes and no. He looked at Lu Yin, and seeing Lu Yin's puzzled gaze, he calmly explained, denying something that happened in a certain period of time is the result of tracing back to the past. Tracing that period of time is the beginning of tracing back to the past. The true meaning of tracing back to the past is not the current battle, but the reversal. Lu Yin's gaze changed, reversal. These two words had a special meaning. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2876. Mu Xia solemnly said, tracing the past means searching for a period of time. Tracing the past means denying what has already happened. Only by connecting the dots can it be called tracing the past. This is an unfathomable battle technique. According to my understanding, once it is completely mastered, it can reverse the past and change the future. If junior brother can master it, even denying that Ming Yan was injured by Xia Ji back then is not impossible. Lu Yin was excited. Changing the river of time. Mu Xia said, it's to create a branch in the river of time. Lu Yin was shocked. There was such a battle technique. There were people who could traverse the river of time and change the past. This was already the most terrifying power of time that Lu Yin knew of. This tracing of the ancients was not a power of time, but it was a power that surpassed time itself. If what his senior brother had said was true, then what could the tracing of the ancients not do? Was Mr. Mu's ultimate technique really that terrifying? Then have you mastered it? Lu Yin asked. Mu Xia shook his head. I can only deny what has happened, especially in battle. I can't find the past. I asked Senior Mu Xia, and he couldn't do it either. Perhaps only Master can do it. Lu Yin was disappointed. Couldn't do it. He suddenly wanted to learn tracing the past, but Mr. Mu had said that he could only learn one of the two ultimate techniques. Even though tracing the past was extremely powerful, and it would be easier for him to cultivate with the power of time, he did not want to give up on the 9-yang cauldron transformation. He had already guessed the true power of this ultimate technique, but he was far from being able to use it. Lu Yin now understood Mr. Mu. He was from the same generation as the primogenitor, so it was no wonder that he was so powerful. It was no wonder that the gifts and opportunities that Lu Yin was so proud of were so laughable in Mr. Mu's eyes. Mr. Mu did not even bat an eyelid. To Mr. Mu, what could possibly interest him in this universe? Only the Eternals. My evil Sarira has been cultivating tracing the past, and its target is Yi Bo, Mu Xia said. Lu Yin did not understand. Yi Bo is your target. Mu Xia said, tracing the past is to find a certain period of time. With Yi Bo as my target, I can cultivate tracing the past and also find him. Why not? Then, Senior Mu, when will you be able to cultivate tracing the past? Lu Yin looked forward to it. Mu Xia said helplessly, why don't you ask Senior Mu Xia? He started cultivating much earlier than me. What about Yi Bo? Why do you say that Yi Bo isn't a spy? Mu Xia led Lu Yin away. I've been cultivating for so many years, and even though I haven't succeeded, I've still managed to gain some benefits. I've managed to capture Nightmare's time. It's not a spy, but rather, it's working with the Eternals to heavily injure the humans. It's also not a living creature, so no one has been able to capture it. It's more like a consciousness. Thinking. Like Ancestor Hui. Lu Yin immediately thought of Ancestor Hui. Mu Xia muttered, it's possible. Other than you, who else knows? I don't think so. None of the time fragments I've seen have come into contact with Yi Bo. They've tried to rope him in, but I don't think they've succeeded. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, then, do they know what a nightmare is? Mu Xia said, if I knew, I wouldn't have tried to rope him in. According to my conjecture, Yi Bo hasn't done much in the past few years, probably because his mind is weakening. Everyone will age one day, and the mind is even more so. It can't exist forever, and it might have even disappeared. That's why the humble class didn't look for it too much. Mind? Lu Yin pondered. Mu Xia didn't disturb him. This junior apprentice brother of his always had all sorts of tricks up his sleeve. Other people's problems might not be difficult for him. Perhaps he really did have a way to find Yi Bo, senior apprentice brother. Do you think his mind is a ball? Mu Xia stared at Lu Yin blankly, his face blank. Lu Yin didn't stay with Mu Xia for long. After leaving, he went to the Central Plain Sea, where his father, Lu Qi, was stationed. Lu Yin's arrival made Lu Qi very happy. Lu Qi occupied an entire island, and besides fishing and drinking every day, he didn't have much fun. Son, let's see how big a fish I've caught for you, Lu Qi said excitedly. Lu Yin looked around at the simple wooden house with sunlight and a beach. Although it looked refreshing, it was rather simple. The only bright spot was the large flower bed behind the wooden house. Has anyone been here before? Lu Yin asked. Lu Qi smiled, many of them. They visit every day. It's so annoying. Lu Yin nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He had lost his memories, and although he felt connected to Lu Qi by blood, it was still rather uncomfortable to interact with him. This time, he had come to learn more about Lu Shaoxian. When Lu Shaoxian was brought up, Lu Qi blamed himself and drank a mouthful of wine. I'm useless. Such a large family actually has to rely on a single child like you. You made so many friends back then, and your reputation as one of the 7 heroes spread throughout the universe. Countless people envied you, and many women wanted to get close to you. When the Lu family met with disaster, your memories were sealed, and you lost your cultivation. You were thrown to the 5th mainland, and you started out as an ordinary person. If I hadn't fooled around back then, I would have broken through to the progenitor realm long ago. My Lu family wouldn't have ended up like that, and you wouldn't have had to suffer such hardships. Lu Yin sat down and enjoyed the gentle sea breeze. The ancestor was shielded by a grand empyrean, so why wasn't Ancestor Tianyi able to suppress the four cardinal scales? Lu Yin didn't ask Lu Tianyi this question, as it would seem like he was blaming him. In fact, many people were wondering the same thing. What kind of cultivation did Lu Tianyi have? He was definitely one of the most unfathomable powerhouses since the era of the above heavens. Although Lu Tianyi rarely showed himself after Ancestor Lu Yuan woke up, that didn't mean that he was weak, but rather that Ancestor Lu Yuan felt guilty towards his family. Lu Tianyi had ascended to the 9 mountains and 8 seas, and he had faced the 7 sky gods alone in the astral tree realm. He had dared to fight against the only true god, and although the 5th mainland had rejected the Eternals, his strength had to be terrifying. Lu Yin couldn't see through him at all. No one knew the bottom line of Lu Tianyi's strength. How could such a powerhouse be exiled by someone like Bai Wangyuan? Could the Yellow Springs and the ancestral Mang deal with Lu Tianyi? Impossible. Lu Qi put down the wine jug. You didn't ask Ancestor Tianyi. Lu Yin shook his head. Lu Qi's gaze deepened. That day happened to be the day you married that bitch, Bai Xiener. The food paradise was connected to Lu Tianjing's side, and everyone was celebrating in the astral tree realm. Everyone was giving you their blessings. On that day, the Yellow Springs killed most of the family, and even the progenitors were greatly weakened. The Grand Empyreans shielded the ancestor, and the ancestral Mang overturned the situation and pushed Lu Tianjing out. Lu Qi was silent for a moment. I saw the 7 heroes die with my own eyes. Little Xian, they died because of you. Lu Yin trembled, but he didn't say anything and just listened calmly. Xian, and little Mo are both dead. Qi's eyes were ferocious. Bang! He crushed the flagon and said, he was your big sister and second brother. The others were my sworn brothers. I treated them as my sons and daughters. But they all died. One by one, they all died. It's a good thing that you lost your memories. I don't want you to experience that kind of pain again. Your brothers and sisters died one by one in front of you, and that kind of despair made you faint. The murderer who killed them is directly related to the Lu family's eventual exile. Lu Yin looked at Lu Qi. Who? Lu Qi shook his head. I don't know. It was a power that had never appeared before. It first suppressed Ancestor Tianyi's laws and then moved towards you. Little Qian was the first to block you, but she was pierced by that power. Then, Dai, Xingxing, little Mo, little Stone, little Ling Dang, and the others all died in front of you. They were all pierced by that power, and aside from you, the rest of the 7 heroes died in the food paradise. After we were exiled, we discussed it with Ancestor Tianyi, but he didn't know where that power came from. He had never felt it before, but it definitely didn't belong to the Eternals or the 4-way scales. It also didn't belong to a Grand Empyrean. The strangest thing was that that power could fight against Ancestor Tianyi, but it actually attacked you. Lu Qi looked at Lu Yin. That's what we don't understand the most. Why did it attack you? Lu Yin clenched his fists tightly. As Lu Qi recounted the events, some images flashed through his mind. He saw the blood-stained food paradise and heard the cries of Little 7 and Run. Blurry faces appeared in front of him. His eldest sister Lu Qian, his second brother Lu Mo, his third brother Nong Yi, his fourth sister Long Xing, his fifth brother Lu Shi, and his sixth sister Wan Ling Dang were all standing in front of him, blocking the incoming force. That power could clearly fight against Ancestor Tianyi and kill him easily. However, it was as if it was toying with him. It killed his brothers and sisters one by one, but in the end, it didn't kill him. Who was it? Lu Yin's eyes turned red. The old ancestor told me not to tell you about this matter. They want to wait until they find the culprit, but I'm more worried about when that power will attack you. A power that can fight against old ancestor Tianyi. Once it attacks, who can stop it? Lu Qi was helpless. Lu Yin slowly let go. Don't worry. I've experienced a lot over the years. I won't be rash because of this. Lu Qi heaved a sigh of relief and looked at the broken wine bottle. He waved his hand and took out another bottle. Where's Bai Xianer? What did she do that day? Bai Xianer. I didn't pay much attention. Lu Yin looked up and sighed. She asked me to move the food paradise to Lu Tianjing. Lu Qi paused. You mean? Lu Yin wasn't sure, but the whole thing was strange. It seemed that the Lu family's exile was clear, but how did Bai Xianer know about the seal behind him? Since she knew, with her strength, why didn't she go to the fifth mainland and kill him before he grew? She was the one who moved the food paradise to Lu Tianjing. Otherwise, that power might not have been able to kill its way to the distant food paradise because of ancestor Tianyi. In the end, it was also her red flower rain that brought about the end of the Lu family. Lu Yin wouldn't believe that Bai Xianer was just a flower vase from the beginning to the end. This woman was the only one who could ignore the power in his heart at almost the same level of strength. She wasn't as simple as she looked. She was too mysterious, and even now, he couldn't see through her. The more he couldn't see through her, the more uneasy he felt. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2877. After that, Lu Qi told Lu Yin many things about Lu Shaoxian, which lightened up the silent atmosphere considerably. Lu Shaoxian was an optimist, and Lu Yin's impression of him was that of a perfect fairy tale. He had been born with everything: a powerful family, a childhood sweetheart, a maid, friends who shared the same interests. He was doted on and envied by countless people, and he led a carefree life without a care in the world. This experience was enough to make anyone envious. The more carefree Lu Shaoxian was, the more the Lu family pitied Lu Yin. They were two complete opposites. Many people wanted to be like Lu Shaoxian, but in reality, most were Lu Yin. Perhaps it was because Lu Shaoxian was living too well that all the disasters and suffering were left to Lu Yin. Lu Yin laughed. He didn't resent or hate him, he was himself. So what if he had a good life? If he didn't want to be himself, how could he live? The corpse kings of the Eternals had long since become another creature. They were no longer themselves. Lu Yin was very clear about this. He didn't envy others, he wanted to live the life of his dreams and fight for it himself. Standing and walking was more tiring than lying down, but it was also more comfortable. Of course, if the Lu family could solve all his problems, he wouldn't mind reliving Lu Xiaoshuan's life. Father, tell me about Big Sis and the others, Lu Yin said. Lu Qi grunted. Your eldest sister, Lu Qian, was born in a side branch of the Lu family. She was talented in both literature and martial arts, and she was humble and polite. Although she was sometimes impulsive, most of the time it was because of you. Little Mo was also born in a side branch, and he was called a peerless genius. Lu Yin had learned about the 7 heroes from Master Shan and the 4-way scales. He was no stranger to the 7 heroes, and he was just borrowing Lu Qi's words to reminisce about them. When the 7 heroes became sworn brothers, it was the most perfect testimony of an era. Everyone was certain that the 7 heroes would replace the 9 mountains and 8 seas as the strongest of an era. Tu Qiming's talent is extremely high, and outsiders think that he's incomparable, but he's still lacking compared to the 7 heroes. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Our talent. Lu Qi said, you don't have to say anything. The God Sealing Catalogue and the General Appointment Stage are the standard of our Lu family direct descendants. They are invincible talents. The other 7 heroes aren't bad either, although sometimes even we don't know what their talents are. Take your eldest sister for example. She loves money a lot, but she can always come up with some strange but powerful foreign objects. Even though our Lu family consumes a lot of resources for cultivation, we don't use them like she does. She's a complete miser. Don't you know that? What's your innate gift? Lu Yin suddenly asked, his gaze fixed on Lu Qi. Lu Qi said, Xiao Qian didn't say. She was so secretive. Only the 7 of you know about it. She didn't tell anyone. What about second brother? Where are the others? Lu Yin suddenly had a guess, one that caused his heart to ache. He couldn't believe it, but he hoped that it wasn't the case. Lu Qi was suspicious of Lu Yin's attitude, but he still said, your second brother is known for being peerless. Even you can't compare to him in terms of cultivation speed. Xing Xing is from the White Dragon race, and her lifespan is longer than humans. When she first became sworn brothers with you, her lifespan was converted to a human's lifespan. Actually, she cultivated the longest, but she still can't compare to your second brother. No matter what your second brother cultivates, he is extremely fast. The deepest impression is that his seclusion time is too short. Every time he goes into seclusion, he will only come out after 10 days or half a year at most. He is as impatient as me. Lu Yin's breathing became hurried, and the pain in his heart grew stronger. Third brother is Nong Yi from the farmer's school. This kid has the ability to predict the future. There are many things that others don't know, but he knows. Back then, he was pestered by the humble class, who kept trying to invite him to join them. Mu Xia personally went to the seed garden a few times. Needless to say, this kid is definitely an expert at catching spies. Long Xing is known as the Starry Dragon, and she has an unchanging innate gift. Even now, no one knows what her ultimate innate gift is. It's very strange. Little Shirtu from the Lu family is known as the Midas Touch. Everyone knows that his innate gift is decomposition. He can decompose all kinds of substances, and even a half-ancestor can't. He can decompose. It's very strange, but it's also a very useful innate gift. It matches his name very well. Sixth brother, Wan Ling Deng, is known as the Star-Seizing Hand. We don't know why, but only you 7 know. Lu Yin stood up at Lu Qi's words. I'll leave first. Little Xian, you. Lu Qi wanted to ask something, but Lu Yin had already left. He could only see his back. Lu Yin lowered his head on the Zhongping Sea, his entire body trembling. With a splash, he suddenly jumped into the sea, wanting to use the ice-cold water to wash away something. The Dai had 6 pips, and 6 innate gifts. They were his 6 siblings. It was them, it really was them. How could this be? How could their innate gifts all enter his body? Even ancestor Lu Yuan couldn't transfer their innate gifts, let alone them. This was a power that surpassed his understanding. How could the 7 heroes do it? Lu Yin couldn't bear the pain. His 6 siblings had died for him, and after their deaths, they had given their innate gifts to him. How could he repay this kindness? How could he repay it? Eldest sister, second brother, third brother, fourth sister, fifth brother, sixth sister, how could he repay this kindness? Lu Yin's eyes reddened. It had been too long since he had felt this way. Even when he had been suppressed by the Grand Empyreans, even when the Lu family had returned, and even when he had reunited with his family, he had never felt this way. The silent pain was suppressed in his heart. All those smiling faces were shouting, Little 7. We'll live and die together. Little 7. Run. Little 7. With a low roar, Lu Yin soared into the sky and charged out of the sea, causing the water to surge as he panted heavily. He closed his eyes and allowed the seawater to wash over him. His lips trembled as he slowly exhaled. It turned out that he had always been protected. The Lu family's seal had protected him, the dye had protected him, and the pairs of eyes had never left him. He hadn't reached this point alone. He had never been alone. Lu Yin looked up at the sky and laughed heartily. Lu Shaoxian had his own carefreeness, and Lu Yin had his own life. Although time did not overlap, the feelings they had for each other had never diminished. As the seawater poured into the sea, Lu Yin's eyes widened. He raised his hand, and the dye slowly rotated. He wanted to reverse the river. Oh, fuck the Lu family. I'm the Lu family. Since you're back, just wait. I'll take Lu Tianyi away sooner or later. I'm the real master of the Lu family. Lu Tianyi sighed. It's been so many years, but you still haven't let it go. I really don't understand how you came to this point. With your state of mind, how did you break through the progenitor realm? Madman Lu disdainfully said, what's so difficult about breaking through the progenitor realm? I just want to destroy the Lu family. That's enough. Hatred blinding the mind is just an excuse of those stupid and useless people. Brat Lu, are you planning to completely fall out with the reincarnation spacetime this time? Lu Tianyi did not speak. Lu Yin did not speak either. They were waiting for Venerable Lotus and the others to arrive. Madman Lu grabbed the wine jug and gulped down a mouthful of wine. Soon, Venerable Lotus arrived and stared at Lu Yin and the others vigilantly. Master Lu, you're too arrogant. Do you want to start a war with the reincarnation spacetime? Lu Yin looked at her. If we start a war, can you afford it? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2878. The Grade 9 Lotus Monarch was furious. When had the samsara spacetime ever suffered such humiliation? When the 3 venerables and 9 saints came out, no one in the universe dared to disobey them. Now, they had come out of the origin space and continued to climb. The number of ancestor realm experts had already surpassed the number of samsara spacetime. They had powerhouses comparable to Grand Empyreans and more than one sequence law powerhouse. In countless years, other than facing the Eternals, this was the first time she had been so aggrieved. Lu Yin's eyes were cold. Reincarnation time and space took in many traitors in my initial space. I didn't start a war with you because of the big picture. Don't be so shameless. What right do you have to start a war in front of me? The 9th grade Lotus Venerable's eyes were cold, and he could not help but want to attack. On the other side, Chu Jian and Yao Lan arrived at the same time. Master Lu, what are you here for? The battle at the tea party had changed him. He no longer pursued perfection. His state of mind had become completely stable, and he had seen many things clearly. In fact, after the Lu family had returned, the reincarnation spacetime had been on high alert. He had been worried that the Lu family would not care about anything else and start a war with Bai Wang Yuan and the others for the sake of Madman Lu. Fortunately, the Lu family was still rational and did not do such a thing. There was also another reason that the reincarnation spacetime did not know if Lu Yin was aware of, and that was that outsiders had interfered, so the reincarnation spacetime hoped that both sides would not start a war. It was understandable that the primordial space wanted to punish those traitors, but they had to wait until they had the advantage over the eternal race. This had also led to the decisive battle between the Grand Empyreans and the eternal race in the endless battlefield. The battle at the tea party was also a catalyst. This was also the reason why Lu Yuan had joined the endless battlefield. The Lu family could not attack the traitors unless they were certain of their advantage over the Eternals. Unfortunately, neither side was able to determine the advantage in the end. Now that the Grand Empyrean and Lu Yuan were in seclusion, Lu Yin had come out, which made Chu Jian uneasy. Lu Yin wasn't Lu Yuan, and if he didn't know about the agreement between the two sides and rashly started a war, the reincarnation spacetime would have no choice but to accept it. No matter what, even without the Lu family, the progenitors that Lu Yin could influence were enough to fight against the current reincarnation spacetime. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. Since you're here, then. He looked at Shi Jie. Zhou Zizai, speak. Everyone looked at Zhou Zizai. Especially Madman Lu, his tyrannical aura suddenly pressed down. With a wave of Lu Tianyi's hand, the rule of destruction forcefully dispersed the tyrannical aura, causing the expressions of the 9th grade Lotus Lord and Madman Lu to change. Lu Tianyi's strength was somewhat unfathomable. Zhou Zizai had never been stared at by so many big shots before. Hearing Lu Yin's words, he swallowed his saliva and bowed deeply to Lu Yin. Path Master, I have been close to the Great Stone Saint for several years. I am absolutely sure. Everyone stared at him. Zhou Zizai continued, I am absolutely sure that the Great Stone Saint is not a spy. You asked me to frame the Great Stone Saint as a spy. I can't bear to do that. The Great Stone Saint fought with the Eternals in the endless battlefield and barely survived. Such a person who fought for the greater good of humanity shouldn't die under a conspiracy. Sect Master, please spare the Great Stone Saint. The surroundings were silent. There was a moment of silence. Madman Lu laughed heartily and glared at Lu Yin. Little brat, you actually want to frame me? Ridiculous. Stupid. A venerated lotus cultivator. This was their first meeting. Yao Lan looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. This scene was extremely familiar. During the tea party, Sovereign Shaoyin and the others had used this exact method to frame Lu Yin. They had found a person called Nine Glories and had even gotten Xian Qi to testify against him. What was laughable was that Xian Qi was actually Lu Yin, and that incident had become the Six Direction Society's biggest joke in recent years. Now, the joke was repeated, but the one being mocked was Lu Yin. He had planted someone to get close to Madman Lu and wanted to capture him in the name of a spy. What was laughable was that his people didn't frame Madman Lu and instead revealed this matter. No one was stupid. They knew that Zhou Zizai would never help Madman Lu for the greater good of humanity. The only possibility was that Madman Lu had used some unknown method to bribe this person to make a false accusation. This was a method, and Madman Lu's methods were obviously higher than Lu Yin's. A venerated lotus cultivator sneered. Madman Lu mocked. Zhou Zizai had a sincere expression. All eyes were on Lu Yin's face. He was the joke, the biggest joke. Lu Yin was calm. Zhou Zizai, what are you talking about? Zhou Zizai bowed deeply. Sect Master, please spare the Great Stone Saint on the account that we are both fighting for the greater good. Madman Lu sneered. What, little brat from the Lu family, you still want to threaten me? A venerated lotus cultivator sneered. Enough, this matter ends here. Sect Master Lu, if there is nothing else, please return. We will not speak of today's matter. Chu Jian said, Sect Master Lu, please return. Lu Yin looked at the venerated lotus cultivator. Are you mistaken? I came here to prove that Zhou Zizai and Madman Lu are both spies. The venerated lotus cultivator's expression changed. Zhou Zizai's expression changed even more. What? Madman Lu was stunned and stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked down. Zhou Zizai, you were already a spy for the Eternals when you were at the 4th base on the back of the battlefield. I let you join the Above Heaven sect just to keep an eye on you. After that, I let you get close to Madman Lu and deliberately let you frame him as a spy. Now, you are helping him. The two of you work well together. Zhou Zizai was shocked. Path Master, it's my fault for not following your orders, but you shouldn't accuse me unjustly. I'm definitely not a spy. I've fought against the Eternals on the back of the battlefield for many years. I'm the commander of the 4th Formation Base who has contributed the most. Path Master, you can't disappoint me. Luin sneered. The first time he had known that Jiu Zhai was a spy was because 6 pips had fused into his body and learned of his actions. However, there was no evidence unless 6 pips fused into his body and he admitted it himself. Furthermore, this person was not very valuable. But after so many years, he had been monitored in the Above Heaven sect, and it was not that he had not contacted the Eternals. Over time, evidence had been gathered. The evidence was simple. It was a video and a conversation between Jiu Zhai and the Eternals. As the evidence appeared, Jiu Zhai was stunned. How was this possible? He had been monitored for so many years. When? He stared at Luin blankly. This person knew that he was a spy from the beginning. How? How did he know? It was a lie to have him join the Above Heaven sect, and it was also a lie to have him frame Madman Lu. From the beginning, he was just a pawn used by Luin. The venerated Lotus cultivator's expressions darkened. He really was a spy. If Jiu Zhai was a spy, then why was he helping Madman Lu? Everyone stared at Madman Lu. Madman Lu did not care. So you're a spy. Lu family brat, you're quite capable. But just because he's a spy doesn't mean that I'm a spy too. Luin shook his head. If you still won't admit it, then I'll make you give up. After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and aimed it at a corner of the stone realm. With a palm strike, the mountain shattered, revealing a scarlet stone slab with a vertical eye. Stargate. The venerated Lotus cultivators and Yalan exclaimed. They were not the only ones. Even Lu Tianyi was shocked. He had come because Luin had told him that he had a reason to bring Madman Lu back. He had come because he trusted Luin unconditionally. Jiu Zhai's performance had made him think that he had failed, but there had been a reversal. It was not a reversal of words, but actual evidence. It was the eternal Stargate. Madman Lu stared blankly into the distance. He naturally recognized the Stargate, but why was it here? Aside from Luin, everyone else was at a loss. Luin had naturally placed the Stargate here. Since he knew that Jiu Zhai was a spy, how could he let one spy accuse another? Even an idiot would not do such a thing. His true goal had been to expose Jiu Zhai in the stone realm. As for the Stargate, it had been an accident. It had inadvertently raised Qing Kong's bubble, giving Luin a disguise that even Lu Tianyi could not see through. Naturally, he had to use it. Otherwise, his original plan would not have had such substantial evidence, and he would have had to think of other methods. The Stargate had come from the Six-Fingered Tribe. The Six-Fingered Tribe was the ruler of Lars Weave. When the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, Luin and Wei Rong had fought over the Outerverse, and Wei Rong had almost exterminated the Six-Fingered Tribe. Fortunately, the Six-Fingered Tribe had joined Lu Yin's forces, which had allowed them to protect themselves. The Stargate belonged to the Six-Fingered Tribe. In the past, Luin had not known that it was a Stargate, but now that he knew, he had conveniently left it in the Stone Realm to deal with Madman Lu. Luin knew that Madman Lu was a spy, but he could not testify against him. Madman Lu was also not stupid enough to expose himself. Since he could not deal with Luin openly, he had to use other methods. When dealing with evil people, one had to be smarter than them or even more evil than them. The Stargate was in the Stone Realm, and with Jiu Zhai's status as a spy and his actions of protecting Madman Lu, it was impossible for anyone not to believe that Madman Lu was a spy. Mu Xia barked, Madman Lu, what other explanation do you have? Madman Lu glared at Luin with bloodshot eyes. Brat, it was you. Lu Yin looked down from above. I told you to give up. Ancestor Tianyi, I'll leave this traitor of the human race and our family to you. Lu Tianyi's gaze turned cold. You won't be able to escape. Madman Lu was so angry that he started laughing. Good. After so many years, the Lu family finally has a decent one. Brat, you've wronged me based on your abilities, and I accept it. But if you want to deal with me, dream on. Above his head, the divine seal catalog flew and emitted a golden light. Beside him, the commander appointment platform rotated, and a tyrannical aura spread out. With my blood, I summon the generals. Figures walked out one after another. There were dozens of them, and most of them were half-ancestor powerhouses. Leading them were 3 ancestor realm corpse kings. Lu Yin was shocked. He had never summoned any ancestor realm corpse kings. The Lu family's ancestral teachings forbade him from doing so. But now, Madman Lu had directly summoned 3 ancestor realm corpse kings, ignoring the Lu family's ancestral teachings. Lu Tianyi made his move. With a point of his finger, the law of destruction shook the void. In front of Madman Lu, the 3 ancestor realm corpse kings and dozens of summoned figures rushed out to meet Lu Tianyi's attack. In an instant, all the figures were wiped out by a single point of his finger. This scene caused Venerate Lotus and the others to feel their scalps go numb. Although Venerate Lotus had the ability to defeat 3 ordinary ancestor realm corpse kings, he could not do it with a single point of his finger. This Lu Tianyi's strength was somewhat terrifying. Madman Lu's pupils shrank. He was also shocked by Lu Tianyi's strength. For many years, he had been imprisoned in Lu Tianjing. He only had a vague understanding of the Lu family situation. The moment the Lu family was exiled, he had also attacked Lu Tianyi. But at that time, Lu Tianyi had not displayed such terrifying strength. To destroy 3 ancestor realm corpse kings with a single point of his finger, what kind of strength was this? What kind of terrifying law power was this? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2879. Lu Tianyi's finger had opened up the 6 Direction Society's understanding of him. He was 9 mountains and 8 seas from the era of the 5th mainland's Daosaur sect, and he had been publicly acknowledged as the strongest in his era. He had fought against the 7 sky gods and the only true god to protect the 5th mainland. He was extremely powerful, and no matter how resplendent Lu Yuan was, it could not overshadow his brilliance. If Lu Yuan had created the Lu family's glory, then Lu Tianyi had continued it. Lu Tianyi descended. Ancestor, it's time to end this. Lu Tianyi was a direct descendant, and Madman Lu was even more so. Lu Tianyi was both Lu Yuan's descendant and Madman Lu's descendant, as Madman Lu was the 3rd-generation ancestor of the direct line. After Madman Lu, the Lu family had started to branch out. No matter which branch it was, there would always be someone who could awaken the divine seal catalog and the general appointment platform, which was also the symbol of the direct line. Madman Lu clenched his fists as the divine seal catalog above his head shone with a blinding golden light. A dark red current surged around his body, and a dark purple substance covered his body. This was the Palm Indestructible Realm. Junior, I've been trapped for many years and delayed my cultivation. Even so, I'm not someone you can easily surpass. Do you really think you're invincible? Die! He leaped up and threw a punch at Lu Tianyi. In the distance, Venerate Lotus frowned. Although there was evidence, even if Madman Lu was a spy, he should be dealt with by the reincarnation spacetime, not by the primordial space. She said to Chu Jian, reporting to the exalted Empyrean. Chu Jian nodded and turned to leave. At some point, a figure had quietly appeared not too far away from them. Chu Jian's expression changed. "Who is it?" Venerate Lotus turned around and saw the person quietly floating in the air. She was shocked. "Who are you?" They had not even noticed when this person had appeared. Lu Yin heard the voice and looked over as well. He was shocked. Who was this person? When had he appeared? Mu Xia and Ling Qing also looked over. From start to finish, no one had noticed that there was another person in the distance, a middle-aged man with a smile on his face. "I didn't want to disturb you all, but please do not disturb Taihong's seclusion. I can decide this matter." The Lu family was a very unique family. The founding ancestor of the family, Lu Yuan, was extremely domineering. Most of his descendants inherited the character of their ancestor and had the spirit to rule over a region. Even though Madman Lu was a traitor, his tyrannical aura was the most manic that everyone had ever seen. His strength and determination for revenge were incomparable. Compared to him, Lu Tianyi was too calm. However, this calmness was not like water, but like a volcano, a silent volcano. When Madman Lu punched at Lu Tianyi with his undying palm battle chi, Lu Tianyi erupted like a volcano. An incomparably domineering punch landed on one of Lu Tian's fingers, producing a strange soft sound, as if it had hit rubber. Lu Tian forcibly caught Madman Lu's punch with one finger. He looked up, and there was a terrifying coldness in the depths of his eyes. "Uncle, this battle is not only to eliminate the traitors for the human race, but also to clean up the traitors for the Lu family. Whether we live or die is up to fate." Boom! Madman Lu's body smashed into the ground, shattering the stone world. Lu Yin looked at Lu Tianyi in shock, not daring to believe his eyes. He knew that Lu Tianyi was very strong and definitely surpassed Madman Lu. If the few of them had ganged up on Madman Lu, they might have succeeded, but they had never thought that they would succeed against Lu Tianyi. This was the difference between them. However, he had not expected the difference to be so great. Madman Lu's punch carried undying palm battle chi. This was an ancient inheritance that believed that the human race should walk on the right path. Regardless of whether his thoughts were correct or not, the power of undying palm battle chi had already been deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts with Lu Yin's use of it. Lu Yin was very clear that with undying palm battle chi, Madman Lu was already strong enough. It was difficult for anyone to compete with him in terms of physical strength. However, Lu Tianyi had actually defeated undying palm battle chi with just one finger. This finger had not only defeated Madman Lu's strength, but also Lu Yin's confidence. How was this possible? What did old ancestor Tianyi do? Lu Yin had not seen any laws, as old ancestor Tianyi had not used any laws. This finger was just one finger. Everyone was shocked. Madman Lu was definitely strong, and even a venerated lotus could sense it. Among the 9 sages, Madman Lu was the only one besides Xixing who had come into contact with the laws of the sequence. Even though he had not used any of them yet, his tyrannical aura had been generated from coming into contact with some sort of law. She could see it, but this power in addition to his incomparably strong physical strength had actually been suppressed twice. She looked deeply at Lu Tianyi. Was someone from the Genesis space really this strong? Mu Xia exhaled. This was Senior Tianyi, who had faced the Eternals on the back of the battlefield and had become a god. His strength was far from being completely exposed. The ground shattered as Madman Lu walked out and looked at Lu Tianyi in disbelief. His fist was distorted, and the strength that he was so proud of had been defeated. How had this kid done it? Suddenly, Mu Xie recalled the first time he had met Lu Tianyi. Back then, Lu Tianyi had still been a child, and it had been Lu Yuan who had brought this child to see Mu Xie. He had proudly announced that the Lu family had given birth to a genius. Back then, Mu Xia had not cared about that child at all and had told Old Ghost to take him away. However, that child had not been afraid when he saw Mu Xia, and had even wanted to get close to him. What a joke. If Old Ghost had not stopped him, Mu Xia would have already slapped him to death. As time passed, Mu Xia met Lu Tianyi for the second time. This child had just become an adult, and he had politely requested to see Mu Xia. Mu Xia's disgust for the child had been ignored, and the child had continued to talk about many things that had happened. Once, Mu Xia had spoken to the child, and the child had been happy for a long time. However, the conversation had not been harmonious. Mu Xia had asked the child what he would do if the Lu family could no longer trap him. The child's answer had been firm, and he had even smiled. "If I can't trap you, then I'll kill you." At that time, Mu Xia had been certain that the child was telling the truth, and he had been very serious. Although he had been very polite, his smile had been bone-chilling. After that, the child had become stronger and stronger, and Mu Xia had watched him reach the progenitor realm. The primordial space had collapsed, and Old Ghost had led the Lu family to protect the fifth mainland. This child had become the most dazzling existence there, and even Old Ghost had been in seclusion. However, Mu Xia had never tried to test this child's limits. This child was the most dazzling existence in the Lu family, and when the Daosaur sect had still existed and before the cosmic tree domain had split apart, this child had reached the pinnacle of glory. Mu Xia had never thought of fighting this child, as Mu Xia had known that he was not his opponent. However, ever since he had come to the reincarnation spacetime and left the fifth mainland, the feeling of powerlessness that he had felt in the fifth mainland had dissipated. He had received guidance from an exalted Empyrean, and he had touched upon the sequence laws. His strength had soared, and he should not have been defeated so easily by this child. The ancient Tao Master's strength should not have been defeated. Madman Lu's gaze became more and more sinister, and an uneasy feeling spread out. Outside the stone realm, the space was distorted, and this uneasy feeling made it difficult for Yaolan and Mu Xia to breathe. They could not see anything, but Madman Lu gave off an uncomfortable feeling of confusion. Everything was in chaos, and there was no order at all. How could he have such a feeling? Lu Yin stared at Madman Lu with a solemn expression. These were sequence particles. Madman Lu had indeed touched upon the sequence laws, but what were his laws? "Brat Lu, you're here to fulfill your promise with me, right? You want to kill me? Try it." Madman Lu spread open his arms and sent palm strikes at Lu Tianyi. The sequence particles followed his attacks and shot towards Lu Tianyi. Lu Tianyi sighed. "Ancestor, if only you hadn't betrayed the Lu family. Our Lu family would have been invincible." As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed his finger again. This time, he used the rules. If the universe was compared to a curtain, this finger pressed the curtain into a cone shape, and Madman Lu's sequence particles were directly scattered by the curtain. Even if they touched Lu Tianyi's sequence rules, they were also forcefully scattered. Madman Lu was far from being able to comprehend the sequence laws. If he was given time, he might be able to catch up, but he did not have that time. Lu Tianyi's finger descended, breaking through the restraints of space and directly arriving in front of Madman Lu. Madman Lu was stunned, and the Divine Seal catalog instinctively blocked in front of him. However, Lu Tianyi's finger pierced right through Madman Lu's heart. There was a thump, and Madman Lu's body was pierced through. The aftershock struck the general appointment platform and also pierced through it. With a loud bang, the platform split into two, and the Divine Seal catalog turned into a golden light that slowly dissipated. Everyone watched in a daze. This was absolute suppression, and no matter how Madman Lu attacked, it was useless. Lu Yin's finger bent, this was too strong. Forefather Tianyi had only used 3 fingers from start to finish, and those 3 fingers had suppressed Madman Lu. Lotus Sovereign felt an unprecedented fear. When the Lu family returned, everyone's attention was focused on forefather Lu Yuan, and they had ignored Lu Tianyi. In reality, this person was extremely powerful and was not weaker than any parallel spacetime master. He might even be stronger. In the entire reincarnation spacetime, aside from a Grand Empyrean, only victorious Battle Celestial could fight against him. In the stone realm, Madman Lu lowered his head and looked at his blood-stained body. He coughed up blood and retreated. Lu Tianyi retracted his hand. Forefather, it's time to return. Madman Lu's body swayed, and his face paled. He bitterly said, I never thought that I would be defeated by a child like you. If I had known earlier, I would have slapped you to death. Lu Tianyi smiled faintly at Madman Lu as if this was the first time they had met. If anyone can redeem their past mistakes, then the universe will be in chaos. With that, he stepped forward and brushed past Madman Lu. Madman Lu's body trembled, and he slowly collapsed. Lu Yin frowned. Madman Lu had not used his Corpse King transformation. Did he know that it would be useless, or did he have other plans? At that moment, Lu Tianyi turned around and looked into the distance. A middle-aged man was already there. Lotus sovereigns did not know when this person had appeared, but he did. Facing the man, Lu Tianyi took a deep breath and bowed. Master, long time no see. Lu Yin and the others were stunned as they stared at the middle-aged man. Master. No one had expected this man to be Lu Tianyi's master. Thank you, brothers, for your tips. I'll add more chapters. Thank you. It was not convenient for me to write while I was studying outside, and I had hesitated on whether or not I should take a leave of absence. But then I remembered my promise to never stop updating. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2880. Lu Tianyi was a direct descendant of the Lu family and had already been a Daozi when he was young. How could he have a master? Even if he did, it should be ancestor Lu Yuan. Who was this person? Everyone looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man sighed. Tianyi, you've grown a lot. It's a pity that you didn't go to Immemorial City. Lu Yin was shocked. This person was from Immemorial City. He suddenly remembered what ancestor Lu Yuan had said. Back then, it was because someone from Immemorial City had come that he had stopped ancestor Lu Yuan from asking for Madman Lu, which might have led to a battle with a Grand Empyrean. Ancestor Lu Yuan had said that he owed this person a favor. You're from Immemorial City. Venerate Lotus blurted out. Mu Xie, Ling Qing, Yao Lan, and the others were shocked. Immemorial City was a strange yet familiar name. Since ancient times, countless people had wanted to go to Immemorial City, and many famous and powerful people were also in Immemorial City. However, Immemorial City was illusory, and no one had ever come out of it. So, this person was actually from Immemorial City. They were not surprised at first, as they had seen the Grand Empyrean, ancestor Lu Yuan, and this person before. Lu Tianyi respectfully said, there are too many things to take care of. Once everything is settled, this disciple will definitely go to Immemorial City. The middle-aged man nodded. We'll be waiting for you. He then turned to Lu Yin. We'll also be waiting for you. Lu Yin was shocked. Senior knows me. The middle-aged man laughed. Of course. You're a descendant of the Lu family and also Mr. Mu's disciple. Lu Yin, right? Lu Yin was excited, as he had finally heard his master's name from someone else's mouth. All this time, aside from his senior brothers, he had never heard the words Mr. Mu from anyone else. The closest he had gotten was the undying god, and Lu Yin had also been the one who had asked Lu Yin about Mr. Mu's origins. The words Mr. Mu were especially unfamiliar to this region of space. Lu Yin bowed to the middle-aged man. "May I know Senior's name?" The middle-aged man did not answer and instead scanned the crowd. "It's not that Immemorial City doesn't accept outsiders, but that place is too early for all of you. You're all geniuses, and if you don't die, there will be a day when we meet in Immemorial City. At that time, we won't judge a hero by cultivation, and will fight to the death in Immemorial City." With that, the middle-aged man slowly disappeared. Everyone looked at the empty sky with complicated feelings. The immemorial ancient city was unfamiliar even to the 9th grade Lotus Venerable. With her cultivation, she could actually go there, but she couldn't. Would they really be able to meet in the immemorial ancient city one day? Heroes were not judged by their cultivation. They would fight to the death in front of Primeval City. This was Immemorial City. How many human heroes had gone to the Immemorial City? Everyone wanted to know. Retracting his gaze, Lu Tianyi grabbed Madman Lu and was about to leave. Lotus Venerable 9 hurriedly stopped him. "Lu Tianyi, whether he is a spy or not, it should be decided by my samsara time and space." Lu Tianyi frowned and looked at the 9th grade Lotus Venerable Master. "If he can withstand a finger from me, he'll stay." These words caused Lu Yin to choke on his words. Ever since he had returned from the Lu family, Patriarch Lu Yuan's domineering aura had been unparalleled. Lu Tianyi, on the other hand, had kept a low profile and was gentle and refined. Even when he had broken the four-way scale, he had not displayed much power. However, at this moment, when he was facing a grade 9 Venerate Lotus, he was incomparably powerful. He was Lu Tianyi, the master of the Daosaur sect in the primordial space, and he had been sealed as a god in the 9 mountains and 8 seas. How could anyone possibly stop him? Lu Yin smiled, as this was Patriarch Tianyi. Mu Xia laughed, as these people did not know how powerful Patriarch Tianyi was. He was strong and gentle to his own people, but he was more decisive than anyone else when it came to outsiders. Lotus Venerable 9's expression changed, and she stared at Lu Tianyi. Withstand a finger from him. To be honest, she was not confident. If she had dared to challenge Lu Tianyi before Madman Lu had been defeated, then one finger would have been too arrogant. But now, Lu Tianyi had defeated Madman Lu with just 3 fingers. His strength was unfathomable, and even if she could withstand a finger from him, she would definitely be severely injured. It was not worth it. "Little Xian, let's go." Lu Tianyi called out, and Lu Yin, Mu Xia, and Ling Qing all left together. Lotus Venerable 9's face was ashen, and she wanted to stop them, but she could not open her mouth. Chu Jian's tone was gloomy. That senior made the decision on behalf of Master. So be it. Lotus Venerable 9 was furious. Those from the primordial space are too arrogant. They will suffer a loss one day. Yaolan was helpless, as they had already suffered a loss. An exalted celestial had acted, and the samsara time and space had joined forces with the primordial space to banish the Lu family. In the end, they had still been brought back by Lu Yin alone. How could they deal with such a family? Even if the Lu family had not returned, that Lu Yin was not easy to deal with. Madman Lu was once again locked up in Lu Tianyi's realm. Although Lu Tianyi had said that he would kill Madman Lu, he could not bring himself to do it. Madman Lu could only be dealt with by Patriarch Lu Yuan. Lu Yin listened to the sound of the chains clanging against each other. This is where he's been imprisoned all this time. He's finally returned home. Lu Tianyi rarely joked. Lu Yin asked, "Can you trap him?" "Don't worry. The family has a type of chain that can trap sequence lower realm powerhouses." Ku Jia was also dragged back by this kind of chain. Otherwise, we might not have been able to drag him back, Lu Tianyi said. There are such chains. Lu Yin was surprised. Lu Tianyi nodded and looked at the place where Madman Lu was imprisoned. His thoughts were complicated. Patriarch, Madman Lu could transform into a corpse king, Lu Yin suddenly said. Lu Tianyi was surprised. He can transform into a corpse king. Lu Yin replied, if it wasn't for the corpse king transformation, would have killed him. Lu Tianyi frowned. No wonder you were so sure that he was a spy. Lu Yin smiled. Before this, did you trust me unconditionally? Lu Tianyi smiled. Not just us, but the entire family. Lu Yin was not good at expressing himself, and Lu Tianyi did not do it on purpose. He was just speaking the truth, which warmed Lu Yin's heart. Do you want to know my master's identity? Lu Tianyi led Lu Yin to a mountain peak in Lu Tianyi's realm. Many Lu family members bowed as they passed by, looking at Lu Yin with eyes full of admiration. Many women stared at Lu Yin with sparkling eyes, making him feel uncomfortable. The women who could live in Lu Tianyi were all members of the Lu family. Some were collateral relatives, and some were descendants of servants. These women might not be eye-catching in the Lu family, but in the outside world, they were worthy of being called geniuses. The Lu family had too many such geniuses. Lu Yin looked into the distance. That senior must be someone from the Genesis Space's realm of Heaven's realm. Lu Tianyi slowly said, my master is called Chu Yi, the Tao Lord of Heaven's realm, one of the 3 realms' 6 paths. Lu Yin blinked in confusion. That senior is one of the 6 paths of the 3 realms. Lu Tianyi smiled and said, what? Do you think the Tao Lord of the first continent of the 3 realms and 6 paths is the primogenitor? Isn't that the case? Ever since Lu Bujing and the others returned, they had brought with them. The information was that the primogenitor was the Tao Lord of the first mainland. They were used to calling him the 3 realms 6 Tao, but in reality, the primogenitor was not one of the 3 realms 6 Tao. Lu Yin didn't ask any further, as he assumed that the people of the above heaven sect were used to addressing him that way. The founding ancestor is only the temporary Tao Lord of the first mainland. The true Tao Lord of the first mainland is my master, Chu Yi. His name was given by the founding ancestor, and he is also the oldest person in the 3 realms and 6 Taos. He is the true eldest apprentice brother. When above heaven was established, it was divided into 6 continents. My master oversaw the first continent. You know the others. Grim Reaper, Fate, and Martial Heaven didn't oversee the continent. They were more inclined to be independent cultivators. After that, my master went to the immemorial ancient city. There were very few rumors about my master in the era of the above heaven sect. Everyone regarded the primogenitor as the Tao master of the first continent. Lu Yin listened quietly. First year. This was a rather casual name, but it strangely matched the founding ancestor's mood when naming him. From Lu Tianyi, Lu Yin learned a few things about Chu Yi. Lu Yin had been accepted as Chu Yi's disciple at ancestor Lu Yuan's request, so the ancestor owed Chu Yi a favor. And this favor should have been used by Chu Yi to stop ancestor Lu Yuan from fighting with the Grand Empyreans. Back then, Lu Yin had often sought out ancestor Lu Yuan to chat about the above heaven sect's era. However, that was an era, and there were too many people and matters. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to remember everything in a short 100 years, let alone an entire era. In the reincarnation spacetime, news that Madman Lu had been confirmed as a spy and had been captured by the Lu family quickly reached by Wang Yuan and Wang Fan's ears. For the sake of the reincarnation spacetime's reputation, Venerable Lotus had forbidden this news from spreading to the Six Direction Society. However, Bai Wang Yuan and the others were already part of the 9 sages, so they naturally knew about it. After learning about this, Wang Fan immediately headed to the endless battlefield without hesitation. Even the reincarnation spacetime was no longer safe. Even the reincarnation spacetime couldn't protect them, so they could only protect themselves. To them, the slaughter in the endless battlefield was a form of protection. Bai Wangyuan also wanted to head to the endless battlefield, but before that, he first went to the void imperfection realm to look for Bai Xing. Ancestor, take care. I want to return to the origin space. Bai Xing made his decision to Bai Wangyuan. Bai Wangyuan's expression sank. You want to return to the origin space to seek refuge with the Lu family. Bai Xing and Bai Wangyuan looked at each other without any fear. Bai Wangyuan's eyelids twitched. What was going on? He had clearly imprinted an invincible mark in Bai Xing's heart, and Bai Xing couldn't reject him at all. This was achieved before Bai Xing reached the progenitor realm, but it was ineffective now. The frozen immortal sect Sky Beyond Sky had been destroyed by the Lu family, but it wouldn't affect Bai Xing. Thinking about this, he approached Bai Xing. Bai Xing narrowed his eyes. Ancestor, are you going to make a move? He wasn't a direct descendant of the Bai family, but a distant branch. He didn't have any feelings for Bai Wangyuan. A family could be divided. Bai Wangyuan had his Bai family, and Bai Xing could have another Bai family in the origin space. In the past, he couldn't resist Bai Wangyuan, but it was different now. He didn't know why, but he knew that Bai Wangyuan wasn't invincible. Bao Saint blocked in front of Bai Wangyuan. Brother Bai, are you going to make a move? This is the void imperfection realm. Brother Bai, please reconsider. Bai Wangyuan frowned. Get out of the way. This is my Bai family's matter. Bao Saint's expression turned ugly when he heard this. People from the Lu family keep coming to cause trouble. The Great Stone Saint was also captured by the Lu family to clean up the family. Now, Brother Bai wants to do the same. You want to clean up the family for your Bai family. You'll have to see if the reincarnation spacetime agrees. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.